The first thing I did when I opened my eyes was watch the sky get ripped open right down the middle. I'm not being poetic. It literally tore apart. The dark red canopy of the sky was like an old rag, wrenched open by some invisible hand, and a black shadow 2 stories tall came squeezing out through the gash. A bone-white skull mask, a huge hole in its chest, and 2 eye sockets burning with black flames. It stared down coldly at everyone on the field. The first thought in my head was, holy crap, isn't this one of those monsters from the anime? My name is Jiang Yang. Or rather, I go by Jiang Yang now. 1 second ago, I was an ordinary guy, and the next I'd been dropped into this body, gripping a broken sword that had just awakened, standing on a high school field, taking part in some kind of awakening ceremony. I hadn't even figured out who I was yet, and already a monster had fallen out of the sky right on top of me. Everyone, retreat into the school building immediately. An ear-splitting alarm blared. People screamed. People started sprinting. Run? It's an elite tier abyss beast. I didn't know what elite tier meant, but I knew that thing ate people. I bolted after the crowd, charging toward the building. I was almost safe, and of course, that's exactly when things went wrong. A pale blue barrier of light dropped down from the roof. It was a defensive formation. I'd just gotten 1 foot onto the steps when the barrier slammed shut with a bang, and a massive backlash of force hurled me away. Including me, a dozen or so people who'd been too slow were left stranded outside the barrier. Let me in. I don't want to die. A girl next to me pounded on the barrier like a madwoman, then collapsed to the ground, wailing. Inside the barrier, the security captain looked out at us through the light, a flicker of guilt on his face. Stop hitting it. It's no use. Once the defensive formation activates, it won't come down until the threat is gone. Find somewhere to hide, and wait for the Spirit Bureau to arrive. Right then, a sneer came from behind the barrier. Well, Jiang Yang. Can't even make it into the safe zone. The one talking was a burly guy named Zhao Meng. I later found out this guy was an A-rank strength-type awakener, the school's golden boy. What's the point of always scoring first on the theory exams? He went on, dripping with sarcasm. You awakened a garbage F-rank blade, and you can't even make it inside the formation. Fine. Actually, this works out. You can be cannon fodder out there and buy the rest of us a little time. Someone else immediately jumped in. Yeah, what a waste of all those resources on a useless nobody. If they'd given me those resources, I'd have awakened A-rank ages ago. Little by little, I pieced together the original owner's situation. Turns out the previous owner of this body was a doormat everyone loved to step on. Top of the class academically, dead last in talent, awakened with the worst F-rank ability in the whole school. Hated by everyone, and apparently deserving of the bullying. Problem is, the original owner is dead. It's me living in this body now. Keep talking trash like that, and you're being pretty low. Su Wanqing, your ex-boyfriend's about to become Monster Chow. Nothing to say. Zhao Meng turned and shouted at a girl. I followed his gaze. It was a very pretty girl, face gone pale, eyes darting away, refusing to meet mine no matter what. Later I learned her name was Su Wanqing, the girl the original owner had dated for 3 years. 3 days ago she was swearing undying love to him. Now she looked at me like I was a dead stranger. The speed she'd turned on him. Even a dog would shake its head at that. Fine, I'll keep that on the tab. Because in that very moment, a voice suddenly rang out in my head. Host detected facing a life or death crisis. Death God Inheritance System, now activated. Distributing beginner package. Shirkai trial card. Simbin Zakura, ×1. Use it. Use it. Obviously, what am I saving it for? A rainy day? The words had barely left my mouth when the monster swept its tail across the field. The flag-raising platform shattered to dust in an instant, and 2 students who couldn't dodge in time were turned into a red mist on the spot. Inside the barrier, a combat instructor with a face flushed crimson launched 3 blood-red blade winds through the formation, hurling everything he had at the monster. It didn't leave so much as a white scratch. Can't break its defense. He yelled at me in despair. Jiang Yang, stop standing there like an idiot with that hunk of scrap metal. Run. Too late. The monster's 2 black flame eyes locked onto me. It opened its maw wide, and deep in its throat a violent black beam of light was gathering. Everyone thought I was dead for sure. I thought I should run too. But in that instant, an unfamiliar, ice-cold power surged up through the hilt and into my body. The feeling is hard to describe. It wasn't hot-blooded courage. It was a crushing pressure that made my very soul tremble. I didn't dodge. I took that rusty tachi, pointed the tip straight down, and aimed it at the ground. Inside the barrier, Zhao Ming's eyes went wide. Has this idiot lost his mind? He's not running. He wants to slash a monster with a piece of scrap. He never finished the sentence. I let go, and the blade dropped. Scatter, Simbinzakura. The moment the tip touched the ground, there was no clang of metal on dirt. The entire blade sank like it was slipping into water, silent, soundless, vanishing into the earth. The next second, beneath that dark red sky, a storm erupted out of thin air. A sky full of pink cherry blossom petals came surging up from beneath my feet. 1,000, 10,000, blotting out the heavens, bathing the whole school in a soft pink light. Every mocking voice inside the barrier was choked off, like someone had grabbed them all by the throat. The monster sensed the danger. Roaring, it fired the black beam it had spent so long charging, straight at my face. I stood in the sea of petals, raised a finger, and gave a light flick forward. Millions of petals instantly became a torrent of pink. It was the sound of countless blades grinding and slicing against one another, the sound of the grim Reaper himself. The pink torrent slammed head-on into the black beam and cut through it like a hot knife through butter, shredding it to pieces. Then, without losing an ounce of momentum, it swallowed that 2-story-tall behemoth whole. Spinning, cutting. 3 short seconds, and the petals dispersed. The monster was still frozen mid-roar. Then, with a soft crack, countless red lines, thinner than a hair, appeared across its body, from the bone mask down to its steel-hard frame. And then, in front of the entire school, it collapsed into a heap of fragments. Dead silence everywhere. The students who'd survived forgot to even cry. The teachers and students inside the barrier forgot to breathe. I stepped through the debris and raised my right hand. The sky full of petals streamed back into my palm and reassembled into that rusty tachi. On the surface I played it cool, but inside I was going nuts. Holy crap, just the Shurkai is this powerful? What happens when I unlock something even stronger? If I could get Bankai, how insanely OP would I be? While I was quietly reveling in it, another notification chimed in my head. Elite tier beast slain. Gain soul points times 500. First kill complete. Zanpakuto gacha pool now open. Host. Collect soul points as fast as you can, unlock your exclusive Zanpakuto, and ascend to the throne. So that's how this game works. Kill monsters, rack up points, trade them for power. Alright, I like it. The pink petals dissolved into motes of light and scattered. I stood in the middle of that pile of bone shards, once again holding nothing but the broken blade. A few seconds ago, several hundred people had been waiting to watch me get chewed to pieces. Now they were all frozen in place, dumbstruck. Zhao Ming was the first to crack. He was an A-rank prodigy. Today should have been his moment to shine, and instead the entire spotlight had been stolen by an F-rank reject. He came charging out of the building, pointing at the blade in my hand and shouting, "Impossible. He hasn't even ranked up his blood energy. He's a nobody. How could he one-shot an elite-tier beast? Teacher, he definitely cheated. He must have used some high-powered artifact." The instructor, a man named Lu Ziyuan, strode up to me, his tone softening. "Jiangyang, are you hurt?" I shook my head and said I was fine. For these past few minutes, I'd been busy studying that system panel in my head. The Simbinzakura trial card was used up and expired now, but 4 functions had lit up on the panel: cut, fist, step, demon. They corresponded to Zanpakuto, Hakuda, Shuinpa, and Kido. At the very top was a progress bar, Ryatsu rank, Shino Academy freshman, unranked. To truly unlock a Zanpakuto, I needed 10,000 soul points. And I only got 500 for killing one monster. So poor. Seeing that the instructor wasn't going after me, but was actually fussing over my well-being, Zhao Ming's eyes went bloodshot. "Jiangyang, quit the act. Confess what dirty trick you used. School rules forbid bringing dangerous artifacts to the awakening ceremony. This is a serious violation." Su Wanqing pushed in too, forcing a bit of fake concern. "Jiangyang, if you used a banned artifact, you should turn it in right away. The school will take your contribution into account and won't expel you. Don't gamble with your future." These two nearly made me laugh. The monster was literally attacking us, and I'm supposed to stop and talk rules with them? Should I set up a dueling ring and wait for a referee to yell start? Wasting a single extra word on morons like this would be an insult to my own intelligence. Still got the nerve to act tough? Zhao Ming rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging on his arms, a crimson current of blood energy churning down them as he lunged straight for my collar. I didn't even lift my head. I simply released the Ryatsu inside me. Even at the most basic rank, against a student who didn't even qualify as a warrior, it was pure domination. No howling wind, no surging blood energy. But in Zhao Ming's eyes, the air around him instantly turned heavier than mercury. His outstretched hand froze in midair, and then an invisible mountain of steel came crashing down into his skull. Thud! The Zhao Ming who'd been so arrogant a second ago slammed to his knees, cracking the concrete into a spiderweb of fractures. He spat out a mouthful of blood, sprawled on the ground, every bone in his body creaking, his face pressed flat against the dirt. He couldn't even lift his head. I never touched the blade. I didn't even move a finger. I just stood there and pressed an A-rank strength-type prodigy into the ground until he was coughing up blood and kneeling. Standing closest to me, Su Wanqing's legs gave out. She dropped onto her backside, covering her mouth, staring at me in terror. I spoke flatly. A-rank strength type? You want to search me? As you are right now, you're not even worthy of making me draw my blade. The students who'd been egging Zhao Ming on all shrank their necks and backed away, terrified of getting caught in that pressure. Lu Ziyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhang Yang, that's enough. Keep pressing and you'll kill him. I withdrew my Ryatsu. Killing this guy in front of this many people wasn't worth it. Zhao Ming's eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. Su Wanqing looked up at me, trembling all over, teeth chattering. She was desperately searching my face for the tenderness of the past 3 years, but there was nothing there. I couldn't be bothered to give her a single word. That kind of total indifference broke her far worse than a slap ever could. Right then, a deafening roar came from the sky. 3 helicopters in black and gold armor hovered above the school building, and several people in black combat gear leapt straight down from dozens of meters up, smashing 5 deep craters into the field. The dust cleared. At the front was a tall woman, black tactical suit hugging her body, a high ponytail whipping around in the wind from the rotors, a golden cross sword's emblem pinned to her chest. I found out her identity later. Lin Shuang, captain of the Spirit Bureau's 7th Defense Squad. Trouble had arrived. A few hours later, I was sitting in an interrogation room at the Spirit Bureau. The fluorescent light glaring off the stainless steel table hurt my eyes. Lin Shuang sat across from me, flipping through a black file folder. Name: Jiang Yang. Age: 18. Ability rank: isn't it all in the file? I yawned. Awakened today. F rank. Artifact type: Rusty Tachi. There was a device hooked to my wrist, beeping. It was their specialized blood energy detector. Lin Shuang glanced at the screen and frowned. The screen read, blood energy value, 42. Spirit energy response, extremely weak. Not even close to the 100-point threshold of the lowest tier warrior. At that level, you wouldn't even qualify as a punching bag at a martial arts gym. Lin Shuang closed the file, then explained to me, how does an F-rank reject with a blood energy value of 42 slice an elite tier beast into pieces? She pressed a remote, and footage began playing on the wall. The dark red sky, the sky full of pink petals, that giant beast shredded to bits before it could even react. Pink petals, unknown energy, not a single trace of a blood energy burst. She stared at me. By the way, that A-rank kid, Zhao Ming, is still lying in the hospital ICU. The doctors say his mental C suffered devastating trauma, that he nearly turned into a vegetable. Was that you too? I leaned back in my chair. Captain Lin, you really can't just pin things on me. He insisted on grabbing my stuff. His own blood energy ran backward, and he lost control. He coughed up blood himself. How's that my fault? As for the monster, I lied through my teeth with a perfectly straight face. I was scared out of my mind. My blade accidentally slipped and fell on the ground. And who knew the thing would just fall apart on its own? The squad member recording nearby looked up at me like I was an idiot. You think the Spirit Bureau is a bunch of 3-year-olds? Lin Shuang slammed a palm on the table. I wasn't the least bit rattled. I met her gaze. This is the beauty of an information gap. The Death God Ryatsu system and this world's blood energy abilities were two completely parallel lines. A blood energy detector picking up Ryatsu? If it could, I'd eat my words. As long as I didn't admit anything, no one could figure out what I had hidden inside me. Lin Shuang rubbed her temples, her tone easing. Jiang Yang, your father, Jiang Cheng, and your mother, Qin Hongya, were veterans of the Spirit Bureau's 1st Vanguard Battalion. Hearing those two names, something stirred in my chest. The original owner's parents had both been powerful combat-type awakeners. 3 years ago, while exploring an S-rank Abyss Rift, their entire squad was wiped out. Not even their bodies were recovered. Without his parents' protection, the original owner had become easy prey for Zhao Ming and his crowd. You're the orphan of fallen heroes, Lin Shuang said. Your parents shed blood for all of humanity, and the Spirit Bureau would never make things hard for you. But, she leaned forward, radiating pressure. The power that appeared on that field today belongs to an unknown sequence. Jiang Yang, getting mixed up with a cult would be spitting on the honor your parents bought with their lives. The moment she finished, a wave of Marshal King-level blood energy pressure instantly filled the entire room. She was pushing me. If I instinctively used my power to defend myself, the detector would catch the giveaway. The air around me grew heavy, but that was all it did. The Ryatsu inside me flowed automatically, blocking every bit of that external pressure outside my body. Not a single thread could seep through. I sat there without moving, and even casually picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip. Captain Lin, you've got me a little thirsty here. Lin Shuang stared at me as her pressure faded, disbelief written all over her face. A blood, energy, 42, unranked kid, sitting under a Marshal King's pressure without so much as a change in expression, and without a single ripple of energy resistance? There was no rational way to explain it. Right then, the interrogation room door was shoved open. Storming in was a young woman in a black trench coat and combat boots. She strode over, yanked the detector off my wrist, and rounded on Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang, Marshal King level pressure, used against a student who just awakened today? Is this an interrogation, or are you trying to silence a witness? This was my sister in this body, Qinyu. Different mother, different father, but fiercely protective of her own. She was the captain of the Special Task Force at the Imperial Capital's Longhu Academy. Trailing behind her was a middle-aged man clutching a thermos, sweat beading on his forehead. Lu Hai, director of the Spirit Bureau, an elder who'd watched the original owner grow up. I coughed a couple of times, right on cue. Sis, don't blame Captain Lin. She said if I didn't confess what cult methods I used, she'd keep me locked up here. I bit down hard on the word cult. Qin Yu's temper flared up in an instant. She spun around, a ball of crimson flame igniting in her hand, and the temperature in the whole room shot up. A cult? My parents died 3 years ago in an S-rank rift. Their bodies never recovered. And now you're calling their son a cultist? Lu Hai hurried to block between them, snuffing out the flame, then turned and put on a stern face for Lin Shuang. Shaolin, you handled this too crudely. I watched this kid Jiang Yang grow up. What happened on the field was just an accident. I've seen the footage. From now on, this incident is classified as an S-rank secret and the file is sealed. The official statement to the public. The beast self-destructed due to an unstable spatial rift. Lin Shuang frowned. Director, that was a high-tier beast. That excuse won't convince the higher-ups. Whether it convinces the higher-ups is my job. Lu Hai raised his voice. I vouch for Jiang Yang's identity personally. There's absolutely no problem. Those words carried too much weight. Lin Shuang gritted her teeth and, in the end, said nothing more. Qinyu grabbed my arm and hauled me out. In the car, Qinyu interrogated me while she drove. Talk. Where did that thing come from? A life-draining scroll smuggled out of the black market? Or one of those sacrificial forbidden techniques the cults use? The more she talked, the more certain she got. In this world, any sudden surge in power came at a brutal price. She couldn't figure it out, so her mind went to the worst possibilities. Jiang Yang, you can be a nobody, but mom and dad's honor cannot be tarnished. That kind of power is not something an F rank could ever put out. The only explanation is that you burned your own life force to forcibly trigger some kind of forbidden object. Sis, you're overthinking it. It really wasn't a forbidden technique. I let out a sigh. Once the truth about the system got out, The Ryatsu system would absolutely stir up an enormous storm across the whole world. Then how do you explain, I know what I'm doing? I cut her off. Chinyu was taken aback, staring at my calm face. My little brother, who normally didn't even dare raise his voice, had just withstood a martial king's pressure in an interrogation room, and now he wasn't giving away a single thing under her grilling. When did this kid get so composed? Fine. You've got your secrets. I won't force it. She gritted her teeth. But you remember this. Blood energy is what matters at the core. Use too many crooked shortcuts and you won't even know how you died. I closed my eyes and didn't argue. A master has to keep a little mystery about him. After all, blood energy? Grinding away at it for years, sweating blood. How could that ever compare to the elegant power of a death god's Ryatsu? The car stopped in front of an apartment building. Our parents were gone, but the nation hadn't shortchanged the two of us siblings. Money and resources were plentiful. Just before I got out, Chinyu shoved a card into my hand. Entry pass for the beginner Abyss Trial Grounds. Go broaden your horizons. You will reach the warrior threshold before the college entrance exam, or I'll skin you alive. Then she floored the gas and was gone. I stuffed the card into my pocket, walked inside, plopped down on the couch, and called up the system panel. Ryatsu rank, Shino Academy freshman. Soul points, 500. Dirt poor. That handful of points wasn't even enough to stuff between my teeth. Just as I was about to close the panel, I spotted an unremarkable little icon in the corner. Beginner limited time bonus. Novice skill blind box. 100 soul points per pull. Oh nice. The system's got the gotcha mechanic too. Pull. Points sitting there weren't going to have babies. If I didn't turn them into immediate combat power, I'd be helpless the next time danger hit. A black roulette wheel appeared, its needle spinning like crazy. I watched a whole string of top-tier skill names blaze past, glowing gold. Every one of them a game ender that could decide a fight in a single move. If I could land even one, I'd dare go set up a stall outside the Spirit Bureau collecting protection money by tomorrow. The needle slowly came to a stop, landing on a blue zone. Thanks for playing, Dot. All right then. I gritted my teeth and dumped all 400 remaining points into it. Thanks for playing, Dot. Thanks for playing, Dot. Thanks for playing, Dot. 3. Thanks for playing in a row. I went completely numb, just as I was about to start cursing out loud. Congratulations, host. Obtained. Shuinpa, beginner. Novice consecutive pull, critical hit triggered. Bonus reward. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Before I could even process it, two enormous streams of information poured straight into my head. No meditation, no grueling training. I just felt the muscles in my legs swell, and the Ryatsu inside me automatically ran along a specific circuit through my meridians. A strange new sensation appeared beneath my feet, like I could shatter space itself at any moment. At the same time, the tip of my right index finger began to heat up. Crackle. A faint blue arc of electricity leapt from my fingertip and coiled around my wrist, a burnt smell wafting into the air. Even better, my blood energy value broke past 100 right along with it, officially stepping me into the ranks of warriors. This kind of unreasonable instant enlightenment felt so good my scalp tingled. I pointed at the vase in the living room and softly spoke 2 words, Byakurai. Boom. A bolt of blue lightning shot out and blew the vase to bits, shards flying everywhere. I sucked in a cold breath. If I'd hit Zhao Meng with one of these back at school, he wouldn't be in the ICU right now. He'd be taking a number in the crematorium line. Then I tried out Shuinpa. Whoosh. My figure vanished on the spot, and after a brief moment of dizziness, I was already standing in the kitchen 5 meters away. I tried it a few times and confirmed that beginner-level Shuinpa could only displace me 5 meters. Still, that was plenty. Shuinpa paired with Byakurai, I had ranged attacks and close combat covered. In this world where strength was everything, I finally had something to keep me alive. I pulled the Trial Grounds entry pass out of my pocket. The more I looked at it, the more I thought. Sis wanted me to go broaden my horizons. Horizons my foot. This wasn't some dangerous trial ground. This was a wide-open point farming dungeon. 500 points per monster, and with that many beasts inside, if I killed them all, I wouldn't just have enough for one Zanpakuto. I might scrape together enough points for Bankai. I rubbed my hands together, my inner miser fully exposed. 3 days later, I arrived at the entrance to the beginner Abyss Trial Grounds. I wore a faded gray hoodie, ripped jeans, and had my rusty tachi slung across my back, wrapped haphazardly in a few loops of black cloth. The plaza was packed with people lined up to register, mostly top students from the various elite high schools, plus quite a few kids from prestigious clans, all decked out in top-notch gear. Squeezed in among them, I stuck out for how shabby I looked. Where'd this broke bum come from? Doesn't even wear armor. Wrapped a rag around his back. Did he come here to pick up trash? I dug at my ear. Too many people. The noise was giving me a headache. I had exactly one goal today. Farm monsters, rack up points. Whatever these walking XP packs said, I couldn't be bothered to take a single word of it to heart. The line inched forward, and suddenly a familiar female voice rang out ahead. Jiangyang, you've actually got the nerve to show up at a place like this. I looked up. Su Wanqing was walking over in a high-end combat suit, arm in arm with a tall man. The guy wore a custom deep blue combat suit, a lightning bolt emblem on his chest. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her. I just turned my head and took a step forward. Su Wanqing's face instantly went sour. She probably couldn't for the life of her understand why I always treated her with this complete indifference. Speaking of which, that afternoon on the field, the Spirit Bureau had issued an official statement. The elite tier beast had ruptured a spatial rift itself and been destroyed by the backlash of the spatial turbulence. Nothing to do with me at all. Those pink petals, the statement said, were residual energy from the spatial rupture. The moment that statement dropped, the whole school cursed my dumb luck. It almost even fooled me. Su Wanqing had ground her teeth in fury, nearly convinced she'd let a promising prospect slip through her fingers, only to find out I was still that same F-rank reject who hadn't even touched the warrior threshold. Ching, this is the F-rank ex-boyfriend you told me about? The man looked me up and down and let out a scornful snort. Su Wanqing immediately pressed herself tight against his arm, her voice syrupy. How gee, don't even mention him. I really was blind back then. Thank God I met you. This Chun Hao ate it right up. He was a famous prodigy from Xingqian No. 1 High School, an A-rank lightning type, already a solid 5th-tier warrior before even starting college. Getting to stomp on an ex-boyfriend in front of the woman he loved. He adored this storyline. He stepped up in front of me, deliberately blocking my path, chin lifted. Kid, the trial grounds are a place where blood gets spilled. Soft and delicate as you are, without even a combat suit. You going in there to be a snack for the beasts? Take my advice, go home nice and quiet, and test into some office job. Did you pull strings to get that entry slot? What a shame, a reject's still a reject. Even if you got in on connections, you're just walking into a free death. A ring of people immediately gathered around to watch the show. I stopped and looked at his taunting face. You done? If you're done, step aside. Stop blocking the line. Chun Hao's expression darkened. An F-rank piece of trash dared talk to him like that? He immediately unleashed a powerful surge of blood energy, pale blue arcs crackling and popping around him, forcing the surrounding students to back up in a hurry. Soon it was his turn. To show off in front of Su Wanqing, Chun Hao walked up to the blood energy testing steel, clenched his right fist, wreathed lightning around his knuckles, and slammed it hard into the crystal at the center of the stone. Bam! The screen atop the steel lit up, the red value shooting up like mad. 100, 300, 450, finally freezing at 520. The whole crowd was stunned. 520 points. He really is a 5th-tier warrior. There can't be more than 5 people in this whole graduating class who break 500. Insane, and he's still a high schooler. Chun Hao clapped his hands and turned to look at me. See that? This is what it takes to enter the trial grounds. Su Wanqing clung to his arm and shouted at me. Jiangyang, your pathetic little blood energy isn't even a fraction of Hao Ji's. Really thinking you're something special. Hurry up and crawl back home. You wouldn't last a single second in there. Don't go dying inside and wasting the officials' time sending someone to collect your corpse. Laughter broke out all around. Then it was my turn. I pushed my entry pass and ID across to the registration officer. The officer typed my name into the terminal, and the screen popped up my info. F-rank, artifact type, blood energy 42 points, unranked. His face fell instantly. He slapped the card down on the table. Are you kidding me? Where'd you get this card? What were your parents thinking? Any low-tier infected creature in there could tear you to shreds. Blood energy under 100 points. Entry forbidden. Chun Hao and Su Wanqing, who hadn't gotten far, laughed even louder. Told you, this reject can't even get past the threshold. Go find a factory and screw in some bolts. Stop coming here to embarrass yourself. These past few days I'd been so busy learning about this world that I'd forgotten to go re-register my blood energy with the officials. You talk too much. I ignored the officer entirely and strode toward the black testing steel. Kid, what are you doing? The officer barked, reaching out to grab my shoulder. I was faster. I stood before the steel, raised my right hand, and with no wind-up at all, laid my palm flat and unremarkably against the crystal at its center. In that instant, I channeled the Ryatsu inside me out through my palm. The dim crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding white light. The officer's hand froze in midair. The man was stunned stiff. A piercing alarm went off at the top of the testing steel, the value flashing wildly. And then, crack! A crisp splitting sound rang out in the quiet registration area. Deep within the white light, that specially made crystal, the one said to be able to withstand a full-force strike from a Marshal General-level fighter, split open with a crack across its surface. The entire place fell dead silent. That crack in the Marshal General-grade crystal sat there in plain view for everyone to see. The registration officer stared at it, the muscles in both cheeks twitching nonstop. That was a crystal said to withstand a Marshal General's full-power strike. The red value on the top screen was jumping around wildly, jumping so fast at the end that you couldn't even make out the numbers. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm was shrill and grating. And then with a pop, the screen burst into a puff of black smoke and went completely dark. The line went instantly silent. Sue Wanching's mouth hung open, that half-finished mockery jammed right in her throat. The people who'd been pointing at me and calling me a broke bum a moment ago now had their eyes bulging out of their sockets. Chen Hao, standing at the very front, went from pale to red and back again. He was a prodigy with 520 blood energy, and now an F-rank reject had made the machine blow smoke right after him. What was he supposed to do with that? This piece of junk machine is obviously broken from age, he shouted, craning his neck. He's not even a warrior, an F-rank piece of trash cracking a Marshal General-grade crystal? What kind of joke is this? Others immediately chimed in. Right, the machine's definitely worn out. Young Master Chin's 520 just now probably already damaged the crystal, and this kid got lucky riding on it. I couldn't be bothered with this noise. The officer paid Chun Hao no mind. He stepped up and reached out to touch that crack. Ice cold. The energy lingering inside was nothing at all like blood energy. He'd never seen anything like it. Officer, the machine's broken. His result doesn't count, right? Chun Hao was still stoking the fire. His blood energy isn't even close to 100. Send him packing. The officer turned his head, his brow furrowed into a deep knot. Shut up. He pointed at the green light beside the turnstile, his voice dropping low. Trial grounds regulations. Even if a specific value can't be measured, as long as a crystal overload reaction is triggered, the candidate passes at the highest possible grade. He took my entry pass and swiped it. Beep. Authorization granted, then handed it back. Go on in. It's dangerous in there. Watch yourself. I took the card and stuffed it in my pocket. From beginning to end, I never once spared Chun Hao or Sue Wanching so much as a proper glance. I turned and walked straight toward that ghostly blue spatial rift. No parting threats, no explanations. That kind of total indifference bothered Chun Hao more than anything. I could feel his fist clenching so hard behind me that his knuckles cracked. Fine. Call it luck today, running into a busted machine. He lowered his voice and gave orders to the few lackeys beside him. Once we're inside, keep an eye on him. A person or two dying in this place. The Spirit Bureau couldn't turn up so much as a ripple. Let's see what he's got to be so cocky about then. Passing through the rift, after a brief moment of weightlessness, the scene before me had completely changed. The sky was a suffocating gray, no sun. All around towered enormous trees that pierced the clouds, their canopies layered on top of one another, blotting out what little light there was. The air was thick with the heavy stench of earth and rot. This was the outer edge of the beginner abyss trial grounds, a primeval forest stretching farther than the eye could see. The students who'd been teleported and gathered in groups of 3 and 5, all searching for teammates in the safe zone near the entrance. Even though this place was under official control, it was still dangerous, and forming teams to explore was common sense for beginners. Team up? Teaming up meant splitting the XP and babysitting dead weight. And me? I was here for a shopping spree. I pulled the hood of my hoodie up over my hair, skirted around the crowd, and put some power into my legs. The air around me trembled faintly, Shuinpa activated, leaving only a blurred afterimage where I'd stood. In just a few seconds, I'd completely slipped out of the main group's line of sight. The deeper I went, the darker the light and the colder the temperature. I stopped, rested my right hand on the hilt of the rusty tachi at my back, and gave it 2 light taps. Come on out. You've been following me the whole way. Aren't you tired? The words had barely left my mouth when a sharp, whistling sound tore through the dense canopy overhead. A first-tier beast, an ashblade mantis. Its pair of forelimbs, each a full half-meter long and covered in barbs, came slashing down at the back of my neck with an ear-piercing shriek. Blindingly fast. An ordinary first-tier warrior wouldn't have had time to even react. I didn't so much as turn my head. Under the perception of my Ryatsu, movements at this level were as slow as flipping through slides. I raised my right hand, pressed my fingers together, and casually pointed backward. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Blue lightning flared to sudden brilliance in the gloomy forest. A thumb-thick arc shot out, launched later but striking first, hitting the mantis midair. That hard carapace was as fragile as paper before the lightning. The arc punched clean through its head, and, still not spent, blasted a charred hole into a large tree behind it. The mantis froze in the air, then crashed hard into the mud at my feet. Its deadly forelimbs twitched twice, then went still. First-tier beast slain. Gain soul points times 10 da. Only 10 points? That's kind of stingy. I griped out loud, but inside I was grinning ear to ear. Because this whole forest was full of these walking ATMs. 10 points each, 10 of them was 100, 100 of them was 1,000. This trial ground didn't have much of anything, except beasts. Look at that big hole in the sky. It was dropping monsters down non-stop, around the clock. This wasn't a dangerous trial ground at all. This was an all-you-can-eat buffet. For the next 2 hours, this hunting ground that had belonged to the beasts had its skies completely turned upside down. 3 poison frogs hiding in a mud pit. 1 sweep of Byakurai, all fried to a crisp, floating up belly white. A second-tier shadow wolf lunged at me. I kicked it flying, and while it was still in the air, I raised my hand for another Byakurai, a clean headshot. Ordinary beasts couldn't get anywhere near me. The moment one showed itself, what greeted it was Keto. Beginner Shuinpa paired with Hado number 4. Against these low-tier creatures, they didn't even count as opponents. I could barely feel any Ryatsu being consumed. The soul points on my panel were climbing fast. 800, 1,500, 2,600. At this rate, I'd have enough points to pull my first Zanpakuto today. I stood atop a pile of beast corpses and wiped the sweat from my forehead. Then my gaze suddenly fixed on one of the bodies. Is that a crystal core? After killing over 1,000 of them, I'd finally run into one. No wonder crystal cores sold for so much on the market. This stuff was used to strengthen blood energy. Useless to me, but I could trade it on the black market for 10 grand or so in cash. Improving my quality of life a bit wouldn't hurt. I hefted it, tucked it into my pocket, and kept pushing forward, farming. First-tier horned rabbits, red-scale snakes hidden in the fallen leaves. The moment my Ryatsu locked on, the next second it was Byakurai time. The cores in my pocket quickly grew to 7 or 8. The only downside was that the beasts on the outer edge were too spread out. I was farming fast, but there were just too many people around. As I was walking, a violent burst of energy suddenly erupted in the forest ahead, mixed with the crackle of electric current and human shouting. Howji, I'll hold it off. This beast is charging right at us. Ching-ching, get back. Don't let its earth spikes hit you. That voice. Way too familiar. I tapped the tip of my toe and lightly leapt up into a big tree, peering down through the leaves. Below was a clearing, where Chun Hao and 2 other guys stood in a triangle formation, surrounding a massive creature. The beast was covered head to toe in a thick shell of rock, tusks jutting outward, a faint earthy yellow glow rippling across its surface. A third-tier beast, a rock-armored boar. Thick hide, huge strength, the most troublesome of the third-tier lot. Chun Hao was wreathed in blue arcs, blood energy fully unleashed. both fists crackling with lightning as he pounded frantically at the boar's back. "Break, damn you!" A punch slammed into the rock armor, sparks flying everywhere, but aside from leaving a charred mark, it did absolutely nothing. Instead, the recoil sent him staggering back several steps, his chest heaving violently. "How gee, this isn't working. A third tier isn't something we can handle right now." "Shut up." Chunhao wiped away sweat. "I'm an A-rank lightning type. There's no way I can't beat a third-tier pig." He'd bragged himself up to the heavens in front of Su Wanqing. If he backed down now, where would he put his face? "Ching Ching, use your fireballs to blind it. I'll find an opening to blast its eyes." Su Wanqing crouched a good 30 feet away, trembling as she rubbed her hands together and conjured up a fireball the size of her palm, then hurled it at the beast. The fireball didn't even come close to its eyes. It smacked into the pig's snout and fizzled out without so much as a spark. That did it. The stone-armored boar was now completely furious. It let out a manic squeal, dug in with its hind hooves, and, paying no mind whatsoever to Chunhao, its massive body wheeled around and charged straight at Su Wanqing. Oh no! Chunhao lunged to save her, but he was a beat too late. Su Wanqing's legs gave out, and she dropped to the ground, her face a terrifying shade of white. She forgot to even run, and could only watch, wide-eyed, as that enormous creature came barreling toward her. I watched this little farce from up in a tree and curled my lip. This was what passed for an A-rank lightning user? Pure amateur hour. All scratch, no punch. I'd watched them fight for ages, and all they'd managed to do was knock a few stone chips off the pig. Total waste of time. Just as the tusks were about to slam into Su Wanqing, I let out a sigh. 30 points, delivered right to my doorstep. Only a fool would turn that down. I raised my right hand, pointed my index finger at the boar charging below, and the spiritual pressure inside me condensed instantly along its pathways. A blinding blue light burst from my fingertip. Way of destruction number 4, white lightning. A bolt of lightning, far purer than anything Chunhao could produce, crashed down from the treetop, so fast the naked eye couldn't track it. No flashy coiling, no theatrics. The white lightning struck the pig's head with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. That layer of stone armor none of them had been able to break shattered instantly before the arc. The lightning bored clean through the skull and burst out the jaw, blasting a scorched, deep crater into the mud. The stone-armored boar didn't even have time to squeal. Its huge body slid forward another 30 feet on momentum, a glowing hole in its head oozing gray smoke, and came to rest right at Su Wanqing's feet. Dead as dead could be. Third-tier beast slain. Soul points times 30 obtained. Chunhao stayed frozen mid-lunge, mouth half open. Su Wanqing slumped on the ground, gasping for breath as she stared at the pig's head just inches away. The other two boys were so shocked they nearly dropped their weapons. What kind of skill was that? Chunhao's mind was a mess. That bolt had been too fast. No way a low-rank fighter could pull that off. Had one of the supervising instructors stepped in from nearby? While they were still reeling in confusion, light footsteps sounded from the tree above. I dropped down and landed steadily beside the pig's corpse. Without so much as a glance at the people around me, I drew that rusty tang saber, dug around at the back of the pig's neck for a moment, gave my wrist a flick, and pried out a core crystal, one size bigger than the last, glowing a dull, earthy yellow. Jiangyong. Su Wanqing was the first to react, her voice so shrill it cracked. Chunhao snapped out of it too, glaring at me, then at the boar with its head blown open, the muscles in his face twitching wildly. An F-rank reject. How had he ended up in a third-tier beast zone? And he dug out the loot crystal right in front of him. "Kid, you've got a death wish, huh?" He strode forward and grabbed my shoulder. "Who gave you the guts to steal my beast?" My shoulder gave the faintest shudder, and an invisible burst of spiritual pressure flung his hand right off. I turned around and yawned. "Steal your beast." I pointed at the pig on the ground. "Find me one fatal wound on this thing that you made, and this crystal's yours." "Bullshit." Chunhao snapped, seething. "My team busted our asses grinding it down to a sliver of health, and you hid in the shadows and swiped the kill with some gadget. Have you no shame?" He was dead set on the idea that I couldn't possibly have the power to kill a third-tier beast. The only explanation, in his mind, was some high-grade artifact. A reject who isn't even a real fighter, sniping kills from hiding. And you've got the nerve to talk big? Hand over the crystal right now. Get on your knees and apologize to Ching Ching, or I'll cripple you today. The two lackeys beside him closed in, cutting off my escape. Su Wanqing, ghostly pale, scrambled to her feet. To cover the embarrassment of having just been scared stiff, she actually gritted her teeth and lashed out at me. Zhang Yang, you've gone too far. No talent of your own. So you resort to cheap tricks just to show off? Do you have any idea Chun Hao almost got hurt protecting me just now? It didn't even cross her mind to wonder who'd actually saved her. All she knew was that my very presence right now had made her lose face in front of Chen Hao. Faced with this crew's self-brainwashing, I was utterly speechless. I stuffed the crystal into my pocket and turned away, my expression ice cold. If you're this weak, train more. Don't measure other people by your own pathetic little worldview. Publicly humiliated by an F-rank reject, Chen Hao's eyes instantly went bloodshot. The energy of his A-rank lightning affinity spilled out in a violent surge. You don't know when to quit. I'll cripple you today. His blood energy erupted, and a fist crackling with an ear-splitting thunderclap shot straight at my face. I shifted my step ever so slightly, leaving an afterimage in place. White lightning danced at my fingertips, and I slammed a blow into his back. But the scene I'd imagined, him crippled on the ground, never came. A burst of blood energy aura drifted in from somewhere and forcibly blocked the strike. I paused, then turned my head toward a large tree not far off. I could faintly sense someone hiding there. A guardian. The moment I put it together, I didn't linger. I took the small path ahead and walked off. Is face really that important? Keeping a low profile is the real winning move. I've got the Reaper system. Once I unlock more Zanpakuto, wiping out the entire Chen family won't be a problem. No need to blow my cover now just to win one round of ego. How gee, that kid's pretty fast, huh? He must have learned some special escape technique. A lackey quickly chimed in, smoothing things over. Chen Hao pulled his fist back, his face iron gray, staring in the direction I'd vanished. He fished a black glass vial out of his storage pouch and slapped it into the lackey's hand. Go to the upwind side and scatter this stuff with the wind. He pointed at the woods to the front left. That's a Gale wolf den over there. Let's see if his little escape trick can dodge a whole pack of wolves. Su Wanqing went pale and tugged at his sleeve. How gee, isn't releasing beast-luring powder taking it too far? What if it triggers a beast tide? If the authorities investigate, we'll all get disciplined. Investigate what? Chen Hao scoffed carelessly. Every year there are more poor bastards dying in the entry-level trial grounds than you can count, gnawed down to nothing but bone scraps. Who's going to trace anything? Come on, let's circle around to high ground and enjoy the show. Once that kid gets torn to pieces by the pack, that third-tier crystal is still ours. Meanwhile, I had just pried out another crystal and was tossing it in my hand a couple of times. 8 now. Progress wasn't bad. I was just about to keep hunting for stragglers when the spiritual pressure inside me suddenly began churning wildly, without warning. From the dense forest ahead came an extremely thick chorus of footsteps. The ground started to tremble faintly, and the air filled with a rank stench and low, guttural howls. By the sound of it, dozens of them at least, and all charging in my direction. A normal rookie would probably already be screaming for help by now. Instead of panicking, I stood up straight and brushed the fallen leaves off my pant leg. Deliveries here. In under half a minute, the bushes ahead were smashed open across a wide front, and a pack of gray-brown Gale wolves, about the size of grown men, came pouring out. Their eyes were bloodshot, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. Fully enraged. Second-tier pack beasts. Blistering speed, razor-sharp claws and fangs. The one in front slammed off its hind legs and lunged, jaws gaping, straight for my throat. I couldn't have been happier. I raised my hand, pressed 2 fingers together, and released my spiritual pressure. Way of Destruction number 4, White Lightning. Blue light flared abruptly among the trees. An arc blasted from my fingertips and punched through its skull like it was nothing, blowing half its head clean off. The huge body crashed into the mud and water, smoking. 1, 2, 10. Against a pack this dense, I couldn't miss with my eyes closed. White lightning wove into a dazzling net of electricity through the trees, the boom 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 of the strikes blurring into one continuous roar. The wolves that leaped at me were basically throwing themselves into a meat grinder. I stamped down, triggering flash step, and instead of retreating, I charged forward, diving straight into the center of the pack. I flickered back and forth among the beasts, and every time I paused, several thick bolts of white lightning tore out from me. The stench of scorched flesh mingled with the smell of blood, spreading across the forest floor. It was a completely one-sided slaughter. Several hundred yards away, up in a large tree, Chun Hao and his three companions were staring at this scene through the leaves, their faces having gone utterly bloodless. "How gee," a lackey stammered, his voice shaking to pieces. "What martial technique is that? Doesn't he need to recover his energy? Won't his meridians rupture?" Chun Hao, an A-rank lightning user himself, knew better than anyone how horrifying the energy cost of lightning-type attacks was. Even as a 5th-tier fighter, he'd drain his blood energy dry after 5 full-power lightning strikes. Yet that kid down there was flinging lightning around like it was free. Impossible. He gritted his teeth and punched the tree trunk. He hasn't even crossed the threshold to become a fighter. Where's he getting the blood energy? It's fake. It's got to be a stored energy artifact. There are gadgets on the black market inscribed with lightning-type arrays. Activate them, and they discharge automatically. The more he said, the more convinced he became that he'd guessed right. Stored energy artifacts have limited capacity. Squandering it like this, he'll run dry any second now. Once he can't use it anymore, those wolves will tear him apart. The 4 of them held their breath, waiting to watch me run out of gas. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The lightning below showed no sign whatsoever of stopping. When the last gale wolf, trying to flee, was pinned to a tree trunk by one of my white lightning bolts, the whole forest floor finally fell silent. Some 70 or 80 corpses lay densely scattered across the ground. I stood in the center of the heap of bodies, not even short of breath. I shook out my wrist, drew the tang saber, and bent down to start harvesting the loot. Up in the tree, the 4 of them stopped breathing entirely. Firing off over 100 high-intensity lightning strikes in a row, forget a stored energy artifact. Even a full martial general would have been drained dry. Just what kind of monster was this kid? How gee, his artifact doesn't seem to be out of juice yet. Are we still going for the crystals? A lackey asked dumbly. Go for your mother. Chun Hao cursed under his breath and clamped a hand over the back of the lackey's head. You want to get yourself killed? Don't drag me down with you. Fall back. Fall back now. His prized A-rank talent looked like nothing more than a circus act next to that kid's. And if I ever found out they were the ones who'd released the beast-luring powder, one poke of my finger and there'd be a see-through hole in his head too. Su Wanqing followed along with her mouth clamped shut, regret and fear tangled together inside her, not even daring to glance back once more. Once I'd confirmed those spying little rats had slunk off, I finally let out a breath, stuffed the last few crystals into my pocket, and plopped down on the ground to rest. White lightning and flash step didn't cost blood energy, but I was still just a Shino Academy freshman. My spiritual power reserves inside were limited. Fighting at this intensity left not just my body exhausted, but my head spinning a little too. Still, Chun Hao's dirty little scheme was basically top-tier concierge service, delivered to my door. Otherwise, hunting beasts across a forest this big, I'd have run my legs off. Thank you, Mother Nature, for the bounty. I brushed the dust off myself and pulled up my interface. I'd long since muted the endless string of kill notifications, but the number in the bottom right corner right now put me in a great mood. 2nd-tier Gale Wolves, slain times 82. Soul points times 1,640 obtained. Current available soul points, 4,620. Rested enough. Time to keep killing. Shame the doorstep delivery service was gone. Efficiency now was pitifully low. Night fell fast. The sky above the trial grounds had merely been overcast before. Now it was smeared over with something like the soot from the bottom of a pot. That blue rift hanging in midair had edges that were starting to twist violently, spitting out great clumps of black shadow now and then. Any fighter with a shred of common sense knew what this meant. Find somewhere to hide, and fast. The abyss at night is not a friendly place. From deep in the forest came several muffled roars, dread-inducing enough to make your heart clench. The instant those roars sounded, all the 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts wandering the outer areas went into a frenzy. I flickered up a tree and looked down at the dark, teeming mass of beasts fleeing for their lives. The normally vicious Gale Wolves ran for the exit with their tails between their legs. A few stone-armored boars didn't even bother with direction. They smashed trees clean in half, forcibly plowing an escape route. So this is what a mass exodus looks like. I was just weighing whether to harvest another round amid the chaos when an extremely faint rustle came from the treetop beside me. A mutated venomous snake, over 10 feet long, with eerie purple-red scales, had quietly dropped down from a branch upside down, taking advantage of the turmoil. It had been about to flee too, but as it passed over my head, its killer instinct suddenly flared. It opened its poison-dripping fangs and struck viciously at my neck. The stench hit my face. Without even turning my head, I pressed my fingers together like a blade, flipped my wrist backward, and a pale blue arc lit up at my fingertips. Snap! The current sliced through the scales in an instant, shearing that triangular snake head clean off at the base. Half the snake's body dropped into the beast pack below and was trampled into a pulp within seconds. Second-tier Scarlet Serpent slain. Soul points times 20 obtained. Current available soul points, 5,020. 5,000 points. I used Flash Step to weave quickly through the trees, putting distance between myself and the densest part of the beast tide. Things outside were getting more and more off. I needed to find somewhere to lie low, fast. Before long, I set my sights on a dead, withered giant tree. It was strangely huge, its base completely hollowed out into a natural hollow. After jumping in, I dragged a few handfuls of thorny vines over to seal the opening tight, sat down to rest, and let out a long, murky breath. The continuous high-frequency use of Flash Step and White Lightning had left my muscles aching. My spiritual pressure level right now was only Shino Academy freshman. That was all the reserves I had. Cutting down low-tier beasts really was as easy as slicing vegetables, but every drop of spiritual power spent was a drop gone. Without some means of recovery or stronger techniques, if I ran into a high-health beast and got dragged into a war of attrition, I'd be squeezed dry sooner or later. I opened up the interface. In the once dark shop screen, a striking golden icon was now pulsing. Intermediate Zanpakuto Mystery Box. Price 5,000 soul points. Upon purchase, you are guaranteed a personal Zanpakuto in its shallow forged state. An extremely small chance to directly unlock that Zanpakuto's Shurkai state. I clicked my tongue. The temptation was just too strong. And there was even a chance to unlock Shurkai outright, which would send my combat power skyrocketing. But then I glanced at the item hanging at the very top of the shop. Shurkai, Senbonzakura, priced at 10,000 points. Buying Senbonzakura was a fixed price, with guaranteed power. That mass attack shredding force of 1 billion cherry blossom blades, I'd experienced it firsthand. Nothing better for clearing a field. But buying the mystery box meant gambling every cent I'd earned from hours of grinding on odds. If I rolled a single target blade unsuited to surviving a beast tide, I'd be in deep trouble. I extended my finger and let it hover in midair. Save up or spend. At my current farming rate, another half day of laying low and I'd definitely have 10,000 by tomorrow. The problem was, given the situation right now, did I even have the luxury of laying low slowly? Just as I was hesitating, the temperature inside the hollow suddenly plummeted. That kind of cold that bores straight into the marrow. I drew in a light breath, and my nose stung. Every exhale came out as white mist. The commotion outside had changed too. The pounding footsteps and crashing that had been shaking the earth just moments ago seemed to have been forcibly cut off. All of it stopped. The air was uncannily silent, with only the ever-thickening smell of blood pressing into my nostrils. I leaned my body out and peered through the gaps in the vines. At some point, a layer of black-gray fog had risen over the forest floor, rolling forward low against the ground. A few shadow wolves that hadn't gotten away lay prone in the black fog, their forelegs limp as mud, their bodies trembling non-stop, not even daring to whimper. I immediately mobilized my spiritual power to sense, and my heart lurched. The flow of spirit particles around me had become extraordinarily sluggish, as if a bucket of cement had been poured into clear water. Even the circulation of the spiritual power inside my own body was noticeably stalling. This was definitely not caused by the environment. An immensely powerful presence was drawing near, and its very aura of coercion was disrupting the spiritual pressure across this entire region. I stared hard at the black fog roiling ahead. Before long, deep within the fog, two crimson points of light lit up. Absurdly large. Crimson glows the size of wash basins, just hanging there in midair. Those were eyes. Less than 100 yards from my hollow. Even though most of its body was hidden in the black fog and impossible to make out, just judging by how high those eyes sat off the ground, this creature's size was terrifying. The overwhelming pressure bearing down was more than 10 times that of the stone-armored boar. 5th tier? Or maybe even elite class. My heart sank. I never imagined the Abyss trial grounds at night would be hiding a monster of this caliber. Worse still, those red eyes swept a circle through the fog and then locked, dead on, in the direction of my giant tree. I'd been marked. A corner of the black fog parted, and I finally got a clear look at it. A bone-white skull mask, a large hole in its chest. A hollow. I couldn't afford to waste a second. I hurriedly pulled up the interface. Save my ass. My life was on the line. Were the soul points supposed to sit there and rot? As long as it gave me a Zampakuto, even a shallow forged one, combined with Keto and Flash Step, I could at least dance with it for a round or two. System, don't you dare choke on me. I'm dumping all 5,000. Give me something I can fight with. Confirm expenditure of 5,000 soul points. Intermediate Zampakuto mystery box opening. Boom. An enormous crash left my scalp tingling. The giant tree I'd been sheltering and couldn't withstand the crushing weight bearing down from above. It began shattering violently from the crown down. I felt the top suddenly rip open. The huge tree hiding me was blown clean away, and I was fully exposed to a downpour of splintered wood, mud, and stone, with nowhere to hide. The gravity in the air abruptly multiplied more than tenfold, pressing down so hard I could barely keep my spine straight. The thick black fog rolled violently to either side. Those two wash-basin-sized crimson glows finally tore through the darkness of night, revealing the body behind them. What appeared before me was a colossal thing over 60 feet tall. It was draped in a wide, tattered black robe whose hem dragged all the way to the ground, floating eerily in the black fog. On its ghostly white bone mask, a sharp nose jutted high, but there were no other features at all. Only those two red glows flickering endlessly where the eye sockets should be, giving off a spine-chilling resonance. I stared at that giant mask in midair, and the veins at my temples twitched twice. Grillo. Was the authorities' safety screening done entirely with their feet? In an entry-level Abyss trial ground, the activity range topped out at 3rd and 4th tier beasts. Even 5th tier was extremely rare. And now a Grillo just pops out? This thing was absolutely not something an entry-level fighter could touch. Even a Martial General class heavyweight would get a layer of skin peeled off going up against it. Had the trial gone out of control? Grillo was still drifting forward, its movement slow, yet the earth couldn't bear its pressure. Deep trenches cracked open across the surface, soil churning. The flow of spirit particles around it stalled completely, energy compressed into an unbearably thick quagmire. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions went off in succession along the forest edge. A dozen shadow wolves' bodies burst apart on the spot, blood mixed with shredded chunks of organs spraying across the scorched soil. Even those few 3rd-tier stone-armored boars with astonishing defense had their internal organs crushed outright by the pressure. Black blood surged from their mouths and noses as they toppled stiffly, twitched twice, and went still. Every living thing within a radius of several 100 yards was swept away. Only I was still standing. Grillo slowly turned its massive head, locking onto me, the target with the anomalous spiritual pressure. It gradually opened its lower jaw, and the loose dark red energy drifting around it was drawn in, converging rapidly in front of its mask. The high-density energy compressed together, letting out an ear-piercing drone that made eardrums ache. A dark red orb of light was rapidly taking shape. The temperature all around shot up in a straight line. The dead branches and leaves on the ground caught fire, and the surface of the boulders in the distance took on a dull red, molten state. A red zero. One blast, and this entire forest would be wiped off the map, not even ash left behind. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breathing came fast. This pressure was too direct. The threat of death was already pressed right up against my face. System, quit stalling and hand it over already. The seconds ticked by, and that dark red orb grew larger and larger, its terrifying energy severely warping the very space around it. Finally, the electronic voice sounded deep in my mind. Intermediate mystery box opening complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the personal Zanpakuto, Shinso. I drew that rusty tang saber. The rust flaked away inch by inch, and a layer of white light wrapped the entire blade. The glow lasted only half a second before scattering. The tang saber, once a meter long, was gone. I looked down at this brand new weapon in my hand, and my expression turned extremely ugly. It was an utterly ordinary wakizashi, commonly called a short sword. The blade was only as long as a forearm, the hilt wrapped in white cloth, the guard a plain oval. There was nothing remarkable about it at all. I recognized it. This was Shinso, the Zanpakuto of Jin Ikamaru, captain of the 3rd Division of the Godai 13. The killing power of this sword's Shurikai and Bankai ranked among the best in the entire Soul Society. Its extension speed pushed to the absolute limit, paired with terrifying destructive force and an instantly lethal poison. For ambushes or long-range sniping, it was quite simply a top-tier divine weapon. The problem was, that required the release state. In its unreleased, shallow-forged form, it was just a short sword. Against that 60-foot-tall Grillo up ahead, what was I supposed to do with this short sword? Pick its teeth? Even with flash step, if I jumped up wielding this blade, I probably couldn't even reach its knee. I spent 5,000 points, and you give me a short sword. I gripped the hilt, unable to stop myself from cursing. Are you kidding me? The Zero in midair had already swelled to over 2 meters across. The blinding dark red glow lit up the entire night sky, and the raging airflow ripped the last few large trees around me out by the roots, sending them straight up into the air. The terrifying heat began to scorch the edges of my clothes, my skin prickling in waves. There was no time left, no room to hesitate at all. Just as I was about to pour every last drop of my spiritual power into a flash step and gamble on whether I could dodge, the interface in my mind suddenly erupted with a burst of golden light. Extremely special circumstances detected. 0.1% ultra-rare event triggered. Host's luck is off the charts. Shinso's Shurikai state has been permanently unlocked. Right then, that notification sounded sweeter to my ears than heavenly music. I froze for half a second. Then all my earlier anxiety vanished, and I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. 5,000 points for Shurikai? This deal. I made an absolute killing. I'd hit a 0.1% chance dead on. With luck like this, I should go buy a lottery ticket. In midair, Grillo let out a low, rumbling roar. That huge dark red energy orb fully detached from its lower jaw and came crashing down at me with a world-ending momentum. A red pillar of light pierced the night sky, forcibly tearing a vacuum through the air, the deafening sonic boom making eardrums ache. The boulders and soil along its path vaporized the instant they touched the Zero. Facing this devastating energy, I didn't dodge. This Zero covered an enormous area. With my current level of flash step, there was no way I could escape the blast center. Since I couldn't run, I'd meet it head-on. I slid my right foot back half a step, my soul stamping a deep pit into the scorched soil. My body leaned slightly forward, my left hand resting on my right wrist. In that moment, the spiritual power inside me surged wildly, held back not at all. The short sword's blade let out a faint hum, and a blinding white light streamed across the edge. Facing that death descending from the heavens, I drew a deep breath and, one word at a time, spoke that release command. Shoot to kill, Shinso. The instant those release words left my mouth, the short sword vanished. In its place was a streak of white light. Fast. So fast the naked eye couldn't catch it. So fast that even the thunderous roar of the shattered sound barrier was left far behind. That 2-meter-plus dark red Zero in midair, carrying world-ending pressure, was bearing down on my head like a mountain toppling over. The raging energy warped the surrounding air beyond recognition, the heat vaporizing the soil and leaves along its path. But before that streak of white light, this raging mass of energy was flimsier than a sheet of paper. SHFT. A faint slicing sound. The white light cut from below to above, driving straight into the very center of the dark red pillar, tearing the massive Zero apart without the slightest resistance. Not even half a second of pause. That energy orb, capable of leveling an entire forest, was split cleanly in two by the white light, cut perfectly in half. The severed energy grazed past both sides of my body and howled off into the primeval forest behind me. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled. The two forcibly split halves of the Zero detonated behind me. Towering flames dyed half the night sky crimson, and a violent shockwave erupted from the ground. Trees and boulders for miles around, along with the low-tier beasts that hadn't managed to escape, were all ground into flying ash. And after cleaving through the Zero, the white light's momentum didn't diminish in the slightest. It shot straight for that 60-foot-tall Grillo in midair. Its massive body jolted to a sudden halt. Crack! A crisp sound of splitting bone rang out across the night sky. In the dead center of that ghostly white bone mask, a hole appeared, punched clean through front to back. The white light pierced its head with ease, then continued shooting off into the boundless darkness beyond. 1 second later, boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled crashes came from the edge of the abyss more than 10 miles away. The white light had punched straight through 3 mountain peaks standing along the edge of the trial grounds one after another, then vanished into the horizon completely. In midair, Grillo let out a shrill wail. Its huge black robe shuddered violently, and starting from that hole in the mask, fine cracks spread rapidly across its entire body. Then, with a despairing roar, its body collapsed in midair with a thunderous crash, dissolving into a sky full of pure blue spirit particles that drifted down over the scorched ground. Minos Grande, Grillo successfully slain. Soul points times 2,000 obtained. Special drop obtained. Incomplete Minos core, crystal times 1. 2,000 points. My heart leapt with joy. The white light swept back, and almost in the blink of an eye, that ordinary short sword was back in my hand. The next second, my legs gave out. I dropped to one knee in the scorched mud, driving Shinso hard into the ground, barely managing to prop up my swaying body. Way too much of a stretch. At my current level, Shino Academy freshman, forcibly driving Shinso's Shirkai was like using my body as a water pump running at massive overload. The spiritual power inside me was on the verge of drying up. A tearing agony pounded through my skull, my muscles ached and twitched, and even breathing felt like there was a fistful of broken glass jammed in my lungs. But I had no time to rest. I fought down the urge to just lie down and pass out, and lifted my head to look ahead. Where Grillo had dissipated lay a fist-sized core crystal, pitch black all over, radiating astonishing energy. I gritted my teeth and stumbled over, snatched up the Minos core crystal, and stuffed it into the inner pocket of my hoodie. The moment the crystal was in hand, 2 dazzling bursts of light suddenly erupted along the distant horizon. That was the direction of the trial ground's exit. 2 dark red pillars of blood energy shot straight into the clouds, forcibly stirring the night sky's dark clouds into an enormous vortex. Martial General class powerhouses. And there were 2 of them. Clearly, the commotion just now had been too big. Far too big to keep hidden from the trial ground's official wardens. Destruction on this scale was bound to alarm the top brass. I could even clearly hear the continuous sonic booms in the air. Those 2 martial generals were burning their blood energy recklessly, rushing over at full speed. This is going to be a huge pain. Just days ago, Lu Hai, the director of the Anomalous Spirit Bureau, had helped me bury the secret of killing Aminos, using the excuse that it was an accident caused by an unstable spatial rift. And now here it was again, and this time the destruction was more than 10 times as outrageous as that incident on the school field. If these 2 wardens caught me on the spot, I couldn't have explained myself even with 100 mouths. A high school exam taker who'd only just crossed the threshold to become a fighter. How could he possibly have caused world-ending destruction like this? The tall tree in the forest catches the wind. Until I had absolute self-protective ability, this trump card could never be exposed. I raised a hand and pounded my thigh hard a couple of times, forcibly wringing out that last pitiful trace of spiritual power from the depths of my nearly dried-up meridians. Flash step. A faint burst of air exploded beneath my feet, and I turned into an afterimage, diving straight into the heavy black fog. Less than 2 minutes after I vanished. Boom, boom. 2 figures wrapped in materialized blood energy slammed down like meteors falling from the sky, crashing hard into the center of the earlier battlefield. They stamped two deep pits into the ravaged ground, air currents rolling out and grinding the remaining black fog around them completely away. On the left was a man in olive green combat fatigues, a long saber scar running from the corner of his right eye down to his chin, reeking of undisguised bloodlust. This was the top official in charge of the entry-level trial grounds, the Warden Marshal General Zhang Lei. On the right was a scrawny old man in a Tang-style suit, unremarkable in appearance, yet the blood energy churning beneath his feet was, if anything, even stronger than Zhang Lei's. The two of them landed with no mind at all for pleasantries and immediately looked up, surveying their surroundings. When they saw the scene before them, these two martial generals, men who'd witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, both sucked in a cold breath at once. Within a radius of half a mile, there wasn't a single intact tree to be found. The ground had been turned completely upside down, a stretch of scorched earth. The mangled remains of second dash, third dash, even fourth-tier beasts lay densely across the ground, blood pooling into little streams that ran down into the cracks. What made their scalps tingle most was the gully directly ahead. Zhang Lei strode quickly to the front of that scorched trench, a full 30 feet wide, crouched down, and reached out to touch the edge, which was still radiating terrifying heat. The moment his finger made contact, that clod of soil crumbled directly into the finest powder and slid away through the gaps of his fingers. Was this caused by a high-tier fire-type ability? The old man in the Tang suit walked over, his brow knitting into a tight knot. Zhang Lei stood up, a layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. He raised his finger and pointed to the far end of that scorched trench. Following his trembling fingertip, more than 10 miles away, the three black stone mountains that served as the trial ground's natural barrier had, plain as day under the night sky, three neat circular holes bored through them. The three holes formed a straight line, running completely through from front to back. The night wind whistled through the tunnels, letting out a mournful moan. The two martial generals, veterans of countless massive scenes, frowned and stood rooted in place. Before long, two more sounds of splitting air came plunging down from above. Lin Shuang, captain of the 7th Defense Squad of the Anomalous Spirit Bureau, and Su Gang, commander of the Jiangnan City Military Defense Department, had arrived as well. Su Gang strode over to the trench, crouched, and scooped up a handful of scalding soil. A beast did this. No. Zhang Lei raised a hand and pointed at the three black stone mountains bored through more than 10 miles away. Even across that distance, with the eyesight of a martial general or martial king, they could see clearly the smooth, even cuts through the mountain bodies. There was no trace of rubble collapse, a single strike, straight through. This cut surface is far too smooth. Su Gang's tone carried astonishment. Who could possibly have this kind of power? Zhang Lei frowned. Martial General-class blood energy absolutely could not do this. Lin Shuang cut off their speculation directly. This is at least the work of a martial marquis, or even a martial king-class sword cultivator. The moment she said this, the other three fell silent. A martial king-class sword cultivator? Big shots of that caliber. You couldn't find more than a handful in the whole country. Why would one come to an entry-level abyss trial ground in Jiangnan City and cause a commotion this big? Lin Shuang stood off to the side and said nothing. A figure surfaced in her mind unbidden. Jiang Yang. And that rust-covered Tang saber. Impossible. She immediately pressed the absurd thought back down. A high schooler who'd awakened only a few days ago. No matter how mutated his ability, there was no way he could have created the scene before them. In the silence, the old man in the Tang suit spoke up with a reminder. Could it be a high-tier guardian sent in by one of the great families? Regulations explicitly forbid anyone above martial master rank from entering an entry-level trial ground. But it's not uncommon for the great families to quietly slip people in as bodyguards to protect their own prodigies. Su Gang turned to look at him, his gaze darkening. Even if it's someone from a great family, causing destruction on this scale has to be investigated thoroughly. He gave the order at once. Zhang Lei, seal off the trial grounds immediately. Pull up the full roster of everyone who entered and exited these past 2 days, and screen them one by one. Meanwhile, I was leaning against the door of an empty wooden cabin in the safe zone on the outskirts of the trial grounds, gasping for breath. My airways burned like fire. The after effects of forcibly driving Shinso's Shurikai had fully hit. My limbs were weak and sore, and just lifting a single finger was a struggle. But I couldn't spare a thought for any of that, because right now I was thrilled beyond measure. I pulled up the interface and glanced at the number in the bottom right corner. Current available soul points, 3,020. I actually laughed out loud. After buying the intermediate mystery box, I'd only had 20 points left, and then killing Grillo handed me 2,000 in one shot. I weighed Shinso in my hand again. I'd originally planned to honestly save up and buy Sakura, but through a twist of fate, I'd ended up with Jin Ikamaru's personal weapon. Now I had Shinso's Shurikai, and over 3,000 points in hand to boot. System, let's roll the gacha. I rubbed my hands together, my face lit up with excitement. Let's start with a 10 pull to test the waters. Confirm expenditure of 1,000 soul points. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Rows upon rows of gray text scrolled madly across my mind. A 10 pull, 9 of them empty. Finally, with a ding, the system dropped out a small, faintly glowing item. Guaranteed item obtained. Low-grade spirit particle crystal. My whole face went dark. The drop rate was such a ripoff. 100 soul points. That meant killing 10 first-tier beasts. And all I got was this thing? Fine, I don't believe it. Another 10 pull. I gritted my teeth and steeled myself. Confirm expenditure of 1,000 soul points. Thank you for your patronage. Another string of misses. When it finally stopped spinning, the system grudgingly dropped out a long wooden item. Item obtained. Shinso's dedicated scabbard. Damn it, I slammed a fist into the floorboards. 2,000 points down the drain, and not even a ripple. Apart from a scabbard to hold the short sword and one guaranteed crystal, everything else was a total waste. I looked at the mere 1,120 points left on the interface, my heart bleeding. Not pulling again, not even if you kill me. Pull again, and I'd have to chop my own hands off. This system was a straight-up, gold-devouring beast. I retrieved the scabbard from the system storage, slid Shinso into it, and clipped it at the small of my back. Then I turned my attention to that fingernail-sized low-grade spirit particle crystal. Item description: a crystalline body containing pure spirit particles. Absorbing it can slightly increase spiritual power intensity. Now this wasn't bad. Without hesitation, I gripped it in my palm and crushed it. An extremely pure stream of energy surged into my meridians through my palm. My body, dried up from overexertion, quickly filled back out, and that tearing pain eased considerably. Absorption of low-grade spirit particle crystal complete. Current level, Shino Academy graduate. As the notification faded, I could clearly feel the spiritual power inside me had grown stronger. If before I'd barely had enough to sustain a single use of Shinso's Shurikai, now I could fully support 2 or 3. Right after that, the massive spiritual power began nourishing my physical body in return. Although this world's blood energy system and the Reaper Heritage's spiritual pressure system were two separate paths, high-intensity spiritual pressure would still reshape the host's bones and meridians. A dense series of cracking sounds rang out from within my body. I abruptly clenched my fist and swung it forward, producing a burst of air. Even without a machine, I could feel the violent power now contained in my flesh. The blood energy value on the interface climbed steadily, finally coming to rest at 430 points. I gave my shoulders a satisfied roll. 430 points of blood energy. By this world's evaluation standards, every 100 points crossed one tier. Going by the surface numbers alone, I was now a genuine 4th-tier fighter. I'd stepped clean over the entry-level threshold and into the ranks of the mid-tier fighters. Shinhao, that so-called A-grade genius propped up by an endless pile of resources, is only sitting at just over 500 right now. And me? I went from a despised F-grade good-for-nothing to nearly catching up with his years of effort in a single day. If word of this got out, all those stuck-up prodigies in Jiangnan City would probably line up to jump off a building. I pulled up the system's requirements for the next promotion stage. Next stage, regular soldier of the Godiai 13. Promotion condition: consume 3 Minos Grande core fragments. Synthesize a complete Minos Grande core and absorb it. I fished out the broken core that had dropped off Jillian from the inner pocket of my hoodie. Still too short. But in this beginner-level abyss trial ground, finding 2 more Minos Grande was flat out impossible. The authorities were bound to sweep the place clean next. I had to figure out how to get qualifications for a higher-tier trial ground. Sure enough, that very night, the authorities put out a notice. Emergency notice. The beginner abyss trial ground is being temporarily closed. All trial participants, cease your activities immediately and proceed to the exit to register for evacuation. I repeat, the camp instantly descended into chaos. At a moment like this, nobody was crazy enough to gamble with their life. I ripped a few holes in my clothes, rolled around on the ground until I was covered in mud and grime, then slipped into the evacuating crowd and headed out. A long line had already formed at the camp's settlement station. By the rules, every core and every material brought out of the trial ground had to be verified by the authorities and converted into credits or cash. You could keep a portion for your own cultivation, but the rest had to be handed over. That was the price of admission to the Abyss trial ground. Clatter. Up ahead, a handful of colorful cores was dumped onto a sheet metal table. The appraiser poked at them a couple of times and rattled off the count. 4 tier, 1 Ashblade Mantis cores, 2 tier, 2 Gale Wolf cores. Total value, 140,000 new coins, or 240 credits. The students waiting in line let out a chorus of gasps. That many in one day. How many beasts did he have to kill? That's young Master Chin for you. With that kind of strength, he's a lock for the top 10 in the Jiangnan City High School League. If the trial hadn't shut down, young Master Chen probably could have gotten into Longhu Academy without even taking the exam. Chun Hao stood at the registration counter, listening to the flattery all around him, forcing out nothing but a dry, stiff smile. Normally, he'd have been strutting around with his nose in the air by now. But at the moment, the second he closed his eyes, all he could see was those dozens of Gale Wolves getting blasted to pieces by savage lightning. Off to the side, Su Wanqing smoothed out her messy hair. Even though she'd been badly shaken back in the woods, she'd already slipped back into that haughty, above-it-all attitude, soaking up all the envious stares around her. Hurry it up, would you? We're in a rush, Chun Hao pressed the appraiser. Just then, the crowd in line parted to either side on its own. I came sauntering over with that rusty Tang Dao slung across my back. Oh no, it's a sheath holding the god spear now, hands stuffed in my pockets, looking ragged as hell, like I'd just crawled out of a mud pit. Well, if it isn't the genius who awakened an F-grade power. Lucky you, actually made it out alive. Someone behind me let out a whistle. Chun Hao turned around, irritated. His gaze slammed into me, and for once he didn't jeer. That fake composure he'd been putting on vanished into thin air in an instant. Su Wanqing practically flinched backward a full step on reflex, unable to hide the terror in her eyes as she looked at me. I stopped in my tracks and cocked my head, watching them. I didn't say a word, just stood there, quietly staring. A few of the students nearby sensed the mood shift, and the mocking laughter slowly died down. Chun Hao swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He didn't dare meet my eyes at all. He grabbed his credit card, seized Su Wanqing by the arm. Move. Su Wanqing stumbled, nearly falling from being yanked so hard. Without a single glance back, the two of them shoved through the crowd, staggering toward the camp exit like there was a vengeful ghost chasing them. I looked away, not bothering to waste any more attention on those two clowns. I dug 2 shriveled tear, 1 cores out of my pocket and tossed them to the appraiser. Cash me out. While he was tallying things up, I kept the corner of my eye fixed on the camp gate. The moment Chun Hao dashed out, a gray-robed old man who'd been standing in the shadows of the registration area quietly shifted his feet and followed after him. My eyes narrowed to slits. Just as I thought. Back when I was surrounded by the wolf pack in the woods, I'd faintly sensed a presence nearby, one being deliberately reined in. In that moment, I really had felt murderous. I'd thought about using the cover of the white lightning to wipe them all out, killing Chun Hao and the others together and making it look like the Gale Wolves had done it. But I held back. These signs of the great families don't come out for field training without some kind of safety net. Chun Hao, a 5th-tier martial artist who only knew how to show off in a greenhouse, who couldn't even scratch the hide of a tier 3 rock armor boar. Where the hell would he get the nerve to lead people into a real fight? It was all because someone had his back. The energy fluctuations coming off that gray-robed old man just now were extremely well concealed. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't have picked up on them at all. but they couldn't escape a Ryoryoka detection. His blood chi ran deep as an abyss. This old man was at least a martial marquis-level powerhouse. Saved my own dog's life? I sneered inwardly. If I'd let my temper get the better of me and struck back then, this old man definitely would have leapt out to protect his master. With the little bit of power I had at the time, going up against an old monster at martial marquis level would have meant nothing but a dead end. No strength means no say. God, it's frustrating. Fine. Once I've saved up enough points down the line and pull a killing move from the system, there'll be plenty of chances to finish off this whole pack of trash. Taking the 20,000 yuan the appraiser handed me, I turned and headed for the exit. Meanwhile, out in the open-air parking lot beyond the camp, Chunhao yanked open a car door and dove in, with the gray-robed old man climbing into the passenger seat right behind him. The instant the doors shut and locked, all the rage he'd been bottling up finally erupted. He slammed a fist into the leather seat and jabbed a finger at the old man, blowing up. Elder Qi, you were right there in the trial ground. Why didn't you follow my order and cripple Jiang Yang? Elder Qi slowly opened his eyes and turned to glance at him. Young master, I'm a retained advisor of the Qin family. My job is to make sure you keep your little life, not to be your hired thug. Chunhao's face flushed crimson. That punk was definitely carrying some shady high-grade artifact. An F-grade nobody. How else could he wipe out a whole wolf pack in seconds? You grab it for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Elder Qi shot him a look like he was staring at an idiot, not bothering to argue. If it weren't for the cultivation resources, why would a martial marquis-level powerhouse like him play bodyguard to a fool like this? That surge of energy that had erupted in the abyss was bound to draw the attention of the Spirit Bureau. If he killed someone in there, not even the Qin family could shield him. Seeing that the old man was ignoring him, Chunhao pounded the seat again in fury. A good-for-nothing who leans on an artifact. Wait till the high school league. I'll show you what I do to you. Back at the camp gate, fully armed soldiers stood guard. I tugged my hood down and blended into the crowd, getting ready to leave. Lin Shuang walked straight up to me. At 5'9", paired with that ice-cold aura of hers, the pressure she gave off was intense. Her gaze swept over me in a full circle before finally settling on the short blade at the small of my back, and she arched an eyebrow slightly. Earlier it had clearly been a rusty Tang Dao. So how had it turned into a short blade? We meet again. She lowered her voice, her tone impossible to read as pleased or angry. Somebody kicked up quite a storm in the beginner trial ground. Funny coincidence, you just happened to be there too. I looked up with a completely bewildered, innocent expression. Captain Lin, what storm are you talking about? I just ran into 2 gale wolves out on the fringe, got scared half to death, and hid in a tree hollow for ages. Didn't even see a single strand of fur. Lin Shuang didn't take the bait at all. She tilted her head toward the jeep behind her. Cut the chatter. Get in. Like hell I was getting in her car. This woman was ice cold. One look told me she was trouble, the kind you couldn't run from fast enough. Captain Lin, no need to be so formal. I'll just take the bus back. Won't hold up you Spirit Bureau folks and your investigation. With that, I turned to slip away. She wasn't having any of it. She stepped forward, so fast I couldn't even react. All I felt was my collar snapping tight and my whole body lifting off the ground. She held me one-handed, dangling me like a little chick, pulled open the passenger door, and without the slightest courtesy, tossed me inside. Slam. The door shut hard and locked automatically. The throw left me seeing stars. Just as I was about to scramble up and protest, she'd already dropped into the driver's seat, floored the gas, and the Jeep whipped its tail around and charged out of the camp like a wild bull. I've never in my life seen anyone drive like that. Forget driving fast, she was practically flying low to the ground. I clung to the handle above the door for dear life, tucked my legs up, and turned my head to look at her. You know kidnapping's illegal, right? Both hands on the wheel, eyes fixed straight ahead. She'd already pushed past 180. Quit running your mouth. Sit still. I pursed my lips and had no choice but to obediently put my legs down. A few minutes later, she suddenly threw out a completely unrelated topic. Your sister? Did she ever mention me to you? I froze for a second. In the original host's memories, my sister, Qin Yu, was the captain of Longhu Academy's advanced team in the capital. She rarely came home, and even when she did, it was only to inspect my training. She'd never once mentioned Lin Shuang. Was she supposed to? I honestly wasn't sure what the deal was between these two. I really hoped it wasn't some soap opera drama over fighting for the same man. Hearing my answer, Lin Shuang gave a self-mocking little laugh. Figures. Knowing her personality, there's no way she'd talk about stuff like this. That got my gossip radar going. From her tone, there was clearly some juicy backstory here. Just as I was working out how to fish for details, she lit a cigarette and started talking on her own. Your sister and I were classmates in college. She blew out a smoke ring, her voice getting a little scattered in the night wind. Before we'd even graduated, we both got picked for Longhu Academy's Abyss Advanced Team. The Abyss Advanced Team. That term wasn't unfamiliar to me. The original host's parents had been members of a military advanced team. They were the suicide squads dedicated to opening up uncharted, high-tier abysses with a fatality rate that stayed above 60% year-round. Our squad had 5 people total. Aside from the captain, everyone else was at the Martial Marquis realm. Her pace slowed, and her fingers tightened around the wheel without her noticing. I sucked in a sharp breath. For Martial Marquises? Then the captain had to be a Martial King. A lineup like that could sweep any first-rate family in Jiangnan City off the map. Chun Hao got a swelled head just bringing one Martial Marquis advisor along. And Qin Yu had actually served in a suicide squad made up entirely of Martial Marquises? That was our junior year. We got orders to explore a high-tier spatial rift that had just appeared in the Northern Territory. Her voice sank lower and lower, like she was forcing something down. Once we got in, we didn't see any overwhelming swarm of beasts at all. It was just a white desert, a broken moon hanging in the sky, and not a single trace of anything living. A white desert? A broken moon? That description of the environment. Why did it sound so damn familiar? That was Hueco Mundo, for God's sake. Before I could think it through, she went on. We walked for a full day and night without running into any danger at all. Just as everyone was getting ready to pull out and file a report, that thing showed up. The hand holding her cigarette trembled slightly. Ash fell onto her pant leg, and she didn't notice at all. No blood chi fluctuation, no footsteps. It was like it had just grown out of thin air, standing right in front of us. I swallowed and cautiously asked, was it some high-tier beast? If only it had been a beast. She gritted her teeth, the words squeezing out one at a time through clenched jaw. It was a humanoid monster. There was a black hole in its chest, it wore a shattered bone mask, and it had a number on its body, 11. I bolted upright in my seat. A hollow's mask, a humanoid body, and a number? An errand car. My mind went off like a bomb. Jillian showing up in the beginner trial ground was already absurd enough. And now there were monsters that had shed their masks on their own and completed the errand car transformation? An errand car. That was combat strength on par with a Godi 13 captain. Number 11. One of Grimjiao's fraction, Shalong Kofong. Our captain was a low-tier martial king, the quickest to react. He drew his blade and charged. My heart pounded as I followed up. Did he land the hit? He didn't even touch the hem of its clothes. There was a helplessness in her voice. That monster just raised one finger, and a burst of red light exploded from the tip. The captain didn't even get a scream out. Half his body was vaporized. Instant kill. A martial king, blasted to dust by a single casual bala. There's nothing much to say about the rest. It was a one-sided slaughter. She flicked the half-smoked cigarette out the window. In the end, the vice captain burned up every last bit of his blood chi and self-destructed while clinging to that monster. Riding the surge of the blast wave, Qin Yu dragged me, 3 ribs broken, and we ran for our lives out of the rift. Now I finally understood why the Death God inheritance system had activated on the very day I crossed over. The spatial rifts in this world weren't some kind of alternate dimension at all. They were, quite literally, a Hueco Mundo invasion. Martial Marquises, martial kings, even the stronger martial emperors, had no chance of winning against the espada that might be out there. The information gap was just too vast. The authorities hadn't even figured out what these things really were. All they could do was keep throwing human lives into the pit. After that mission, my blood chi foundation was crippled. Her tone was flat, like she was talking about someone else. My cultivations locked dead at low-tier martial king. No chance of advancing another inch for the rest of my life. So I had to step back and take a cushy defense captain position at the Spirit Bureau. She turned to glance at me. But your sister's different. She's a lunatic. I raised an eyebrow. Chinyu got off lighter than me on that mission. Once she came back, she started taking high-tier abyss extermination jobs like a woman possessed. In these past 3 years, the number of high-tier beasts that VE died at her hands is beyond counting. Her strength now has hit the peak of high-tier Martial King. Forget Jiangnan City. Even among young commanders across the whole country, Chinyu is an absolute powerhouse who ranks up there. My heart skipped a beat. High-tier Martial King. I finally understood why. That night at the Spirit Bureau, Director Lu Hai had been so wary of Chinyu. Chinyu wasn't out there carrying out missions. She was gambling her life. In the abyss, she'd carved out a path to the heavens with blood and flesh. You know why I've been paying you such close attention? I turned to her, puzzled. Because of my sister? Lin Shuang nodded, then shook her head. Not just because of Chinyu. It's more because your blade is exactly the same as the blade in that monster's hand. My heart raced. An Arankar's Zanpakuto, in its sealed state, really did resemble a Tang Dao. No wonder Lin Shuang was suspicious of me. Looking back on it now, the way Chinyu had looked at me that night, she'd seemed like she had something on the tip of her tongue too. But now that I'd unlocked the God Spear and my Tang Dao had turned into a short blade, it was even harder to explain. Lin Shuang gripped the wheel, letting the car slow down. The atmosphere in the cabin was suffocatingly tense. I ran the calculations fast in my head. Was this woman bluffing me? Or had she actually noticed something off? Captain Lin, that joke of yours isn't the least bit funny. I turned back to her and spread my hands with a face full of helplessness. If I had the kind of power to casually one-shot a Martial King, would I really let some idiot like Zhao Ming get in my face and curse me out? I patted the God Spear at the small of my back and spoke, half true and half false. This blade of mine really is a little different. It changes its form and abilities as my strength grows. Before, I wasn't even a martial artist, so it was a rusty Tang Dao. Now that I'm a martial artist, its form has changed. Pity I'm still only F grade, so it's just gotten a bit sharper, that's all. I even deliberately drew the God Spear out to show her. Either way, as long as I didn't release it, it was just an ordinary short blade. Lin Shuang stared at me. That face, young, clean, with a carefree, shameless rascal air to it, showed not the slightest crack. The cabin fell silent. Screech, she suddenly slammed on the brakes, pulling the car over to the roadside. Get out. She didn't even look at me as she lit another cigarette. I didn't waste words either. I pushed open the door and hopped out. The instant my feet touched the ground, the Jeep shot forward with a roar, leaving me in a face full of exhaust. I stood on the curb, brushing off my clothes, watching the red taillights disappear around the corner. I dropped the flippant, devil-may-care act from before and rubbed the shoulder the seatbelt had bruised. Lin Shuang was definitely suspicious of me. Tonight's commotion was too big. No matter how fast I ran, those residual traces of spiritual pressure would eventually catch the attention of the military and the Spirit Bureau. This world may cultivate blood chi, but the people who make it to the top aren't fools. I didn't have much time left. Not only had the monsters of Hueco Mundo appeared, even Arankar were now moving around inside uncharted rifts. Without strong enough power, the next time I ran into danger, I couldn't guarantee I'd be as lucky as I was today and pull another Zanpakuto and Shirkai. The system was a bottomless money pit. Grinding monsters and stacking up points step by step in the trial ground was just too slow. I had to get my hands on an entry pass to a higher-tier trial ground, go hunt high-tier beasts, even hollows. I glanced up at the street sign at the corner, dug through the original host's memories for a moment, pulled a mask out of my pocket and put it on, tugged my hood low, and turned into a narrow, streetlight-less alley. After winding through a maze of turns, I arrived at a storefront. I knocked on the door 3 times, paused 2 seconds, then knocked twice more. The roller shutter door was pulled open a crack from the inside, and a pair of bloodshot eyes peered out. Once they confirmed I'd come alone, the iron door rattled halfway up. I bent down and ducked inside. From the outside, it looked like a rundown auto repair shop, but heading down the steps revealed a whole different world. A 100-meter-long underground air raid shelter had been converted into a market, both sides lined with all kinds of stalls. Nobody hawked their goods. Nobody made a racket. Everyone was bundled up tight, warily watching their surroundings. This was the biggest underground black market in Jiangnan City. No official rules here. It all came down to strength and cash. I didn't stop at any of the scattered stalls. I walked straight to the end of the passage. There, a pawnshop hung a sign reading Red Fawn. The lighting was dim, and behind the counter sat a fat man with a greasy, shiny face, studying a metal fragment stained with dried blood through a magnifying glass. Buying goods or buying a life? The fat man asked without looking up, his voice hoarse. Selling. I walked up to the counter and slid my backpack off. The fat man set down his magnifying glass, shot me a glance, and leaned back into his chair, clearly uninterested. Little brother, the black market has its rules. We don't take junk. Turn left out the door, and there's a scrap recycling station. Go try your luck over there. I didn't answer. I reached over, unzipped the backpack, and just flipped it upside down. Clatter. A heap of colorful cores came pouring out onto the glass counter. The fat man's hand jerked, and he sprang up from his chair. All tier 2. Low-tier cores weren't rare in the black market, but a quantity like this. He couldn't help but be shocked. For a martial artist to boost their blood chi, the fastest way was to refine potions using cores. The authorities had official channels for it, and even handed out perks on a schedule based on rank, which is exactly why they'd open up certain low-tier abysses that were already under their control. Little brother, what should I call you? The fat man put on a whole new face, rubbing his hands with a broad smile. Cash me out. I rapped the counter, my voice flat. You got it. The fat man hurriedly fished out a metal tray and counted them one by one. 86 tier, 2 cores in total. He hammered away on a calculator. At the current black market buying price, tier, 2 cores go for 100,000 apiece. I'll eat a little loss and round it off, 9 million. How's that? I nodded. Send the money. Now that's what I like to hear. The fat man asked for my anonymous account. In less than half a minute, my phone buzzed. 9 million, in hand. Looking at that number, I felt a lot more settled. Now I counted as a bit of a rich man. Next time I went into the abyss, at least I wouldn't have to worry about supplies. I put my phone away and, in the same motion, slipped the core buried at the very bottom of the backpack back into my pocket. The fat man had a sharp eye and caught that thick, earthy yellow glow in a flash. Hey, brother, hold on. He came scrambling around the counter and grabbed my sleeve, his breathing gone ragged. That's a tier 3 rock armor bore core. I shook his hand off. Good eye. Sell it to me. I'll pay double. The fat man was getting anxious, holding up 5 fingers. 500,000. No, 1 million. Tier 3 beast cores rarely circulated on the market, and even when they did, they'd long since been snatched up at premium prices by students prepping for the martial exam. Not for sale. My answer was clean and decisive. If it's about the money, we can talk it over more. The fat man slapped his thigh in a frenzy. You will not find another shop in Jiangnan City that'll pay more than me. I don't want money. I stared at him. I want to trade it for a ticket to a mid-tier abyss trial ground. The authorities' whole qualification review process was too much of a hassle. Even with the card sheen you had given me, if my blood chi value didn't meet the bar, they wouldn't let me through all the same. But there was another route, buying an anonymous abyss trial pass. Only, the people who took this route into the abyss had the highest fatality rate too. The fat man's jowls quivered a couple of times. Brother, take some advice from your old pal. Mid-tier isn't something to mess around with. The minimum threshold is martial master level. You're a low-tier martial artist at best. Don't go throw your life away. Do you have one or not? I cut him off flatly. You can't talk sense into someone hell-bent on dying. The fat man held up 3 fingers. 3 tier, 3 cores. Or 1 tier, 3 core plus 2 million new coins. That price was jacked up double, but I couldn't be bothered to haggle. He took the payment, disappeared into the back room to fuss around for a while, and came out with a black envelope. Tomorrow night at 8, at the abandoned number 3 meatpacking plant in the city outskirts. There's a black market teleportation array there that leads to a mid-tier rift. Hold on to this, and nobody will ask where you came from. I tucked the envelope away and turned to leave. The night wind cleared my head quite a bit. With 9 million in my pocket, I didn't go home. I headed straight for the martial artist supply shop in the city center. A mid-tier abyss was no joke. The official materials spelled it out plainly. The beasts there generally ranged from tier 4 to tier 6, and one lapse in focus, and there wouldn't be so much as a bone fragment left of you. I picked out 3 sets of specially made black hooded combat suits, tear-resistant, and capable of masking faint blood chi fluctuations. I also swept up a batch of high-tier recovery potions. They repaired bodily fatigue incredibly fast and were especially good for relieving overexertion. At checkout, the 9 million shrank by more than half. I didn't even blink. Money's just money. Turning it into a life-saving trump card is what really counts. I went home, showered, and slept straight through until the next afternoon. When I opened my eyes again, the stabbing pain from the overexertion was completely gone. I called up the panel. Realm, mid-tier martial artist, blood chi value 430. Zanpakuto, God Spear, Shirkai. Keto, Way of Destruction number 4, White Lightning. Footwork, Flash Step, Beginner. Soul Points, 1020. Next stage promotion, regular member of the Godii 13. Requires synthesizing aminos grande core, blood chi value must break 1000. That requirement was a bit steep. Relying on killing tier 1 and tier 2 beasts in the beginner trial ground, I'd barely scrape it together by the time hell froze over. With my current strength, tier 4 beasts shouldn't be a problem. If I could run into aminos grande and gather enough fragments, promoting before the martial exam wasn't out of the question. 7:30 at night. The abandoned number 3 meatpacking plant. I pulled my head down as low as it would go. More than 20 people had already gathered inside the factory building, most of them masked and giving off a heavy killing aura. One look told me they were mercenaries who'd spent years living on the edge of a blade. My clean, youthful frame stood out like a sore thumb among them. "Hey kid." A bald guy with a face full of thuggish muscle sidled up, a machete in hand. "You barely got your hair grown in, and you think you can come here? Hand over your ticket. I'll take you in for a little tour." He'd pegged me as some family young master who'd snuck out looking for thrills, figured I was an easy mark to squeeze. I flicked my eyes up at him. "Get lost. Give you an inch, and you take a mile." The bald guy swung the machete right at my shoulder. The blade came edge back with a whistle of wind. He meant to cripple my arm. I didn't dodge. I casually raised 2 fingers and pointed forward. Way of Destruction number 4, White Lightning. A blinding blue bolt shot from my fingertips. The bald guy didn't even have time to blink before a burnt smell hit the air. The thick lightning grazed past his cheek and blasted a gaping hole clean through the wall behind him. His motion froze mid-swing. A gash of blood opened across his face, and half his ear had been vaporized clean off. Every mercenary who'd been watching the show froze on the spot. No charge up, no wind up, just a casual point of the finger. That was, at minimum, martial general level explosive power. I pulled my hand back and stuffed it in my pocket, not sparing him another glance. Footsteps sounded on the iron staircase from the second floor. A robed figure wearing a faceless mask came down, glanced at the bald guy collapsed on the ground, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "You don't know the rules? Next time something like this happens, neither of you leaves." The bald guy hurriedly begged for mercy. The masked man ignored him and walked to the 6-pointed star array embedded with cores in the center of the factory floor. "Time's up. Those with tickets, into the array." I slapped the envelope down on the table. A blue flame flickered to life at his fingertips and burned it to drifting ash. He nodded and gestured toward the array. I stepped in. Only then did the others follow, all of them tactfully hugging the edge, leaving a wide ring of open space around me. A word of warning. Everyone, the array is connected to unsurveyed blind zones. On landing, you'll be scattered. You might even drop straight into a beast's nest. Your life is in the hands of fate. The masked man formed seals with both hands, and 6 blue flames melted into the cores. Red light erupted, so bright it was impossible to keep your eyes open. A violent tearing sensation slammed into me. The world spun, my guts churning with a wrenching pain. I don't know how long it lasted before the weightlessness suddenly vanished. My feet hit solid ground. I stumbled forward half a step, then immediately held my breath and drew the god spear, my whole body coiled tight, bracing for the tear, for beasts about to pounce. But there were no roars around me, no damp smell, not even the chirp of an insect. All I saw was an endless expanse of white. Beneath my feet was nothing but fine white sand, so soft it wouldn't hold a footprint. A broken moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie light across this desert. No wind, no clouds, Even the air felt dead. This is the mid-tier trial ground, my ass. That masked son of a bitch set me up. This was Hueco Mundo, damn it. I gripped the god spear tighter. Running into Jillian earlier had been absurd enough. Now I'd been dumped straight into the monster's nest. Stay calm. I forced down my pounding heart. Look on the bright side. Hueco Mundo was full of hollows, and every one of them was pure, glorious soul points. Leveling up and pulling from the lottery all depended on this stuff. As long as I was careful not to run into an errand car, I should be able to protect myself. The array really had scattered everyone. There wasn't a soul in sight around me. I pulled my hood low, picked a direction, and started walking. I hadn't gone far before a forest of dead trees appeared up ahead, their trunks gray-white and twisted, bare and bony. Just as I got close, a scream came from inside, one that sounded oddly familiar. I hid behind a dead tree and looked in. A few corpses lay in the clearing, all of them mercenaries I'd seen back at the meatpacking plant. The bald guy whose ear I'd shot off was slumped there, crawling toward the edge, his machete broken clean into 2 pieces. Standing behind him was a monster, 2 stories tall, with 6 long spider legs. Its upper body looked human. It wore a ghastly white bone mask, and there was a black hole in its chest. A hollow. My eyes lit up. The pressure it gave off was way stronger than an ordinary beast. The bald guy let out a roar, blood chi bursting from him, and swung his broken blade wreathed in red light at the monster's leg. Clang. The blade was knocked flying, blood streaming from the web of his hand, and there wasn't even a white mark on the monster's leg. Impossible. I'm a martial master. Behind the tree, I just shook my head. Martial master, my ass. A hollow isn't some beast that mutated from brushing up against a bit of energy. Ordinary attacks can't break through its defense at all, unless your blood chi is so far above it that you can just crush it by sheer force. One of the monster's long legs skewered the bald guy straight through, hoisting him into the air, and it opened its mouth to feed. Hey, big guy, eating random stuff will give you a bad stomachache. I stepped out. The monster turned its head, its hollow gaze locking dead onto me. The bald guy saw me too, mumbling out cries for help. I didn't so much as glance at him. I just didn't want it to feed. Who knew what might happen once it was full? I drew the god spear. The monster's 6 legs churned as it charged like a tank, kicking up white sand. I stood still, my left hand resting on the back of my right. Shoot him dead, god spear. The short blade instantly extended dozens of meters, transforming into a bolt of white light that pierced clean through its mask. The monster froze midair, its 2 front legs less than half a meter from my head. I flicked my wrist and drew the god spear back. Its mask split in 2, and its enormous body crashed to the ground. Hollow slain. Gained 300 soul points to 300 points. Killing a tier 2 beast in the beginner trial ground only netted a few dozen. This was like a system built, all-you-can-eat point buffet, made just for me. I rummaged through the remains and found a black core. What it held inside wasn't blood chi, but Ryoku energy. I pocketed it and glanced at the bald guy. The bastard had a hole punched through his gut and still wasn't dead, gazing pleadingly at his backpack. I picked up the backpack and dug through it, pulling out a few bottles of potion and dropping them into my own pack with a smile. You're not a bad guy after all. Thanks. The bald guy's eyes looked ready to devour me. He understood I wasn't going to save him. Way of destruction number 4, white lightning. A blue bolt snuffed out his last hope, and several of the mercenaries were charred black. I searched through each of their backpacks. The haul was decent. Landing dead just means you become a loot box. Who can you blame for that? Only bad luck. Over the next few hours, I became a full-on Hueco Mundo street sweeper. With my flash step darting in and out like a ghost, I finished off strays with a single white lightning, and for the packs I kited across the terrain and picked them off from range. These hollows had thick, tough hides, but in the face of the god spear's piercing power, they were as flimsy as wet paper. Beginner hollow slain. Gained 300 soul points to. I pulled up the panel. Soul points had already shot up to 4,500. I was getting closer and closer to the 10,000 point mark. Once I hit 10,000, I could pull another Zanpakuto, or just straight up redeem the Shurkai of Senbenzakura. Just the thought of that sky full of petals set my blood boiling. As I walked on, the terrain changed. The dead trees thinned out, and boulders started to appear. I climbed over one and suddenly stopped. Down in the depression ahead, a group of people stood back to back, fighting for their lives. They all wore matching black combat suits, military personnel. More than a dozen hollows had the squad surrounded. The middle-aged man leading them wielded a two-handed greatsword, his blood chi extremely strong, martial general level. But he had a dozen wounds on his body, blood staining his combat suit red, and two of his squad members behind him had already fallen. The captain can't hold out. These monster shells are too hard, a young squad member cried out. The middle-aged man drove back a hollow with one swing and roared. Even if I can't hold, I have to. There's no such word as retreat for the advanced team. If we die, we take a few of them down with us. The advanced team? Something clicked in my mind. Lin Shuang had said she and Qin Yu used to be on the advanced team, dedicated to opening up uncharted abysses. Looks like the authorities hadn't fully secured this place. They'd only sent an advanced team to scout, and rotten luck had dropped them into a hollow nest. The middle-aged man burned his blood chi and cleaved a hollow in two, but he collapsed to his knees, his strength spent. The remaining hollows swarmed him all at once. Well, that's a wrap, I sighed. I hadn't planned to stick my nose in. Exposing my strength in front of official personnel meant trouble. But these were soldiers protecting ordinary people. I couldn't just stand there and watch them die. And that captain's backbone, I kind of liked it. Count yourselves lucky. I pulled my mask tight and leapt down, striking before I'd even hit the ground. Way of Destruction number 4, White Lightning. A blue bolt tore across the sky, punching through the back of a hollow's skull just as it lunged at the crowd, dropping it. I came down right on the back of another hollow, stomping it flat to the ground. Everyone in the depression froze. This man in black was bundled up tight, not a trace of blood chi fluctuation coming off him, like an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. But that leap was a good dozen meters high. A normal person would have splattered like a meat pie. I ignored them. The god spear stabbed into a hollow's head, and with a single flash step, I was already standing in front of the group. Way of Destruction number 4, White Lightning. A point of my two fingers, the lightning punched through a mask, and the enormous body crashed to the ground. Instant kill. The middle-aged man's eyes went wide, so stunned he forgot his own pain. He'd nearly worked himself to death just to kill one, and this mysterious figure had one shot too with a careless finger. I wove through the hollow pack like a phantom, white lightning to the head, or a god spear thrust, every strike precise and lethal. In under 2 minutes, all that was left in the depression was a floor of dissolving corpses. I sheathed my weapon and turned. If you're not dead, get moving. The smell of blood will draw more monsters. I deliberately lowered my voice, making it hoarse and old. The middle-aged man struggled to his feet and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving our lives, Elder. I'm Zhao Gang, captain of the 9th Advanced Team of the Jiangnan Military District. May I ask your honorable name, Elder? The way he saw it, attacks with no blood chi fluctuation could only come from a reclusive master at the Martial King, or even Martial Emperor, level. I felt a secret rush of satisfaction. That Elder sounded damn good. On the surface, I kept up the profound, unfathomable act. Just passing through. Get out of here quick. Don't throw your life away. Having said my piece, I went off to collect cores, prime material for leveling up. Zhao Gang was stunned. Who on earth would just be passing through a death rift in their spare time? But he didn't dare ask more. Masters always had their eccentricities. He reminded me, Elder, these cores are strange. They only hold chaotic, unknown energy. The Research Institute says absorbing them will cause you to lose control and go berserk. I know. I didn't even look up. Of course, these were Ryoryoku crystals. You blood chi cultivators obviously can't absorb them. But me? I'm a death god. Elder, please wait. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and pulled out a communicator. We came in to search and rescue Longhu Academy's first advanced team, which lost contact 7 days ago. The one leading them is Captain Qin Yu. She means a great deal to us. Elder, could you help them? Beneath my hood, my eyes flew wide. Qin Yu. My sister by circumstance had lost contact 7 days ago and was still inside this Hueco Mundo. No wonder there'd been no word at home. I'd assumed she was off on a routine mission. My heart started pounding faster. Sure, her strength had reached high-tier Martial King, but this was Hueco Mundo. Even an Aaron car could show up here, And against one of those, a high-tier martial king would have to kneel too. I drew in a deep breath, pressing down my shock. I'll do what I can. I took the communicator, and with a single flash step, I vanished from where I stood. I sprinted through the dead tree forest, my mind consumed by that phrase. Lost contact for 7 days. 7 days. Could anyone survive in this dead silent Hueco Mundo? I may have crossed over into this world with no deep feelings for her, but this body's instincts ached faintly all the same. And on top of that, that night at the Spirit Bureau, she'd stood her ground against Director Lu Hai for my sake. That kind of fierce, protective loyalty, I hadn't forgotten it. Sis, don't you dare die. If you're gone, who's going to give me my allowance? I stopped atop a sand dune and looked around, an endless white blur, with no way to tell one direction from another. System, you got a radar? No response. This piece of junk system had zero intelligence beyond the lottery and leveling up. Finding her was one thing, but I had to get my strength up first. I ducked into a crack in the rocks and called up the panel. That wave of hollows I'd just cleared had pushed my soul points past 5,000, and I still had over a dozen cores in my pocket. I opened the synthesis interface. 10 beginner cores for 1 mid-tier, 10 mid-tier for 1 Minos Grande. I dumped every core in my pocket out, and adding in that fragment from killing Jillian, it was just barely enough to synthesize 1 Minos Grande core. Synthesize. Dozens of cores dissolved into starlight and fused together, becoming a fist-sized, dark red core. Minos Grande core synthesis complete. Promotion conditions detected as met. Promote immediately? Yes. Red light bored into my chest, and a torrent of violent energy exploded in an instant. It was more than 10 times as fierce as last time. My bones cracked and popped, my meridians were forcibly widened, and cold sweat soaked through my combat suit. I gritted my teeth, not daring to make a sound. The torture lasted a full 10 minutes. When the energy finally settled, I slumped down, gasping for air, but I could feel that my body had been completely transformed. Promotion successful. Identity updated. Regular member, Godi 13. Vitality, 1,100, Martial Master. Spiritual pressure level increased. Unlocked. Keto draw pool upgraded. Intermediate keto now available. So this was what a Martial Master felt like. In just a few days, I'd rocketed from an F-rank piece of trash straight to Martial Master. If word of this speed got out, all those so-called geniuses would want to bash their heads against a wall. And more importantly, my spiritual pressure. Now, just by releasing it, I could crush a punk like Zhao Meng into a bloody pulp. Open the keto draw pool. Intermediate keto draw. Costs 1,000 soul points per pull dot. Pull 3 times. Thanks for playing dot. Thanks for playing dot. Are you kidding me? This drop rate is a total ripoff. 2,000 points, gone down the drain. But the very next second, congratulations, host. You have obtained Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Sokatsui, one of the most powerful area of effect techniques among intermediate Hado, way stronger than white lightning. Run into a swarm of hollows, and one blast would clear the whole field like a nuke. I kept my remaining 2,000 points in reserve and stepped out of the rock crevice. My strength had jumped, and now I actually had the guts to go looking for people. Just then, a terrifying spiritual pressure came rolling in from behind a distant sand dune. Violent, bloodthirsty, and stronger than Jillian by God knows how much. The hair on my arms stood straight up. An Ajuchas, a being a whole rank above Jillian. Common sense screamed at me to run, but my eyes stayed locked on that direction. Fortune favors the bold. An Ajuchas has got to be worth an astronomical number of soul points. I drew my divine spear, crouched low, and crept forward like a leopard stalking its prey. I flattened myself behind the dune, barely daring to breathe. The pressure was insane. I'd just been promoted to high-tier Martial Master. By rights, it shouldn't be enough to leave me struggling for air. But greed got the better of me. If I could take down an Ajuchas, wouldn't the soul points hit the tens of thousands? Enough to trade straight for Simbin Zakura. I gritted my teeth. If it turned out I couldn't win, worst case I'd just flash step away. I crawled up to the top of the dune along the white sand, poked my head over, and froze. There was no Ajuchas down there at all. Just 3 big, dark things swaying around sluggishly. Pointed noses, tattered black rags, ghastly white bone masks. Jillian's. I nearly cursed out loud. 3 Jillians could kick up this much commotion? Something was off. I studied the terrain more carefully and spotted the trick. The ground beneath their feet wasn't ordinary sand. There were faint, intricate patterns glowing with white light. An array? How could there be a man-made formation out here in Hueco Mundo? I focused my senses. That terrifying wave of pressure wasn't coming from the Jillians at all. It was pouring out of the array. The thing worked like an amplifier, blending the 3 hollows' spiritual pressure together and multiplying it several times over. So it's just a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. I shifted my gaze to what lay behind them. A stone door, half open, pitch black inside. Its frame carved with strange patterns that looked completely out of place amid the desolate white sand. An underground palace. My eyes lit up. A place like this appearing out here had to be hiding something good. First things first, kill those 3 watchdogs. I leapt down and landed at the edge of the depression. To my surprise, they didn't react at all, just stood there vacantly, like their souls had been sucked out. It seemed the array could also control their movements. Stationary targets. That would make this a whole lot easier. I aimed 2 fingers at the leftmost one. Hado number 4, white lightning. Blue electricity struck the mask. Boom. It blasted out a small crater and belched black smoke. But the thing only wobbled. It didn't go down. Damn thick hide. White lightning was, after all, a low-tier Keto. Against a Minos-class hollow, it was about as useful as scratching an itch through a boot. All 3 Jillians turned their heads, their ghastly white masks glaring at me in unison. The one on the left opened its mouth and roared, a ball of red light gathering inside. A Zero, I sneered. This time I wasn't going to trade blows head-on. Let me show you what a real long-range spell looks like. I put away the spear and formed the hand seals. My spiritual pressure surged into my palms like a floodgate had burst open. Flesh as the face, all creation as the world, the wall of sinful dreams, blue flames scorching the heavens. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. I thrust both hands forward, and a mass of blue flame erupted, swelling in the wind into a giant fireball more than 10 meters across, hurtling toward the 3 Jillians like a meteor. Boom. The blue flames detonated dead center in the array. The scorching shockwave shoved me back several steps. The white sand around it melted into glittering, glassy crystal. When the firelight faded, a massive crater had been gouged into the sand. The spiritual pressure-amplifying array had been blown to nothing, and the 3 Jillians were charred to a crisp. Jillian slain. 2,000 soul points obtained. 3 times in a row. 6,000 points, just like that. This was faster than robbing a bank. I scooped up the 3 hollow crystal cores, stuffed them in my pocket, and turned my eyes to the stone door. Anything capable of building an underground palace out here in Hueco Mundo had to be even nastier than a Jillian. But who could resist that kind of temptation? Still, before going in, it was about time to pull for a Zanpakuto. I opened my panel, 11,220 soul points. The options listed a basic wheel, an intermediate mystery box, an advanced mystery box, and a direct exchange, Senbonzakura's Shurkai, for 10,000 points. I stared hungrily at Senbonzakura, then glanced over at the advanced mystery box, also 10,000 points. If the intermediate box could give me the divine spear, then even the guaranteed minimum from the advanced box had to be some seriously badass Zanpakuto, right? Maybe I could even get a Bankai out of it. With the divine spear as my safety net, my gambler's instinct kicked in. Go big or go home. I tapped the advanced mystery box. 10,000 soul points deducted. Purchase successful. Open now. Open it, open it, open it. The golden box shook violently. Please don't give me some piece of junk. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru. Hyarinmaru, the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakuto, Toshiro Hitsugai's blade. Holy crap. I couldn't stop myself from shouting. I'd hit the jackpot. It could attack and control the battlefield both. Out here in Hueco Mundo, surrounded by monsters, it was a god-tier weapon. Hyarinmaru has been issued. Only one Zanpakuto can be equipped at a time. Please select your current Zanpakuto. But I could switch freely, so no worries there. I stretched out my right hand. Ice blue light gathered, the temperature plunged, and a thin frost crystallized over the white sand. As the light dispersed, the divine spear transformed into a katana attached to a chain, a pale blue hilt, a four-pointed star guard. The instant I gripped it, a terrifying cold rushed into my body. But I didn't feel cold at all. Every ounce of spiritual pressure in me was cheering. Beautiful blade. I couldn't even imagine how badass those wings on my back would look once I unlocked its bankai. Now that I had some confidence, I pushed open the stone door. It was heavy. I had to unleash a burst of vitality just to shove it open a bit more. A stale, ancient air rushed out at me, thick with the reek of blood. Inside was a white stone staircase leading down, its edges dropping into darkness on both sides. This decor is seriously depressing. It was too quiet enough that I could hear my own heartbeat. I softened my footsteps and started down, then suddenly stopped. Up ahead, I heard the clash of metal and someone shouting. People. This deep in Hueco Mundo, with 3 Jillians guarding the entrance outside. Who could possibly make it down here? I stepped down the stairs. At the bottom was a huge circular hall. I ducked into the shadows and peeked out, and my eyes went wide. In the center of the hall stood a semi-transparent red dome of light, like an overturned bowl covering an area. Inside, 3 people stood back to back in a circle, and 2 more lay on the ground, dead or alive I couldn't tell. All of them wore military combat gear, drenched in blood. The one at the front, hands wreathed in raging fire, hair a fiery red, unleashing technique after technique, was a woman. Her uniform was in tatters, exposing large patches of blood-stained skin. I recognized her at a glance. Chinyu, my so-called big sister, the one who'd been out of contact for 7 days. She really is here. Earlier, I'd let myself hope that, as a high-tier martial king, she could survive on the outer edges. I never expected she'd fought her way all the way into an underground palace, and that she'd be in such dire straits. I looked at her opponent. That monster was only about 2 meters tall and looked more human. Long, slender limbs sheathed in white bone armor, wearing a leopard skull mask over its face. Its speed was terrifying. Chinyu's storm of attacks couldn't even graze its edges. And Ajuch's, it was clearly toying with her, leaving a bloody streak here and there without going for the kill, like a cat playing with a mouse. I clenched my fists, my knuckles cracking. You dare lay a hand on my sister. Today, your time's up. The battle in the hall raged on. Chinyu was gasping in great, ragged breaths. Things were bad. Her vitality was nearly spent. Fire-type powers were devastating, but they burned through energy fast. For 7 days, she'd led the first advance team scouting through this hellhole. The monsters they'd run into at first were manageable, but the deeper they went, the less her people could hold the line. They'd finally found this underground palace and thought they might discover a clue or a way out, only to be trapped by this red barrier the moment they stepped inside. And then that leopard-headed monster appeared. Chinyu was a high-tier martial king, a big name back in Jiangnan City. But in front of this monster, the speed and strength she prided herself on had become a joke. She couldn't even follow the thing's movements. Captain, don't worry about us. Just go, came a weak voice from behind her. It was her second-in-command, Oldly. His left arm was gone, the wound crudely bandaged, still oozing blood as he slumped against another teammate, face deathly pale. This barrier only lets you in, not out. We'll tie up the monster. With your abilities, you can definitely break through. Get the intel back. Bullshit. Chinyu kept the fireballs flying without so much as turning her head. I brought you out here, and I'm bringing you back. If we die together. Me, running away like a coward? Not a chance in hell. She forced out the last dregs of her vitality, the flames lashing forward in a fiery serpent. But to the leopard-headed monster, the move was painfully slow. It dodged with a flick and raked its claw across her belly. Ryup. Her combat gear tore open, 3 gashes splitting her stomach. NGH. Chinyu grunted, staggering, nearly falling. The monster didn't press the attack. It just stood there and let out a screech like nails on glass. Humans, such fragile, laughable creatures. It could actually talk, its voice stiff, as though it hadn't spoken in ages. No chance of winning, yet you'll throw your lives away for your comrades. Your bonds, they do nothing but make your deaths more agonizing. Utterly useless. Chinyu forced herself upright and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. You beast, you don't know a damn thing. We soldiers of China never abandon our brothers. Even if I die here today, I'll knock a few of your teeth out first. She let out a furious roar. Her vitality blazed violently, her skin flushing crimson, her flames surging until the very air warped from the heat. "Captain, don't!" Oldly shouted from behind. He knew what this was, burning her life essence, a martial artist's last desperate move. Once used, even if you survived, you'd be crippled for the rest of your life. The leopard-headed monster tilted its head, seemingly intrigued. "Oh, you want to go all in? Then let me see what tricks a bug like you can squeeze out before it dies." I crouched there in the shadows of the corridor, frantic. That stubborn woman. Why is she throwing her life away? I knew she had a hard head, but I never imagined it was this hard. If I waited any longer, even if the monster didn't kill her, she'd burn herself to death. I couldn't wait anymore. But I didn't charge straight out. That red barrier clearly wasn't simple. Oldly had said it only let you in, not out. If I rushed in and got trapped, I'd be a turtle in a jar. First, I needed to test how strong the barrier was. I aimed 2 fingers at one corner of it. Hado number 4, white lightning. Blue electricity shot out silently. Crack. It burst into a shower of sparks against the dome, then vanished. The dome didn't even flicker. This tough. I frowned. I had a full member's level of spiritual pressure now. One white lightning could crater a Jillian's mask, yet this barrier didn't react at all. Brute force clearly wouldn't work. It would take too long, and you couldn't hold out. But I noticed something. The instant the white lightning struck, the red glow at that spot dimmed slightly. It was brief, but I caught it. This barrier is maintained by energy. As long as a single instant of attack power exceeds that spot's limit, I can rip a hole in it. Inside the hall, Chinyu, blazing with vitality, charged the monster at more than double her earlier speed, conjuring a sword of flame and swinging it at its head. The leopard-headed monster's eyes went cold. It raised a claw to block head-on. Clang. Chinyu was knocked reeling backward, coughing up blood. But a white gash had been carved into the monster's claw, faintly oozing black blood. It flew into a rage. "Damned bug, you dare wound me." It opened its mouth and gathered a red zero, the energy fluctuation far more terrifying than a Jillian's. If that hit landed, there was no way Chinyu could survive it. Now, I pushed my flash step to the absolute limit and burst from the corridor like a bolt of black lightning. Every eye in the hall was on Chinyu and the monster. No one noticed me. I reached the edge of the barrier without slowing. Within a meter, I switched Zanpakuto. For punching a single point through a hollow's mask, no blade suited the job better than the divine spear. Spiritual pressure poured in like a volcano erupting. Shoot him dead, divine spear. Left hand on the spine of the blade, right hand on the hilt. I released the shuriken point blank. A lance of white light stabbed into the barrier. Now break. There was no giant explosion, just a teeth-grinding hiss. The barrier fought back desperately, but my strike had too much penetrating force. With the tip of the blade as the center, cracks spread rapidly across the red dome. Crack, and a hole tore open. At that moment, the monster Zero was fully charged. A red pillar of light, reeking of destruction, roared toward Chinyu. Chinyu was down on one knee, no strength left to dodge. She watched the incoming Zero, gave a bitter smile, and braced for death. "I'm sorry, brothers. I couldn't bring you home." But the agony she expected never came. Instead, a deafening blast exploded right beside her. Boom. Chinyu's eyes snapped open. A figure in black, wearing a face mask, stood in front of her, back turned to her, a short blade glowing white in his hand. He'd sliced that red Zero clean in two. The residual energy grazed past his back and blew 2 large craters into the wall. Chinyu was stunned. So were Old Lee and the others. Who was this man? Where had he come from? The leopard-headed monster was startled too, its eyes darkening. "What are you?" I shook out my numb arm, hoisted the divine spear onto my shoulder, glanced back at Chinyu, and deliberately lowered my voice into something hoarse and old. Well, kid. You're in rough shape." Something about those eyes felt familiar to Chinyu, but her mind was too scattered to place where she'd seen them. "Thank you for saving me, Elder. Be careful. This monster is incredibly fast." Yeah. Go rest over there and stop getting in my way." I waved a hand. Chinyu gritted her teeth and retreated to Old Lee's side, hurrying to recover her vitality. I turned to face the leopard-headed monster again, looked it up and down, and curled my lip. "You look like some kind of mutt crossbreed, and you've got the nerve to run your mouth." The monster was so furious it laughed. With your pathetic little spiritual pressure, you dare come here to die? In its perception, my spiritual pressure was weak, weaker even than that woman's vitality. And yet this trash had split its zero in half, which left it a little uneasy. Pathetic. I bristled with anger. Today, old man's gonna teach you what a real beatdown feels like. The words had barely left my mouth when my figure vanished. So fast, Chinyu's pupils shrank. She was a high-tier martial king, yet she hadn't caught how I'd disappeared at all. No burst of vitality, no warning whatsoever. The monster instinctively sensed danger coming from its left and swung a claw that way. Clang. The divine spear's edge crashed against the bone claw, sparks flying. I materialized on its left, both hands pinning its claw down. Quick reflexes, kitty cat. You dare call me a kitty cat? Dot. Its other claw shot straight for my head. I shifted my footing and flash stepped again, sliding around behind it. Hado number 4, white lightning. I jabbed 2 fingers at the center of its back and detonated the blue electricity point blank. Boom. The monster stumbled forward, the bone armor on its back charred black, but not pierced through. TCH, this shell really is tough. And Ajuch's defenses were indeed a huge step above Agilian's. White lightning against it was about as effective as tickling. The monster steadied itself and glared at me furiously. What in the world are you? There was a hint of wariness in its voice now. I'm your grandpa. I shot back without missing a beat. I was stalling for time. Forcing my way through that barrier had cost me a lot of spiritual pressure. I needed to catch my breath, and I needed Chinyu's people to recover a bit more so we could make a run for it later. Die. The monster was fully enraged now, its spiritual pressure exploding, a visible wave of red force spreading outward. Old Lee and the others were flattened to the ground, vomiting blood, and even Chinyu nearly dropped to her knees. Elder, its aura's getting stronger, Chinyu shouted with effort. I had my spiritual pressure shielding me, so I wasn't as badly off. What are you screaming for? You think being loud makes you tough? I dug at my ear. The monster dropped to all fours and lunged at me like a beast, twice as fast as before, its afterimages filling the whole hall. I didn't dare get cocky. I focused completely on tracking its movements. Left. I raised my blade to block. Clang. The tremendous force traveled up the blade, knocking me back 3 steps, my arm going numb. Before I could steady myself, right, above, behind, the monster whirled around me in a relentless storm. I didn't dare take the hits head on. All I could do was weave around it with flash step. To Chinyu's eyes, there were only 2 figures flickering in and out of existence, the entire hall a blur of afterimages. Her eyes couldn't keep up anymore. This speed, it's freaking monstrous, I cursed inwardly. Slicing through Jillian's was as easy as chopping vegetables for me now, but against an Ajuch's, I was still struggling. I'd only just been promoted to member rank, and my spiritual pressure level was far below its. Elder, if you can't win, just retreat. There's no shame in it. Chinyu yelled anxiously. My flash step nearly stuttered. What kind of thing was that to say? Anyone who didn't know better would think she was trying to goad me. What do you mean, retreat if I can't win? Shut it. When did I ever say I couldn't win? I roared while dodging. You really think I've got no way to deal with this thing? I gripped the divine spear tight with both hands. This was exactly the opening I'd been waiting for. The monster thought I'd given up resisting and dove down out of the empty air, both claws crossed, and aimed at my throat. Die. I lifted my head, a flicker of madness in my eyes. Shoot him dead, divine spear. The short blade blazed with blinding white light, its few dozen centimeter length shooting out and extending at a speed the eye couldn't follow. Squelch. The muffled sound of a blade sinking into flesh. The monster was still midair, no time to react. The blade drove clean through its right shoulder, the tremendous impact carrying it flying backward. Boom. It was pinned to the barrier by the divine spear, black blood streaming down the shaft. The hall went dead silent. Chinyu's eyes were huge, her face full of disbelief. What kind of blade was that? How did it suddenly get so long? So fast it defied everything they knew. The monster shrieked in agony, struggling to pull the blade free, but the divine spear was unbreakably hard. It couldn't budge it an inch. What sorcery did you use? Sorcery? An uneducated fool really is a frightening thing. I sneered, gripped the hilt, and gave it a savage twist, spinning the divine spear half a turn inside the wound. Arg! The monster screamed again. It wasn't that I didn't want to kill it. I couldn't. Breaking the barrier had drained too much of my spiritual pressure, and after grappling with it this long, just restraining its movements was pushing me to my limit. I turned my head toward Chinyu. Kid, can you still move? Yes. Listen, this barrier is easy to break from the outside, hard from the inside. But I figured something out. This monster's connected to it. Its vitality is feeding energy into the barrier. Chinyu was sharp. One hint was all she needed. You mean, Elder, if we kill it, the barrier breaks? It's not that simple. I shook my head. Kill it outright, and the barrier's energy goes out of control and explodes. We'd all be buried with it. We have to find the array's core. This monster is just the power source. The real core is hidden somewhere in this hall. I'll hold it down. You take your people and search. When you find it, tell me. Chinyu got to her feet at once. Oldly, everyone who can still breathe, get up and search. A few team members bit back the agony and started feeling around every corner. Hearing this exchange, the monster stopped screaming, its eyes venomous. You want to break the array? Dream on. It suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on the divine spear's blade. Crunch. It was actually trying to bite the spear in two. Are you part dog? You'll bite anything. I went to pull the spear back, but it clamped down and wouldn't let go. At the same time, corrosive red spiritual pressure surged wildly up the blade toward me. The hand holding the hilt burned with pain. You want a war of attrition with me? I snorted coldly and sent my Shinigami spiritual pressure surging up the blade to meet it. The two energies clashed fiercely along the 10+ meter blade, white light and red light devouring each other, the air crackling and popping. The pressure kept mounting. The Ajuch's total spiritual pressure really was greater than mine. All I could do was hang on through the sheer purity of my Shinigami power. Kid, hurry up. I can't hold this much longer. Chinyu was sweating buckets with worry. The hall was empty. Where the hell was the array's core? Her gaze swept the room, then suddenly stopped overhead. There, at the center of the ceiling, was a stone slightly darker in color than the rest, impossible to spot unless you looked carefully. Elder, it's up there. That stone in the middle. I glanced up, then withdrew the divine spear. The moment the monster broke free, it flashed at me to attack, but I'd been ready for that. I stepped straight for the stone in the ceiling. Not a chance. The monster reacted with terrifying speed, knowing it was finished if the core was destroyed. Ignoring its shoulder wound, it leapt into the air, actually a hair faster than me, arriving late, but blocking my path between me and the core. Get back down. Its intact left claw slammed down at my head. Elder, Chinyu cried out below. My eyes went cold. You're the one going down. I didn't dodge. I gathered all my spiritual pressure into my left hand. Hato number 33, Sokatsui. At point-blank range, a burst of blue flame detonated in midair. The horrific blast blew the monster away and slammed it hard into the barrier. Using the last of my spiritual energy, I stepped upward, gripping the divine spear with both hands. Shatter. Clang. The blade tip struck the stone, spitting brilliant sparks, but that stone was unbelievably hard, leaving only a white scratch. It didn't break? My heart sank, and a jolt of recoil left the base of my thumb numb. Just then, the barrier below suddenly flared with intense red light, the entire hall shaking violently, the stones of the floor cracking apart one after another. The array's been activated, Chinyu shouted, feeling the air turn thick and viscous like water. The monster that had been blown away hauled itself up, its chest a mangled mess of flesh, a large section of its bone armor shattered, yet it was laughing madly. Ha! Too late. You're all going to die. It spread its arms wide, its inner spiritual pressure pouring frantically into the barrier. The pressure inside the barrier doubled. When I landed back on the ground, my legs were trembling as if I were carrying a mountain on my back. This array is too bizarre. The divine spear's physical attacks alone couldn't break it. I needed a stronger energy impact. Wincing at the loss, I pulled out a Jillian crystal core, crushed it, and absorbed the erasure. Kid, how many more of those big bursts can you manage? Burning my vitality, one more. Good. When I count to 3, fire it at the ceiling. Doesn't matter if you hit or not. Just release all the energy. Got it. Shinyu gripped her blade with both hands, her vitality igniting once more. I turned to face the monster. Frost crystallized over the surface of the divine spear in my hand, the short blade slowly lengthening. Hyorimaru. The instant I gripped the hilt, a terrifying cold spread outward with me at its center. The sweltering hull plunged to freezing point in an instant, thick frost forming beneath my feet, snowflakes drifting through the air. The monster's laughter cut off abruptly. It stared at me in terror. That cold made it feel the threat of death itself. You, what the hell is that? I didn't answer. The pale blue blade radiated a chilling, ghostly light. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyorimaru. I roared with the resolve of someone betting everything, channeling every last bit of spiritual pressure into it. 1. Shinyu's vitality burned to its limit. She was a living torch. 2. I pointed the blade tip at the ceiling. 3. Do it. Shinyu roared, crimson flames bursting forth, a thick column of fire streaking toward the ceiling. At the same instant, I swung my blade. Guncho Tsarara. The moisture in the air froze into an enormous frost dragon that spiraled up toward the ceiling with a roar. The red slash of light and the blue ice dragon collided violently in midair, the clash of absolute heat against absolute cold. Ka-boom. An indescribable explosion detonated above the hall, a storm of red and blue energy sweeping through the entire barrier. That unbelievably hard core stone, under the extreme assault of fire and ice, finally couldn't hold. Crack. A single crisp shattering sound rang out with startling clarity amid the roar. The core was broken. The red barrier scattered from the air like a shattered mirror, and that suffocating pressure vanished with it. Shinyu collapsed to the ground, spent, staring at the gaping hole in the ceiling with the smile of someone who'd survived certain death. It's broken, it's really broken. Old Lee and the others let out breaths of relief, then lay on the ground and passed out. But I didn't drop my guard. As the energy storm dispersed, the monster's figure came into view, a horrific sight. One arm was blown off, most of its bone armor shattered, black blood pooling all over the floor. Yet it still wasn't dead. And Ajuch's life force was terrifyingly tenacious. It lay sprawled on the ground, propping itself up with its one remaining claw, lifting its head to glare at me, its eyes full of resentment and spite. Humans, don't get cocky. The gates of Las Noches have already opened. The master will avenge me. With that, its head lolled to the side and it went completely still, its body dissolving into black erasure, leaving behind only a hollow crystal core radiating a rich red glow. Ajuch's slain, in critically wounded state. 5,000 soul points obtained. I felt a bit deflated. Only 5,000 points? All that near-death struggle, and it wasn't even worth as much as killing a couple more Jillians. And even at critical health this thing was this strong. At full power, we'd probably all have died down here today. Guess a man really shouldn't push his luck too far. Showing off gets you struck by lightning. I took a good while to catch my breath before walking over to pick up the crystal core and pocket it. Then I went to Chinyu and reached out to pull her up. All right, stop pushing yourself. Chinyu used my hand to steady herself, then looked at the blade in my grip, a flash of confusion in her eyes. Elder, we owe you everything this time. If not for you, our whole first advance team would have died here today. She gave a solemn bow. She couldn't figure out why there were two different blades, but this elder had clearly saved their lives. It was nothing. There are more military people outside looking for you. Get your people out of here, quick. There are people outside? Yeah, Zhao Gang, from the 9th Advance Team. He's the one who told me to come in and find you. I made up a lie on the spot, pushing the credit onto Zhao Gang. Chinyu relaxed at the name. Ah, old Zhao. Elder, are you coming out with us? She kept feeling this elder was somehow familiar, especially his tone of voice, a little like her good-for-nothing younger brother. But she immediately dismissed the thought. Zhang Yang was just an F-rank awakener, not even a martial artist. How could he possibly show up in an abyssal rift like this, and with such terrifying strength? I've got some business here. You go on ahead. I sheathed Hyorimaru. There was no way I could leave with her. The moment I got outside and faced that crowd of military people, my disguise would sooner or later fall apart. Besides, I hadn't finished exploring this underground palace. And that monster's dying words, Las Noches, had really caught my attention. If it was real, then there had to be some earth-shattering secret and benefits hidden inside. Seeing I didn't want to go, Chinyu didn't dare press me. People of great skill all had their own temperaments. Then take care, elder. I, Chinyu, will remember this debt. If there's ever anything you need, I'll go through fire and water for you. She cupped her fist in salute, then turned and called to her team. Oldly, can you still walk? Support each other, move out. The wounded team members held each other up, carrying their two unconscious comrades over to me, and bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving our lives, elder. I nodded without a word. Only after watching them disappear down the far end of the corridor did I let out a long breath and drop straight onto the ground, yanking off my mask to gulp in air. Damn, playing the mysterious master is exhausting. I wiped the cold sweat off my forehead. That fight had looked like I'd held the upper hand the whole time, but in truth it had been razor's edge dangerous. One small slip and I'd have been stone cold dead by now. A member's level of spiritual pressure was still too much of a stretch against an Ajuch's. I've got to raise my strength fast. I patted the Ajuch's core in my pocket and called up the panel. Realm, High-Tier Martial Master, Vitality 1100. Soul Points, 6220. Zampa Kudo, Divine Spear, Shirkai. Hyorimaru, Shirkai. Hado number 4 White Lightning. Hado number 33 Sokatsui. Next promotion, Godei 13 Seated Officer. Ajuch's Crystal Core X5. Vitality Breakthrough to 3000. I sucked in air through my teeth. 5 Ajuch's Cores. Vitality of 3000? That's way too big a jump. After Martial Master came Martial General, and Vitality of 3000 was the Martial General threshold. And when were Ajuch's ever easy to deal with? One at critical health had nearly killed me. Now they wanted 5 intact ones? Those were the precursors to Arankar. If I ran into a full-strength Ajuch's right now, all I could do was run. Whatever. One step at a time. I closed the panel and stood, my gaze turning to the deepest part of the hall. There stood a bronze door, even more massive and ancient than the one outside, carved with the image of a broken crown. Las Noches. I gripped Hyorimaru. Since I'm already here, it'd be a waste of my 6,000 plus soul points not to take a look inside. Standing before the bronze door, I realized just how enormous it was. Easily 10 plus meters tall, radiating an oppressive, ancient air. The crown emblem on the door was rendered so vividly, it seemed to coldly watch everyone who drew near. I ran my hand over the cold door surface. How do you even open this thing? There isn't even a keyhole. I put all my vitality into a push. It didn't budge an inch. Maybe it takes spiritual pressure? I stepped back 2 paces, pressed my palm to the door, and slowly channeled my Shinigami spiritual pressure into it. A miracle happened. The crown emblem began to glow faintly, and then a low rumble came from behind the door, as if some massive machinery had begun to turn. Grind. The bronze door slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a pitch-black passage, and an intensely pure Racier aura came flowing out. I took a deep breath, every pore on my body opening up. So much Racier. This place has got to be a treasure vault. I stepped into the passage without hesitation. It was long, without a shred of light. I relied entirely on my spiritual pressure to see. I walked slowly, staying alert the whole time. Who knew what other monsters were hiding down here? After maybe 10 plus minutes, a point of light appeared ahead. I quickened my pace and stepped out of the passage, and the sight before me left me utterly stunned. This wasn't a room. It was like stepping into a whole other world. Above me was a dim, gray sky, a broken moon casting its ghastly pale light. Below stretched rows of white buildings, ruined now, but you could still see their former grandeur. This was Las Noches, the home of the Espada. I stood on high ground, looking down over this white underground city. This is way too over the top. Just then, the system's cold voice sounded in my mind. Detected. Host has entered a special zone. Las Noches. Incomplete version. Hidden quest triggered. Explore Las Noches. Objective. Locate the core control hub of Las Noches. Reward. 10,000 soul points. 1 random advanced keto scroll. And unlock a special authorization to. Hearing 10,000 soul points, my eyes turned green with greed. I'm doing it. Soul points were exactly what I was shortest on right now. With that 10,000, I could pull for another advanced Zanpakuto or trade directly for Simbanzakura's Shurkai. I'd already exposed the Divine Spear and Hyarinmaru in front of Chinyu. The reasons I didn't leave with her were two. 1. I was afraid she'd dig too deep. 2. I wanted to pull another blade, so I'd have something to handle her with later. But where's the core hub? Looking down at the dense clusters of buildings gave me a headache. Searching blindly, I'd be at it for 10 days or half a month and still come up empty. I closed my eyes and released my spiritual pressure, sensing the energy fluctuations around me. Soon I found the anomaly. At the very center of Las Noches stood a single tall white tower, giving off an extremely faint but very pure erasure pulse. That should be it. I opened my eyes, locked onto the tower, and fired off a flash step, streaking away as a blur. Along the way I saw countless signs of battle. Some buildings sheared clean in half, huge craters gouged into the ground. Clearly, an extraordinarily brutal fight had once taken place here. Could it be the Shinigami and the Espada fought here back then? I guessed to myself, but the system offered no explanation, so I was left to speculate. I quickly reached the base of the tower. The tower door stood open, pitch black inside. I gripped Hyarinmaru and stepped cautiously in. The interior was spacious, with a spiral staircase in the middle leading straight to the top. I followed it up. Aside from my own footsteps, there was nothing, a silence so complete it set me on edge. At the top of the tower, I found myself in an enormous circular room. In its center floated a crystal orb glowing blue-white, ringed by intricate halos of erasure. So this is the core hub. I walked closer to examine it, and was just about to reach out and touch it. A cold voice suddenly rang out in the room. "Human, take your filthy hand away." My heart jolted, and I spun around. My heart jolted, and I spun around, firing off a flash step. I was already at the room's doorway. Hyarinmaru held across my chest, its pale blue blade radiating a bone-deep chill. From behind that floating crystal orb, a figure slowly stepped out. No, it couldn't really be called a person. This thing was tall and slender, wearing a tattered white robe. The most striking part was its face. Half of it was covered by a white bone mask, cracked in several places. In the center of its chest was a fist-sized black hole that ran clean through its body. An Aaronkar. Those two words flashed through my mind instantly. I knew this look all too well. This was definitely an Aaronkar that had completed its evolution. And judging by its aura, it might even be one of the Espada. "What are you?" I took half a step back, opening up a safe distance. My spiritual pressure hadn't recovered much. If it really came to a fight, I probably couldn't survive a single move. The Aaronkar stopped beside the crystal orb, not coming closer, sizing me up and down with the one eye its mask didn't cover. "Human, no need to be so tense. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even get the chance to draw your blade. Anyone can talk big." I gave a smirk. "If you've got the guts, come try me." My mouth was tough, but inside I was scared out of my wits. This old geezer's spiritual pressure fluctuation was faint, but the sheer sense of tier-level suppression was overwhelming. God knows how many times stronger than that Ajucha's from earlier. The Aaronkar shook its head and extended a hand. I immediately tightened my grip on the hilt, ready to bolt. But its hand passed straight through the crystal orb, like passing through empty air. See that clearly? It lowered its hand. Right now I'm nothing but a lingering spectral remnant of a soul. No body, no power. I can't even touch this orb, let alone kill you. I looked closer. Its body was indeed slightly transparent, and it cast no shadow beneath its feet. A soul remnant. I relaxed a little, though I still didn't lower my blade. "Then that take your filthy hand away just now. You were just bluffing me?" The Aaronkar looked at the Hyarinmaru in my hand, a flicker of something complicated crossing his eyes. "I just didn't want you to wreck this last core. And besides, I can feel the power coming off you. The sword in your hand, the power inside your body. That's the power of a soul reaper." He drifted a little closer. "I never thought that after all this time, I'd feel a soul reaper's spiritual pressure in this world again." This time I was genuinely shocked. This old geezer knew about soul reapers. Ever since I'd been transported to this world, I'd always assumed soul reapers and hollows were just things the system had cooked up. Everyone else treated hollows as monsters and treated blood energy as a cultivation system. Nobody had the faintest idea what a soul reaper even was. But now, a living, breathing Aaron stood right in front of me and called out my secret in one breath. Who the hell are you? How do you know about Soul Reapers? The Aaron let out a sigh, his voice heavy with age. Who am I? I forgot a long time ago. It's been too long. He raised his head toward the top of the tower. If you carry the power of a Soul Reaper, then surely you know about the Great War 1,000 years ago. The war 1,000 years ago. I was completely lost. I'd only been in this world for a week. How was I supposed to know? Quit stalling. Just spit it out. The Aaron didn't get angry. He began, slowly, to tell the story. More than 1,000 years ago, this world wasn't like it is now. Back then, Soul Reapers, Hollows, and Quincy's coexisted. The Soul Reapers guided souls and maintained balance. We Hollows devoured one another in Hueco Mundo. And the Quincy's were a group of humans who claimed they'd wipe Hollows out entirely. I pricked up my ears, my heart churning like a storm. Why did this plot sound so familiar? Wasn't this exactly the setup from the original Bleach story? How had all of it been transplanted into this world? And then the Quincy's shattered the balance. The Aaron tone grew grim. They annihilated Hollows completely, which meant souls could no longer circulate. To maintain the balance, the Soul Reapers had no choice but to declare war. That war raged until the sky went black and the earth was scorched. The entire world was nearly destroyed. So who won in the end? The Aaron shook his head. There were no winners. The Quincy's were slaughtered almost to extinction, and the Soul Reapers paid a terrible price too. Worse still, the war tore open the barrier between worlds, and an unknown power intervened. To protect this world from destruction, the Soul Reapers used a forbidden power and banished the entire Soul Society, along with every Soul Reaper, into an endless void. From that day on, Soul Reapers vanished completely. Along with the Quincy's, they became legend, and in time, even the legends were worn away by the years. I was left utterly dumbfounded. The Soul Reapers were banished? They weren't in this world anymore. Then what the hell was my system? Where did my Soul Reaper inheritance come from? Could the system actually be linked to that exiled Soul Society? Then how did you end up staying behind? I forced myself to stay calm. The Aaron gestured at our surroundings. Because this place is the Lost No Chase we built back then. After the Soul Reapers disappeared, our realm of Hollows was caught in the aftermath, swept into a space distortion current, lost, unable to find the way back. His voice carried a deep helplessness and sorrow. The clues in my head started falling into place, piece by piece. I put the Hyorimaru away and plopped straight down onto the stone floor. Then what's the deal with all those abyss rifts out there? I'd been holding on to that question. The official reports said that 200 years ago, spatial rifts had suddenly appeared all over the world, spewing out countless monsters, and that was when humans started awakening their special abilities and cultivating blood energy. But before that, this world's history was terrifyingly thin, barely 200 years, and go back any further, and it just vanished like a broken cliff face. The Aaron drifted in front of me and pointed at the crystal sphere. Those rifts are our hollow worlds searching for the way home. 200 years ago, drifting through the chaos, the hollow world finally brushed against the edge of this world. The massive collision between spaces tore the barrier open. That's the origin of what you call the abyss rifts. But the hollow world wasn't truly connected yet. Only a few faint spirit particles leaked through the rifts. I smacked my thigh. I get it now. So the special abilities humans awaken and the blood energy they cultivate, those are actually mutations that came from absorbing the leaked spirit particles. The Aaron nodded. Exactly. The human body can't absorb spirit particles directly, but after being filtered and mutated by passing through the rifts, the spirit particles became a kind of low-grade energy. Once you absorbed it, it turned into what you call blood energy and special abilities. I was cursing inside. So after all this fuss, the blood energy system of this high martial arts world was just people training with secondhand spirit particles that had leaked out of the hollow world. No wonder it was so pathetically weak against the Soul Reaper's spiritual pressure. The two weren't even in the same dimension. So what came next? If they collided 200 years ago, why didn't your army just push straight through? Because the barrier was too thick, and the hollow world's power hadn't fully awakened either. The Aaron sighed. In these 200 years, all that came through the rifts were mindless, low-grade hollows. Even Jillian's were rare. Suppressed by the spatial forces within the rifts, they degenerated into what you call monsters. I thought of the greyblade mantises and gale wolves I'd killed in the beginner trial grounds. No wonder they'd felt so strange. They'd been degenerated low-grade hollows all along. But the Aaroncar's tone suddenly turned deadly serious. That situation changed a week ago. A week ago? My heart lurched. Yes, a week ago, the barrier began to weaken. The Aaroncar's spectral form grew more and more excited as he spoke, almost manic. The passage between worlds will open soon. Ajuchas, Aaroncars, all of them will descend upon this world. Ha ha. Cold sweat broke out down my back. A week ago, I was the one who'd been transported here a week ago and awakened the Soul Reaper inheritance system. Was that a coincidence? The hollow world was returning in full force, and the system had bound itself to me at exactly this moment. Could the system be something created by that banished soul society? Its purpose being to have me, a proxy Soul Reaper, rebuild the order of the Soul Reapers in this world and fight off the hollow invasion? Good grief, you're shoving me straight into the fire, I grumbled internally. All I wanted was to grind some soul points in peace, show off a little, and live the good life. And now they wanted me to take on the entire hollow world alone? That was a hollow world with the Espada, with monsters like Aizen. I swallowed hard. Why are you telling me all this? What's your angle? You're a hollow, I'm a Soul Reaper. We're mortal enemies. The Aaroncar shook his head. I'm already dead. This lingering afterimage is about to fade too. This Lost No Chase is just a fragment that broke off from the hollow world back then, and it's about to collapse completely. As for my angle, a flicker of relief passed through his single eye. I just don't want to see this world destroyed again. The king of the hollow world has already gone mad. The king of the hollow world? Who's that? You'll find out someday. He didn't answer directly. That panther Ajuchas you just killed was the strongest being in this abandoned Lost No Chase. Now that it's dead, the energy holding this place together has been cut off. You'd better leave, and quickly. Rumble. The entire top of the tower suddenly shook violently, and huge slabs of bone began raining down from the ceiling. What's going on? An earthquake. Lost No Chase is about to disappear. The Aaroncar's voice grew weaker and weaker, his body becoming even more transparent. Son of a, your demolition timing is way too fast. You're not even giving a guy time to run. Cursing under my breath, I stowed my sword and got ready to flash step out of there. Wait. The Aaroncar suddenly called out to me. What now? You got last words too. He didn't speak. Instead, using the last of his strength, he reached up to his own face, gave a sharp yank, and forcibly tore off the white bone mask covering it. As the mask peeled away, his body dissolved into countless white points of light and scattered into the air. This, I'll leave it to you. The Aaroncar's voice sounded directly inside my head. It might help you survive the battles to come. Remember, power itself is neither good nor evil. It all depends on how you use it. The white mask traced an arc through the air and flew straight toward me. Instinctively, I reached out and caught it. The mask felt ice cold in my hand, hard and solid, covered in mysterious red patterns. The instant I gripped it, an extremely violent, bloodthirsty power surged up my palm and into my mind. I felt my heart give a sharp twitch, my eyes turning bright red, my head filling with nothing but the urge to kill and destroy. Damn it, what kind of cursed thing is this? I quickly summoned my Soul Reaper spiritual pressure and forcibly crushed that surge of violence back down, gasping for breath, a wave of lingering fear washing over me. This was definitely a hollowification mask used by the Visored. Put it on, and you could gain a hollow's power for a short time, multiplying your strength. But the moment you lost control, you'd turn completely into a mindless monster. A good thing's a good thing, but this one's too hot to handle. I didn't dare look at it any longer and stuffed it into the farthest corner of my system space. Unless I was absolutely out of options, I would never touch it. Just then, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out. Detected. Host has completed hidden mission. Explore Lost No Chase. Reward: 10,000 soul points. 1 random advanced keto da. Hearing that 10,000 points had landed in my account, my grin nearly split from ear to ear. I'm rich. This trip wasn't for nothing. Adding what I'd had left over, I now had more than 16,000 points, an absolute high roller. System, hurry up and draw that advanced keto. I urged, dodging the rocks falling from above. If I could land Black Coffin, then never mind a half-dead Ajuchas. I could take down a fully intact one. Advanced keto draw complete. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. A massive flood of information poured into my mind. The incantation, the arrangement of spirit particles, the techniques for casting it, all carved into my memory. It was a bit of a shame it wasn't an attack spell, but I happened to be short on exactly this kind of restraining skill. Boom! A huge load-bearing pillar at the top of the tower snapped clean through and crashed down right by my feet, sending bone shards spraying across my face. No time to stand around grinning. If I don't move now, I really will get buried alive. I pushed my spiritual pressure to the limit. Flash step. I turned into a blur and shot out through the hole in the top of the tower. I landed on the roof of a white, abandoned building and looked back. The tall tower was crumbling at a rate visible to the naked eye. And it wasn't just the tower. The entire space of Las Noches was warping. The broken moon in the sky was beginning to shatter, and the ground was splitting open with bottomless fissures, black spatial chaos surging out of them and devouring everything. This place is about to be finished. I need to find the exit, fast. I flash-stepped frantically between the collapsing buildings, the crumbling space right on my heels. After about 5 minutes of running, I finally spotted that pitch-black passage and dove straight in. A split second before the passage completely caved in, I burst out through the bronze door. Back in the Great Hall of the Underground Palace, this place had started collapsing on a massive scale too. I had no time to rest. Afterimage flickering one after another, I finally burst out through the palace gate. With a deafening rumble, the gate slowly sank into the ground behind me and vanished. Slumping to the floor, I glanced at my status panel. More than 16,000 soul points glittered there. And when you're rich, of course you've got to spend. System, open an advanced blind box. Deducting 10,000 soul points. Advanced Zanpakuto blind box opening. I stared at that box radiating golden light and prayed like a madman. Give me a monster. Give me a monster. The gold light flashed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Zanpakuto. Nozarashi, unreleased. I froze. Nozarashi? Kenpachi Zaraki's sword? And in its unreleased state, no less. My hand suddenly sank under a weight, and a katana appeared. I looked down and nearly cursed it out loud. The cloth wrapped around the hilt was ragged and haphazardly wound. The blade was chipped all over like an oversized saw, and there were even patches of dark red rust on the edge. It looked even more pathetic than that F-rank rusty tang saber I'd started out with. This is Nozarashi? If I whip this out to fight someone, they'll die laughing at me. How am I supposed to look cool? I gave it a couple of swings. But the next second my expression changed. This sword was heavy, and the spiritual pressure radiating off the blade was extraordinarily violent and savage, brimming with the urge to destroy. Kenpachi Zaraki was the only captain who couldn't perform Shurkai or Bankai. It was only later, after he sacrificed Yichiro Kusajishi, that his sword gained its name. It's not that this sword was weak. Far from it, it was absurdly strong. But if I wanted to release its Shurkai, where the heck was I supposed to find a Yichiro? Forget it. I'd just use it as is for now. At least its appearance was somewhat similar to that original Tang saber. The entire abyss had begun to warp violently, clearly affected by the collapse of Las Noches. I picked a direction and sprinted off with flash step, heading for the black market's illegal teleportation array. I definitely couldn't use the official exit, dressed and powered the way I was. I'd get grabbed the moment I stepped out and sliced up for research. Half an hour later, I found the teleportation array hidden in a pile of rubble and jammed a tier 3 crystal core into the socket at the array's eye. The array lit up with white light. I stepped in and, in a strong sensation of weightlessness, left the intermediate abyss behind. By the time I emerged from the abandoned meat processing plant on the black market side, it was already night. I peeled off my tattered combat suit and tossed it in a trash can, then changed into ordinary sportswear. Looking at the clean-cut young man in the mirror, I grinned. Now this is what a high schooler's supposed to look like. I strolled off and caught a bus home. The moment I pushed the door open, I could tell the atmosphere was off. The living room light was on, and Shin Yu was sitting on the couch, her face pale, her abdomen wrapped in thick bandages. Hearing the door, she turned her head, her big eyes fixing on me in a way that gave me the creeps. She was hurt that badly. Why wasn't she staying at the hospital? What was she doing back home? Sis, what happened to you? You're hurt. I quickly put on a surprised and worried expression and walked over. Yu didn't answer. She just looked me up and down. Where have you been for the past 2 weeks? Her tone was cold, with an edge of interrogation to it. 2 weeks? That wasn't right. I hadn't even spent a full day inside Las Noches. How had so much time passed on the outside? My mind raced. Could the flow of time inside Las Noches be different from the outside world? But my mouth stayed casual. I went to do special training. Didn't you give me the card to the beginner trial grounds and tell me not to come out until I became a warrior? I've been in there killing monsters the whole time. Just came out today. Jiangnan City had 3 beginner trial grounds. One had had an accident, but the other 2 were still open. Since I said I'd gone to the trial grounds, Yu couldn't really press the point. But I didn't want her to keep grilling me, so I went on the offensive first. What's the deal with these injuries of yours? Yu gave a cold snort, her eyes locked hard on me. Ever since coming back from the hospital, she couldn't shake the feeling that the person she'd run into in the abyss, both his build and his eyes, looked far too much like me. But reason told her that Jiang Yang had only awakened an F-rank ability. There was no way he could have that kind of power in such a short time. I met her gaze without flinching. My mental fortitude had been tempered by storms and squalls. When I was a kid, I used to secretly alter my exam scores and my parents never caught on. This little bit of pressure from Yu was nothing compared to Dad's belt. Thinking of my parents brought my mood down a bit. I'd been transported here after my vision went black from working nonstop overtime, and I had no idea whether my parents had received any compensation. At least there was still a younger brother back home who could collect the money, so their lives might get a little easier. Watching me suddenly hang my head, Yu felt a pang of pity. For all 3 years of high school, whether in training or written exams, this little brother had come in first every single year, only to awaken the most useless F-rank artifact user ability. That blow must have hit him hard. Jiang Yang. She suddenly spoke up. Take out that sword you awakened and let me have a look. Here it comes. I knew you'd want to inspect me. I put on a reluctant look. Sis, why do you want to see that piece of junk? It's rusty and dull. It's embarrassing to even pull out. Cut the nonsense. Take it out. Yu's voice jumped an octave, which tugged at her wound and made her hiss in pain. I quickly pretended to be startled and clumsily yanked Nozarashi off my back. With a clang, a busted, jagged tang saber covered in dark red rust landed on the coffee table. Yu leaned in for a close look. The sword was an absolute wreck, even worse than the last time she'd seen it, chip after chip running along the edge. Never mind cutting down a monster, it had struggled to even chop vegetables. In her mind rose the image of that white short blade in the underground palace that could instantly extend more than 10 meters, and that long sword that radiated a terrifying chill and could summon an ice dragon. Then she looked back at this heap of scrap metal on the coffee table. Yu let out a long sigh, finally dismissing the last absurd trace of suspicion in her heart, and at the same time feeling even more sorry for me. All right, put it away. She waved her hand, her tone softening considerably. Seeing your sword beat up like this, I bet you had a rough time in the trial grounds. I quickly sheathed the sword and pressed my advantage. You said it, sis. Chopping gale wolves with this piece of junk left my hands numb from the shock. But it worked okay. I feel like my blood energy went up a good bit. Yu nodded, a flicker of relief in her eyes. Give the kid credit, at least you haven't given up. I got hurt a bit recently and need to recuperate at home for a month. During this month, I'll personally supervise your blood energy cultivation. The martial exam's almost here. At the very least, you'd better get into a decent martial arts university for me. On the surface, I kept agreeing, but inside I was ranting like crazy. Big sis, my blood energy value alone is already at the martial master level. Making me practice that lousy blood energy technique is nothing but torture. But to keep from blowing my cover, I could only grit my teeth and agree. The next month was pure torment for me. Yu rested and recuperated, spending every day parked on the couch, watching me sit in meditation in the middle of the living room. I'd keep my eyes closed and put on a pained, focused expression, but I wasn't actually cultivating blood energy at all. What I was really doing was frantically working to attune myself to Nozarashi's spiritual pressure inside my body. Nozarashi's spiritual pressure was far too violent. Unlike Hyarinmaru, which had a clear, defined attribute, or the reserved restraint of a spirit lance, this one was like an uncontrollable wild beast, charging and smashing through my meridians. I had to use my own spiritual pressure to soothe and tame it, bit by bit. Whew. I let out a long breath and opened my eyes, my forehead soaked with sweat. And that sweat wasn't faked. Suppressing Nozarashi genuinely burned through my mental energy. Chinyu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You held out 10 minutes longer today than yesterday. Looks like you really did have a breakthrough in the trial grounds. I took the towel and wiped my face, laughing to myself. If you knew what I was actually just doing, you'd probably jump out of your skin. Besides attuning myself to Nozarashi, at night after Chinyu fell asleep, I'd secretly take out that white bone mask to study it. I discovered it was like an energy storage device, containing a massive reserve of power inside. When I tried channeling my spiritual pressure into it, the red patterns on the mask would light up, and at the same time it would feed a surge of savage emotion back into me. This is definitely a devastating weapon, but it's also a ticking time bomb. I tossed the mask up and caught it. If your mental strength isn't strong enough, the moment you put it on, the hollow power backlashes and turns you into a mindless monster. I decided that until I reached Captain Class Realm, I would absolutely not clamp it onto my face. The month flew by in an instant. During this time, I completely tamed Nozarashi's spiritual pressure. Now I could wield it freely with plain swings. No shirkai yet. But that pure destructive force could absolutely cleave a warrior of my own tier clean in half. My realm had also stabilized at 2nd stage martial master. If someone actually measured my blood energy value, it would definitely top 2,000 points. Handling this world's college entrance exam would be no problem at all. That morning, Chinyu's injuries had mostly healed. Watching me get into my school uniform and head out the door, she patted my shoulder. Your school's holding the intramural tournament today, right? This is the last diagnostic before the martial exam. It's the key to deciding recommendation slots. I don't expect you to place in the top few, but since you're a warrior now, get up there and fight properly. Don't embarrass yourself. Relax, sis. I promise I'll beat them so bad they'll be picking their teeth up off the ground. I flashed a grin. Quit bragging. Chinyu shot me a glare. Everyone else hasn't been sitting idle this past month either. If you really can't win, then concede. Don't push it and get yourself hurt. Got it, I know what I'm doing. I turned and walked out the door. Carrying the even more battered Nozarashi on my back, I strolled through the gates of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Nearly 2 months since I'd last been here, and the atmosphere was a lot more tense. The athletic field was full of students sparring, the air thick with the dull thuds of clashing blood energy. For the high schoolers of this world, the martial exam was the one and only path to changing your destiny. Get into a good martial arts university, and you'd rise above the crowd. Fail, and you were stuck becoming a bottom-rung laborer or cannon fodder mercenary. I walked into Class 2 of the senior year. The classroom was a chaotic din, everyone bragging about the progress they'd made over the past 2 months. Did you hear? Li Chong from the class next door broke through to 4th stage yesterday. His dad dosed him with a shot of beginner blood energy serum. 4th stage is nothing. They say our class president, Chun Hao, has already broken through to 9th stage warrior. Half-step martial master. That's rare even in the whole history of Jiangnan No. 1. Damn, 9th stage? Then first place in this tournament is definitely Chun Hao's for the taking. Listening to all this chatter, I walked to the very back row and sat down, tossed my backpack onto the desk, and yawned. 9th stage warrior? Half-step martial master? I nearly laughed out loud. This bunch of little brats were still preening over being a few stages into warrior, with no clue that the F-rank trash sitting in the back row was already a genuine, bona fide martial master. If I let my spiritual pressure out, the whole classroom would probably be flattened to the floor, unable to get back up. Just then, someone kicked the classroom door open. Zhao Ming swaggered in with a few lackeys in tow. Back at the awakening ceremony, he'd been slammed by my spiritual pressure until he vomited blood and passed out. In the 2 months since, not only had he not kept a low profile, he'd gotten even more arrogant. The moment he came in, his eyes darted around, In the instant he spotted me yawning in the back row, they lit up. He walked straight over. Well, well, if it isn't the great genius of our class, Jiangyang. Zhao Ming planted both hands on my desk, his voice dripping with sarcasm. 2 months without seeing you. I figured you died in some sewer somewhere. The classroom fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning toward us. Su Wanqing, sitting in the front row, turned around and gave me a cold look. She was now completely tied to Chen Hao. In her eyes, even if I had high-tier artifacts left behind by my parents, I was still destined to be a bottom-rung loser looking up at them. Without real hard power, even the most impressive artifact was just a flower in a mirror, moonlight on water. She was already a sixth-stage warrior now, and the resources of Chun Hao's family were nothing a broke-down pauper like me could compare to. I lifted my eyelids and glanced at Zhao Ming. Who are you exactly? Got crap stuck between your teeth? Your mouth reeks. A few students nearby couldn't help snorting with laughter. Zhao Ming's face flushed crimson, and he slammed his hand down hard on the desk. Jiangyang, quit running your damn mouth. You think it's still like right after you awakened? I'm a sixth-stage warrior now. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. He'd always been convinced that it wasn't me who killed the monster at the awakening ceremony. And when the officials later put out their report, he hated me all the more for making him look like a fool. Today's tournament, he'd come with the express intent of crippling me. I leaned back against my chair and crossed my arms. Sixth-stage warrior? So scary. Go on then. Crush one and let me watch. That devil-may-care attitude of mine finally set him off. He stretched out his right hand, blood energy surging with a gust of force, and grabbed viciously at my shoulder. Jiangyang, watch out. A chubby kid in the crowd who was usually on decent terms with me called out. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, feeling Zhao Ming was being too heavy-handed, but she didn't speak up to stop him. I stayed seated and didn't even dodge. The instant his fingers were about to touch my shoulder gave a slight jerk. Bam! A muffled thud. Zhao Ming felt as if he'd grabbed onto a truck barreling along at full speed. The enormous recoil surged up his arm and slammed straight into his shoulder. Ah! He let out a scream, staggering backward 3 or 4 steps completely out of control, and landed hard on his backside. His right wrist was bent at a grotesque angle, cold sweat pouring down his face from the pain. The entire classroom went dead quiet. Everyone's eyes went wide. Zhao Ming was a sixth-stage warrior, and he'd been the one to attack. Jiangyang hadn't even moved his hand, and Zhao Ming went flying on his own and broke his wrist too. Mingji, are you okay? A few lackeys hurried to help him up. Zhao Ming's face was twisted in agony as he glared at me venomously. You're wearing protective armor? He flatly refused to believe this was my own power, convinced he'd slammed into some kind of defensive artifact. I stood up unhurriedly and brushed non-existent dust off my shoulder. If you're weak, just admit you're weak. Can't even stand up straight, and you call yourself a sixth-stage warrior? Looks to me like you doped yourself up until your legs went noodle soft. You're asking to die. Zhao Ming, now enraged, shook off his lackeys and moved to charge at me again. Stop. A low, deep voice came from the doorway. Chun Hao walked in, wearing a custom-tailored white training uniform, a smile on his face but an air of lofty arrogance in his eyes. The moment he appeared, the girls' eyes all lit up. The class president's here. A ninth-stage warrior's presence really is something else. Chun Hao walked over to Zhao Ming and pressed a hand on his shoulder. Zhao Ming, we're all classmates. The tournament's about to start. Why sour the mood by fighting in the classroom? He wore an air of righteous magnanimity. Then he turned to look at me, his eyes full of undisguised contempt. Jiangyang, throwing your weight around by leaning on a defensive artifact left by your elders. What kind of skill is that? On the path of martial arts. In the end, it all comes down to your own hard power. An F-rank ability user like you. No matter how you struggle, your ceiling is only so high. Those words instantly framed what had just happened. Everyone had a sudden realization. So Jiangyang had a defensive artifact on him. No wonder Zhao Ming got hurt. Su Wanqing looked at Chun Hao, her eyes full of admiration. This is a true genius. Powerful and sharp enough to cut right to the heart of things. Watching Chun Hao putting on his act, I felt a wave of disgust. Who the hell do you think you are? Coming over here to lecture me? I didn't give him an ounce of face. If you've got the guts, we'll settle it in the ring. Quit yapping over here like some nagging old woman. The smile froze on Chun Hao's face. He hadn't expected me to dare talk to him like that. Fine. Very well. He gave a cold sneer. I hope your mouth is still this tough when you run into me in the ring. Just then, the homeroom teacher, old Mr. Lee, walked into the classroom carrying a lottery box. Everyone quiet down. Get back to your seats. Old Lee was a fifth-stage martial master, a teacher with real seniority at Jiangqing number 1. The moment he spoke, the classroom fell silent at once. Zhao Ming shot me a vicious glare and, clutching his wrist, returned to his seat. I don't think I need to spell out what day it is. Old Lee's gaze swept across the class. The intramural tournament. This is your last chance in 3 years of high school to prove yourselves. The top 10 will earn the school's direct recommendation to the 3 top-tier martial arts academies, plus a reward of intermediate blood energy serum. The students below all went red-eyed with hunger. A recommendation slot to a top-tier martial arts academy was a golden ticket to exemption from the entrance exam. The rules are simple. There are 620 seniors in the whole school, divided across 10 rings. Single elimination, one-on-one matches. No artifacts or hidden weapons of any kind. Stop as soon as the point's made. When the referee calls the match, you must halt immediately. Old Lee set the lottery box down on the podium. Now come up by student number and draw your lots. Which ring? Which match? See for yourselves. The students lined up to draw. Chun Hao casually pulled a slip. Ring 1, 8th match. He glanced at it and returned to his seat. The people around him cast awed looks his way. Whoever drew a match against him would have the worst luck of 8 lifetimes. It was my turn. I ambled up, reached into the box, and grabbed a slip at random. Ring 4, 1st match. I raised an eyebrow. First match? Great. I could go find somewhere to sleep as soon as it was over. Slip in hand, I headed back just as Zhao Ming was going up to draw. He pulled his slip, opened it, then turned to look at me, his face full of wild glee, and walked over deliberately holding the slip up high. Jiang Yang, guess what I drew? The whole class looked over. Written on the slip, Ring 4, 1st match. The classroom instantly exploded. Damn, enemies always cross paths. Zhao Ming actually drew Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang's dead for sure now, no artifacts allowed in the ring. Without his defensive artifact, what's he gonna fight a 6th-stage guy like Zhao Ming with? Isn't Zhao Ming's wrist injured? Injured? My ass. 6th-stage warriors have insane recovery. A spritz of medicine at the infirmary, and he'll be fine in 10 minutes. Zhao Ming leaned in close to my ear and hissed through gritted teeth. Jiang Yang, your luck's run out. No artifacts allowed in the ring. Let's see how you die out there in a bit. I promise I'll crush your bones inch by inch. I dug at my ear and shrank back with a look of distaste. Did you eat garlic this morning? Your breath's overpowering. My advice, bring a spare pair of pants so you don't wet yourself again. Zhao Ming's face contorted, but with the teacher present, all he could do was give a cold snort. Big talk from a stubborn duck. I'll see you in the ring in a bit. Su Wanqing looked at me and shook her head, exasperated. She thought I was utterly beyond reason, clearly weak, yet insisting on provoking Zhao Ming for the sake of a little pitiful pride. I was definitely going to get beaten to a pulp. Lottery's done. Head to the athletic field and assemble immediately. The main athletic field of Jiangnan number 1 was a sea of noise. 10 enormous square rings were lined up in a row, surrounded on all sides by students and teachers. On the main platform, the principal held a microphone, delivering a rousing opening speech. I stood at the edge of Ring 4, hands in my pockets, listening idly, too lazy to even warm up. Against a single 6th-stage warrior, even drawing my sword would be an insult to Nozarashi. And now I declare the Jiangqing number 1 senior intramural tournament officially open. The whole field erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The referees walked up onto each ring. The referee for Ring 4 was a scrawny, middle-aged male teacher. He glanced at the roster. Ring 4, 1st match. Senior Class 2's Zhao Ming versus Senior Class 2's Jiang Yang. Both contestants up to the ring. A stir immediately rippled through the crowd below. Look, the very first match is the main event. What main event? It's a one-sided slaughter, more like. Zhao Ming shoved his way out of the crowd. His wrist had been treated, and he wore a pair of brass knuckles, an ability-enhancing weapon his father had bought for several million. capable of boosting blood energy attack power by 20%. He was already a strength-type ability user. Paired with this thing, his power rivaled a 7-stage warrior's. Zhao Meng surged with power in both legs, leaping up like a great bird and slamming down hard onto the ring, drawing more than a few screams from the girls below. He pointed a finger at me in provocation, gloating. "Trash, get up here and die." I rolled my eyes. Not even his own underwear could put on airs like this guy. I didn't jump. Instead, I ambled over to the wooden steps at the edge of the ring and walked up, one step at a time. The crowd below burst into jeering laughter. Ha ha. He has to take the stairs just to get on the ring. How weak is his blood energy? Is that sword on his back for real? The hilt's rusted through. Did he pick it up from a scrapyard? On the spectator stands in the distance, Chun Hao and Su Wanqing stood together. Watching my slow, unhurried movements, Chun Hao curled his lip in disdain. "Wanqing, your taste really used to be terrible. Someone who can't even scrape the threshold of being a warrior actually dares to get up on the ring." Su Wanqing said nothing. She just watched me up there, a flicker of something complicated crossing her heart, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. He chose this road himself. No one else is to blame. I stepped up onto the ring and stood firm, my hand resting on the hilt of Nozarashi at my waist. The referee gave the two of us a once-over. Let me stress this, no artifacts of any kind. If one side falls and can't get up, is knocked out of the ring, or concedes, the match is over. When I call a stop, you halt immediately, understood? Understood. Zhao Meng answered loudly, glaring at me murderously. I nodded casually. The referee raised his right hand and swung it down sharply. "Begin." The words had barely left his mouth when Zhao Meng's blood energy erupted. A stream of pale red energy wrapped around his entire body, and the pressure of a 6-stage warrior was released without the slightest restraint. "Jiangyang, get down on your knees for me." He stomped hard, the wooden boards of the ring groaning under the strain, and turned into a red blur, throwing a punch straight at my face. The speed was so fast that many of the lower-tier students below couldn't even track it. I stood where I was without moving, only slowly tightening my grip on Nozarashi's ragged hilt, a flicker of cold light passing through my eyes. Zhao Meng's fist came whistling in through the air, and I didn't even lift an eyelid. Inwardly, I just found it funny. This piddling speed wouldn't even measure up to the weakest Jillian in Hueco Mundo. An attack this slow, like it was in slow motion, I could dodge it 100 times with my eyes closed. Seeing me neither dodge nor block, Zhao Meng was wild with glee. He could already picture me with my nose shattered by this punch, kneeling and begging with my face covered in blood. He was even calculating, once I went down, what pose he'd strike stepping on my face to look most impressive. "Now die." His fist was less than 10 centimeters from my face. Down below, Su Wanqing turned her head away. For the sake of 3 years spent together, she didn't want to see my head split open. In the distance, Chun Hao gave a cold snort. Trash like this should have been dealt with long ago. At that moment, I moved. I didn't draw my sword. I didn't even take my hand off the hilt. I just turned slightly to the side and thrust my shoulder forward. Bam! A muffled thud. Zhao Meng's fist landed squarely on my shoulder. Then came a crisp crack, the sound of breaking bone echoing across the whole of Ring 4. A scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out. Zhao Meng's whole body was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the edge of the ring, where he rolled around frantically on the ground clutching his right arm. That arm was twisted at a grotesque angle, the stark, white, jagged bone punching straight through the skin and jutting out, blood pooling all over the ground. Dead silence surrounded the ring. Every single person stared, eyes wide. What had just happened? All they'd seen was Zhao Meng charging forward, and then he'd gone flying back out. I was still standing exactly where I'd been, hadn't shifted a single foot. That's all the strength you've got, and you still dared to get up here? I curled my lip. The referee was utterly stunned, hands still raised, mouth hanging wide open, unable to react for a long moment. Only then did the students below snap out of it. Damn, am I seeing things? Zhao Meng got sent flying? But he's a 6-stage warrior. Jiang Yang didn't even make a move. I saw it. Zhao Meng hit Jiang Yang's shoulder himself, and then his arm just snapped. How is that possible? How hard is Jiang Yang's body? That was a 6-stage warrior's full power strike. The crowd below completely lost it. everyone rubbing their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. I strolled leisurely over to Zhao Meng and kicked him in the stomach. The kick was heavy and forceful, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the crowd below the ring. Old Li, the homeroom teacher, shoved his way out of the crowd. When he saw the state Zhao Meng was in, his face went pale. "Quick, get the school doctor." He whirled around and glared at me furiously. "Jiangyong, what did you do? You're all classmates. This was just a friendly bout. How could you be so vicious? You crippled Zhao Meng's arm outright." Old Li was trembling with rage. Zhao Meng was one of the top students in the class. With his arm ruined, how was he supposed to take the college entrance exam now? On the spectators' stands, the school leaders frowned one after another. This student is far too vicious. No sense of restraint. A temperament like that will be a menace even if he gets into a martial arts university. Faced with the accusations, I stood in the ring with a look of exasperation and spread my hands. "Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying." Everyone saw it. He charged at me on his own. I didn't even hit back. His bones were just too brittle and snapped. Is that my fault? Old Li was left speechless. He genuinely hadn't seen me make a move. But with Zhao Meng hurt this badly, someone had to be held responsible, or else the Zhao family wouldn't let it drop. Just then the dean of students rushed over too. Seeing the state Zhao Meng was in, he shook with anger. "Jiangyong, how could you use such a heavy hand in an intramural match? Your right to compete is revoked." He jabbed a finger at my nose, cursing. I looked at him coldly, genuinely torn between anger and laughter at this crowd bootlicking Zhao Meng. Revoke my right to compete? I didn't break any rules. He's the trash. How is that on me? By the rules, I won. On what grounds do you revoke it? My voice wasn't loud, but every word held the high ground of reason. The dean was left red in the face and thick in the neck. This is just sophistry. Zhao Meng's this badly hurt. Dare you say you didn't use some dirty trick? I spread my hands again. Then come up here and search me. See if I've got any artifacts on me. And if I don't, shouldn't you, the dean of students, owe me an apology? The dean gritted his teeth, unable to squeeze out a single word for the longest time. He didn't dare search me. What if he really came up empty? Where would he put his face then? Only now did the referee snap out of it. He walked over and tugged at the dean's sleeve. "Dean, Jiangyong really didn't break any rules. I was watching the whole time. He never even raised his hand." Zhao Meng put too much force into his own strike and suffered the backlash. At those words, the dean's fight went out of him entirely. He shot me a vicious glare. "You just wait." Then he called over a few students to load the pain-fainted Zhao Meng onto a stretcher and carry him off to the infirmary. Old Li turned back to look at me, his eyes full of bewilderment. What on earth was going on with this kid? During the test, his blood energy had been only 42 points, not even warrior level. In the span of 2 short months, how could he possibly take a 6-stage warrior's punch head-on and snap the guy's arm in the process? Could he really have a hidden defensive artifact? The crowd below was buzzing too. It's definitely an artifact. There's no way an F-rank piece of trash could have a body that tough. But the referee already said there was no artifact. The referee's blind, that's all. He's definitely got high-tier armor on under his jacket. How despicable. Relying on gear, what kind of skill is that? Su Wanqing stood off in the distance, her brow furrowed tight. She didn't believe I had that kind of power either. "Chen Hao, did you catch what just happened?" Chen Hao was frowning too at that moment. He hadn't been able to see how I'd struck any better than she had. That speed and force were nothing an F-rank piece of trash should be capable of. Could he really have been hiding his strength? A flicker of caution rose in his heart, but it was quickly swallowed by contempt. So what if he's got a little skill? At most, he's a mid-tier martial artist. In front of me, a 9th-stage martial artist. He's still an ant I could crush with 2 fingers. Su Wanqing nodded, deciding he had a point. Up on the arena, the referee cleared his throat twice. Arena 4, first match, Jiangyong wins. Next match, Wang Chong from Senior Class 3 to 5 versus Liu Bo from Senior Class 3 to 2. The announcement of my victory echoed across the field. Down below, the students traded uneasy glances, none of them able to believe the result. Especially that crowd who usually trailed around after Zhao Meng like his shadow. Every one of their faces had gone dark as iron. Damn it, this punk definitely cheated. A burly boy leaped forward. His name was Zhang Chong, Zhao Ming's #1 lackey, a third-stage martial artist. Zhang Yang, quit playing your cheap little tricks. Brother Zhao just got careless. You ambushed him with a hidden weapon. You got the guts. Don't step off that stage. I'll take you on myself. And with that, he flipped himself up onto the arena. The referee frowned. Zhang Chong, it's not your turn yet. What are you doing up here? Teacher, I'm requesting to move my match up. I'm going to expose this trash for what he really is. Zhang Chong ground out through clenched teeth. The referee looked at me. Zhang Yang, you're free to decline. I yawned and gave a lazy wave of my hand. No need to make it complicated. Since he's in such a hurry to meet his maker, I'll help him along. Let's just get started. Seeing that I'd agreed, the referee waved his hand. Begin. Zhang Chong let out a roar, his blood and energy exploding outward, and charged at me like a raging bull. He'd learned from Zhao Ming's mistake and didn't throw a punch. Instead, he launched into the air with a kick aimed straight at my chest. Die. I just looked at him, not even bothering to dodge. Then, in the instant his foot was about to slam into my chest, I suddenly twisted to the side to avoid it, casually raised my right hand, and slapped him across the face. Crack. The sharp sound of the slap rang out across the entire field. Zhang Chong spun 3 full rotations in midair and crashed down below the arena like a heap of mud. Half his face swelled up like a pig's head, several teeth flew out, and he passed out cold on the spot. The students around the arena were dumbstruck. If Zhao Ming getting crippled could be chalked up to cheating, then surely Zhang Chong getting slapped clear across the arena couldn't be cheating too? This was raw, undeniable power, a total curb stomp. Anyone else? I stood at the edge of the arena, looking down at Zhao Ming's pack of lackeys. Weren't you all pretty loud a minute ago? How come everybody's gone mute now? Wherever my gaze swept, that crowd shrank back in fear, not one of them daring to meet my eyes. But there are always a few who refuse to believe it. I'll go. Another boy jumped onto the arena, and 2 seconds later he flew off with a swollen face. Screw this. I don't buy it. An F-rank trash can't be this strong. A third boy rushed up, and 1 second later he was flat on the ground, unable to get back up. In the span of just a few minutes, 4 or 5 of Zhao Ming's fair-weather buddies took their turns, and every single one got taken out in a single move. Every one of them slapped clean off the arena. Not one of them could force me to draw that rusty old yes-high blade. Not one could even make me take half a step back. Arena 4 had become my personal one-man show. The crowd below went from their initial shock to sheer numbness. Is this thing even human? Is this really that F-rank trash? Why do I feel like he's beating up kindergartners? This is terrifying. What's his actual level? Mid-tier martial artist? High-tier. Not even going for the body, straight for the face. That's just brutal. Su Wanqing sat in the stands, her fingernails digging deep into her flesh. Watching me cut through everyone up there, she felt no joy. Instead, a nameless anger flared up inside her. What's he trying to prove? He's just showing off with some evil technique that burns his blood and energy. Once your little trick wears off, let's see how you die. The matches that followed became painfully dull. Whoever drew a match against me, the first thing they did upon stepping onto the arena was raise their hand and forfeit. Are you kidding me? The sorry sight of Zhao Ming and Zhang Chong was still fresh in everyone's mind. Who'd dare walk into that buzzsaw? And so I stood there on the arena without breaking a single drop of sweat and easily claimed the championship of Arena 4. Meanwhile, the other arenas were blazing with action too. Over on Arena 7, a round little butterball stood at the edge, watching his opponent put on a show. This chubby kid was named Fong Yuan. He usually flew under the radar. He was the classmate who'd warned me to be careful back in the classroom at the start. He'd awakened a B-rank illusion-type ability. His opponent was a 4th-stage martial artist, swinging a huge saber and slashing like a madman. But the eerie thing was that every single blow cut nothing but air. The guy was panting himself to exhaustion and hadn't even touched the hem of Fong Yuan's shirt. You got the nerve, stop running, damn it, his opponent shouted, beside himself with rage. Fong Yuan gave a little snickering grin and snapped his fingers. The man suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, flung away his saber, clutched his head, and rolled around on the ground as if he'd just seen something utterly horrifying. Arena 7, Fong Yuan wins. On the other side, over on Arena 9, A girl in black-framed glasses darted across the arena as a blur of afterimages. She was Lin Shui, the top student from the class next door, with a B-rank agility type ability. Her opponent couldn't even touch her shadow before he was booted clean off the arena. Of course, the one drawing the most attention was Arena 1. Chun Hao stood in the center of the ring, threads of lightning coiling around his body, looking like a thunder god descended to earth. His opponent couldn't withstand even a single move before being electrocuted black from head to toe. A ninth-stage martial artist's power was, among these high schoolers, an outright dimensional beatdown. 3 days of competition, and the champions of all 10 arenas had been decided. Chun Hao took first place in Arena 1 without a shred of suspense, while I had become the undisputed biggest dark horse of the whole tournament. On the afternoon of the third day, the atmosphere on the field was even more electric than before. The champions of all 10 arenas stood before the main platform, under the gaze of the entire school's teachers and students. The principal held the microphone, his face flushed red with excitement. Students, after 3 days of fierce competition, the top 10 of Jiangnan No. 1 High School have been determined. They are Chun Hao from Arena 1, Li Ming from Arena 2, Zhang Yang from Arena 4, Fang Yuan from Arena 7, and Lin Shui from Arena 9. Every time a name was called, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. When Chun Hao's name was announced, the cheering nearly blew the roof off the whole field. Su Wanqing stood in the front row, gazing at Chun Hao with stars in her eyes, convinced that this was what a true chosen prodigy looked like. As for me, sure, I'd won the Arena 4 championship, but in her eyes it was nothing more than dumb luck plus some evil technique. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, the ranking matches for the top 10, the principal announced loudly. The ranking matches will decide your final standings, as well as the order of recommendation slots to the 3 top martial arts universities. The rules are the same as always. Opponents are decided by drawing lots. The lottery box was carried out, and the 10 of us stepped forward one by one to draw. I casually pulled a slip, number 3, which meant I'd be fighting in the second match. Chun Hao stepped up and drew a slip, glanced at it, and immediately knit his brows. He'd drawn lot number 1, first match, against Li Ming, who'd drawn number 2. Chun Hao didn't return to the lineup with his slip. Instead, he walked straight over to the referee's table. "Referee, I want to switch lots." The referee was taken aback. "Chun Hao, the lottery results can't be changed. That's the rule." Chun Hao let out a cold laugh. "Rules are dead things. People are alive. I'm a 9th-stage martial artist, and Li Ming's only 5th stage. What's the point in fighting him?" He turned his head to look at me, standing off to the side, his eyes full of provocation and disdain. "I want to challenge Zhang Yang." The moment the words left his mouth, the whole field erupted. Holy crap, Chun Hao's going to fight Zhang Yang. Now this is going to be good. I've had it out for that guy for a while. Looks like he's finally met his match. Chun Hao's a 9th-stage martial artist, one step from the martial master realm. What's Zhang Yang even got to fight with? Down below, Su Wanqing was so worked up her face had gone red. Brother Hao's finally going to teach this arrogant piece of trash a lesson he'll never forget. The referee's face showed his difficulty. "Chun Hao, this isn't within the rules. If everyone just switched lots whenever they felt like it, how could we run the competition?" Chun Hao's expression darkened. "Teacher, my Chun family donates so many cultivation resources to this school every year. Are you telling me we don't even get the privilege of switching one lot?" He'd flat out invoked the family behind him. The Chun family was one of the top clans in Jiang City, enormously powerful. Several school officials huddled together on the platform, whispering, and finally the principal cleared his throat. "Since Chun Hao is so inclined, Zhang Yang, are you willing to accept the challenge?" The principal had punted the ball to me. All I had to do was refuse, and the matter would drop, and the school could save face too. Everyone's eyes converged on me. They all figured I'd definitely refuse. Facing a 9th-stage martial artist, there was no shame in backing down. I dug at my ear and slowly took a step forward. "I don't mind at all." I looked at Chun Hao, my eyes brimming with amusement. Since somebody's itching for a beating and just won't quit, well, I've always been the type who likes to help people out. The whole field exploded. Is he insane? He actually said yes. Talking tough now. Wait till he gets on that arena and starts crying. I'll admit Jiang Yang's strong, But Chun Hao's a ninth-stage martial artist. Chun Hao was so furious he laughed. Good. Very good. Jiang Yang, you've got guts. He sprang up onto the main arena in a single bound. Get up here and meet your death. I stayed just as lazy as ever, climbing up the wooden steps one at a time. The two of us came to a stop in the center of the arena. Chun Hao looked at the rusty, broken blade on my back, his eyes full of scorn. Jiang Yang, I don't know what dirty little tricks you used to beat Zhao Meng, but in the face of absolute power, those cheap gimmicks of yours are worthless. Today I'm going to show you. Trash is always trash, only good for being trampled underfoot. I yawned, nearly rolling my eyes at him. How is this guy even more full of hot air than I am? You sure talk a lot. Are we fighting, or are you holding a struggle session? You're asking to die. Chun Hao flew into a rage, his blood and energy erupting in an instant. Blue lightning crawled across the surface of his body, crackling and snapping. The pressure of a ninth-stage martial artist released without any restraint, pressing down so hard that even the students in the front rows below struggled to breathe. Begin, the referee ordered. Chun Hao's entire body turned into a bolt of blue lightning and shot toward me. Thunderclap fist. His right fist, wrapped in violent lightning, smashed viciously toward my face. The power of this punch was leagues beyond anything he'd used against his opponent that morning. He'd gone all out from the very start, clearly intent on crippling me in one blow and utterly shattering my pride. Down below, Su Wanqing clenched her fists in excitement. Jiang Yang, this is the gap between you and Brother Hao. Just accept your fate. Just as the lightning-clad fist was about to slam into me, I finally moved. I didn't draw my blade, and I didn't retreat. I simply lifted my head slowly, my eyes full of contempt. A ninth-stage martial artist? Is that supposed to be impressive? The next second, a terrifying aura exploded out from within my body. The violent force of my blood and energy made my whole frame seem to grow larger. A visible shockwave of energy swept out from me in every direction, and the arena's solid wooden planks let out a groaning, splintering crack under the impact, unable to bear the strain. Boom! Chun Hao's thunderclap fist slammed into a point half a meter in front of me, as if it had hit an invisible wall and could go no further. That violent lightning, in the face of the terrifying aura I'd unleashed, was like a mouse meeting a cat, suppressed until it dimmed into nothing. How is this possible? The confidence vanished from Chun Hao's face, replaced by undisguised terror. He felt as if he wasn't facing a human being at all, but a monstrous beast that had crawled up out of some abyss. On the platform, the principal and every one of the teachers shot to their feet, staring at me in disbelief. Martial Master. That's the aura of the Martial Master realm. Oldly cried out, his eyes nearly bulging out of his skull. Not just a Martial Master. The intensity of this aura. He's at least a second-stage Martial Master. The principal sucked in a cold breath, his voice trembling. Every student was stunned. A second-stage Martial Master? Jiang Yang. That F-rank trash? How is that possible? Among all the teachers in Jiangnan No. 1 high school, only a handful had reached the Martial Master realm, and a senior in high school was actually a second-stage Martial Master? Su Wanqing was frozen solid, her mind gone completely blank. No, this can't be. How could he possibly be a Martial Master? Up on the arena, I looked at Chun Hao's terror-stricken face and grinned. Haha, what was that you said just now? Who's only good for being trampled underfoot? I raised my right hand and gave a light swing. No martial technique at all, just the raw strength and speed of my physical body. Crack! A resounding slap, and Chun Hao's entire body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing hard against the edge of the arena. He spat out a huge mouthful of blood mixed with several shattered teeth, the lightning around his body extinguished completely, his face white as paper. Another slap. Just one slap, and Chun Hao, a ninth-stage martial artist, had been utterly crushed. That's it. I stood right where I was, not having moved my feet an inch. Where's your pride? Where's all that power? Come on, show me. I walked toward Chun Hao one step at a time, and with each step my blood and energy grew heavier. Chun Hao lay sprawled on the ground, his face stinging and burning, his head ringing, every bone in his body feeling like it had come apart. He watched me approaching, his eyes full of fear and humiliation. He couldn't accept it. He was the eldest young master of the Qin family, a genius of Jiangnan #1 high school. How could he lose to a piece of trash with no background and no resources? And in such a humiliating way, no less? I didn't lose. There's no way I lost to a piece of garbage like you. Chun Hao roared like a madman, struggling to climb up off the ground, his eyes gone bloodshot with extreme rage and shame. Jiang Yang, I want you dead. He'd completely lost his mind. With a trembling hand, he fished a blood-red pill out of his pocket and swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. Chen Hao, what are you doing? The referee's face changed dramatically at the sight, and he shouted sternly to stop him. That was a bloodthirst pill, a banned drug the military had expressly forbidden for civilian use. Swallowing it could forcibly boost you an entire realm in a short time, but the price was your very life force. At best, your realm would fall back and you'd never advance again. At worst, your meridians would be destroyed and you'd become a total cripple. Just to kill me. Chun Hao was throwing away his entire future. The moment the pill hit his stomach, Chun Hao's body swelled a size larger, eerie blood-red patterns surfacing across his skin, his eyes turning entirely crimson and glowing with a beast-like light. An aura far exceeding a ninth-stage martial artist erupted from him. The martial master realm. And he'd blown straight past the low tier to reach the mid-tier. Die? Just die. Chun Hao let out an inhuman roar, his entire body turning into a bolt of blood-colored lightning as he lunged at me. Moving so fast he left afterimages in the air. The referee tried to charge in and stop him, but was blown clean away by the violent gale erupting off Chun Hao's body. Jiang Yang, get out of the way. Oldly screamed himself hoarse from below. Everyone was shaken by Chun Hao's madness. Facing him now, drugged up on a banned substance and driven insane, they all thought I was as good as dead. But I showed not the slightest intention of dodging. Watching Chun Hao charge at me, there was no fear in my eyes, only endless, icy indifference. I was only planning to give you a beating and leave it at that, I murmured to myself. But since you're so dead set on getting yourself killed, I'll grant your wish. My right hand slowly closed around the hilt of the rusty yes-high blade at my waist. Zing! A crisp ring of steel echoed across the entire field. Under everyone's horrified gazes, I drew my blade. There was no dazzling play of light, no flashy special effects. Only a pressure so violent it left people gasping for air, surging out like an erupting volcano as the blade left its sheath. The ragged, battered body of the yes-high, in that instant, seemed to blaze with a ferocious light that could devour everything. I gripped the blade in one hand and raised it high overhead. No fancy technique, just the simplest, most direct downward slash. Boom! A deafening explosion, as if a heavy bomb had detonated in the center of the arena. A violent shockwave, laced with wood splinters and dust, blasted up into the sky, flinging the students nearest the arena off their feet, while those farther back staggered and stumbled, their screams merging into one. When the dust settled, the sight on the arena made everyone suck in a cold breath. The sturdy main arena had been split by a deep, gouging trench. Chun Hao lay at the far end of it, covered in blood, his right arm severed, the blood evaporating the instant it dripped free in the shockwave's heat. The blood-red patterns on his body had faded away completely, and he collapsed to the ground with only the faintest breath of aura remaining. That single slash hadn't just severed his arm, it had shattered his blood, energy, and meridians into dust. Chun Hao was finished, completely, permanently crippled. I stood on the other side of the arena and slowly slid the yes-high back into its sheath, not even having caught my breath, as though I'd just casually swatted a fly. The teachers and students across the entire field looked at me, standing there on the arena. No one spoke. No one even dared to breathe too hard. Too strong. Too ruthless. One slash to cripple a martial master hopped up on banned drugs. Is this thing actually a high schooler? Su Wanqing slumped to the ground, staring blankly at that familiar, yet utterly foreign figure up on the arena. She finally realized just how catastrophically wrong she'd been. Jiang Yang was no piece of trash at all. He was a true dragon that had been hiding in the depths of the abyss. And she'd pushed that dragon away with her own two hands and chosen instead a piece of garbage who couldn't even withstand a single slash from him. Howard! A shrill, anguished scream broke the silence of the field. In the stands, a middle-aged man in an expensive suit, his eyes gone bloodshot, charged toward the arena like a man possessed. He was a high-ranking Chun family member sent to observe the tournament. Chun Hao's own uncle, Chen Jiangwo. Chen Jiangwo rushed to Chun Hao's side, and at the sight of his nephew's ruined state, his whole body began to shake. Meridians all severed, his energy core destroyed. He lifted his head and glared at me, calm and unbothered as I was, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. "You little animal, how dare you cripple the hope of my Qin family? I'll have your life for this." Chen Jiangwo let out a furious roar, and the terrifying aura of an early-stage martial general erupted. He was actually going to disregard his own status and take my life with his own hands. The pressure of an early-stage martial general bore down on the entire field like a mountain, forcing the surrounding students back step by step, their faces pale. The principal and teachers went white with alarm. They wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. Chen Jingwo was too close to me, and his attack was vicious, purely aimed at ending my life. I watched Chen Jingwo charging at me, my eyes narrowing slightly. Early-stage martial general, huh? If I lay all my cards on the table, I might not lose a fight. My hand went to the hilt of the yes high once more, ready to switch it into the divine spear's first release. But in that split second of imminent danger, a domineering voice suddenly rang out from the sky, exploding above the field like a thunderclap. "Chen Jiangwo, you lay one finger on him and see what happens." Along with the voice, a tall figure descended from the sky and planted herself in front of me. The new arrival wore a sharp, black combat uniform, her long hair pulled up high, her bearing dashing and commanding. It was none other than Lin Shuang, captain of the 7th Defense Squad of the Spirit Bureau. Lin Shuang didn't even glance at Chen Jiangwo. She just backhanded him across the face. Crack! The slap landed with tremendous force, straight across Chen Jiangwo's face. Chen Jiangwo, an early-stage martial general no less, was actually spun 2 full rotations on the spot by that single slap, half his face swelling up like a pig's head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The whole field turned to stone again. This was a Chun family higher-up, a martial general-level powerhouse, and he'd just been slapped across the face in front of everyone? Who was this person? Never mind that she stepped in to defend me. How does she have the exact same temperament as me? This fondness for slapping people across the face. Chen Jiangwo clutched his face and lifted his head in fury. "You son of a..." But before he could finish, the moment he saw clearly that it was Lin Shuang standing before him, his arrogant bluster vanished without a trace, like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Captain Lin." Chen Jiangwo swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Someone from the Spirit Bureau, and a captain with real authority, no less. Most crucial of all, Lin Shuang was a genuine, bona fide martial king. Even if he'd been loaned 10 times his courage, he wouldn't dare provoke her. Lin Shuang looked at him coldly, her eyes full of disgust. "Chen Jiangwo, quite the big shot now, aren't you? A martial general, running off to a school to bully a high schooler." Chen Jiangwo pointed at the barely alive Chun Hao on the ground, grinding his teeth. "Captain Lin, this punk is vicious to the core. He crippled my nephew. My Qin family will absolutely not let this rest." Thud! Lin Shuang planted a kick in his stomach, sending him staggering back several steps. "Are you blind, or are you deaf?" She pointed at Chen Hao. "With all these eyes watching, it was your nephew who couldn't beat him, who broke the rules and popped a banned drug to try to kill him. He got outmatched and cut down in return. That's what he had coming. What? Are people in your Qin family only allowed to kill others? The moment someone fights back, that's being vicious to the core?" Every word cut straight to the bone, leaving Chen Jiangwo speechless. But he still tried to argue. "But what? But..." Lin Shuang cut him off roughly. "Jiang Yang is one of us, from the Spirit Bureau. You lay a single hair's worth of harm on him, and I'll bring my people and raise your Qin family to the ground. You think I won't?" Domineering aura pouring off her, Lin Shuang released the pressure of an early-stage martial king, crushing Chen Jiangwo straight down onto his knees. Everyone present was struck dumb by her sheer force of presence. Standing behind Lin Shuang, watching this woman defend me like a mother protecting her cub, I couldn't help feeling a bit moved. This woman was usually cold as ice, but when it really counted, She was rock-solid dependable. Chen Jiangwo knelt on the ground, glaring at Lin Shuang with venomous hatred. The Spirit Bureau's power was vast, true, but his Chen family was no pushover either. Still, making an enemy of the Spirit Bureau over one Chen Hao? He wasn't that stupid. Captain Lin, this isn't over. Chen Jiangwo signaled a few of his subordinates to lift up Chen Hao, limp as a dead dog, and slunk out of the school in defeat. The Chen family people threw down their threat and left. Lin Shuang turned around and looked at me, her eyes softening a little. "You're not hurt." I shrugged and hung the yes high back at my waist. By his hand. He's got a long way to go. Lin Shuang looked at that battered blade, a complicated flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. She didn't say anything more, just turned to face the principal on the platform. "Principal, I think the result of this match is pretty obvious, isn't it?" The principal hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded again and again. "Obvious, crystal clear. Zhang Yang's strength is extraordinary. He rightfully deserves first place." Lin Shuang nodded, satisfied, and announced loudly, "Given that Chen Hao broke the rules by using a banned drug and has shown despicable character, I hereby declare, in the name of the Spirit Bureau, that Chen Hao's eligibility to enter any martial arts university is revoked, and he shall be barred from recruitment for life." That decision pronounced Chen Hao's death sentence, once and for all. When Su Wanqing heard those words from down below, her vision went black and she fainted dead away. She'd bet all her hopes on Chen Hao, and now everything was in ruins. The tournament came to a close amid a farce. The remaining matches held no more meaning. After witnessing a martial master level battle, watching everyone else was like watching children play house. Not just the students, but even the teachers couldn't muster any interest. I took first place in the entire school without dispute and earned the recommendation slot to the most prestigious institution, Longhu Academy. Over the next few days, the school returned to calm. The Chen family was surprisingly quiet, not so much as a peep out of them. Zhao Ming lay in a hospital bed. Chen Hao had become a cripple, and no one dared come looking to make trouble for me anymore. A few days later, in the senior classroom, homeroom teacher Oldly stood at the podium, the look in his eyes as he watched me full of complicated feelings. Who could have imagined that the most inconspicuous piece of trash in the class was actually a fierce dragon crossing the river? "Students, the school tournament has ended. Next, the top 100 students from this competition will undergo a 1-month trial." Oldly cleared his throat. "The location is the primary level Abyss trial grounds, controlled by the military. It works on a point system. You go in, hunt down beasts, and collect their crystal cores. One first-tier crystal core is worth 10 points, a second-tier core is worth 100, and a third-tier core is worth 1,000. The top 10 teams in final point rankings will represent the school in the National League." The words had barely left his mouth before whispers broke out across the classroom. "The military's Abyss trial grounds? That's way more dangerous than the open trial grounds. I've heard, too, every year students die in there. What's there to be scared of? No risk, no reward. As long as we can make it to the National League and get scouted by a top academy, we're set for the rest of our lives." Oldly rapped on the blackboard, signaling everyone to quiet down. "This special training allows you to form teams freely, so sort it out among yourselves. 2 o'clock this afternoon, everyone who qualified is to gather on the field and get ready to move out." Having laid out the rules, Oldly shook his head and left. Very few students from senior class 3 to 2 had qualified this time. He could already see it. His bonus was probably down the drain. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I ambled onto the field with the yes high on my back. 20 or 30 students had already gathered on the field, all top 10 finishers from the various arenas. Every one of them was decked out in expensive combat gear, clustered in 2s and 3s, exchanging intel. Clearly, they'd already formed their teams. I found a corner to stand in and let out a bored yawn. Just then, a round little figure sidled up to me. "Hey, Brother Yang." I turned and looked. It was Fang Yuan. Grinning like a plump little Buddha, he stood in front of me, rubbing his hands together. "Brother Yang, you got room on that thick thigh of yours for a hanger-on? What do you say, can I tag along?" I looked at him, remembering that scene up on the arena the other day, where this chubby kid had run his opponent in dizzy circles with an illusion. "You didn't team up with anyone?" Fang Yuan gave a bitter little smile, and pursed his lips, looking utterly pitiful. Brother Yang, don't rub it in. The ability I awakened is the illusion type, no real attack power to speak of. Who'd want to bring me along? Illusion types really do get the short end of the stick on the Abyss battlefield. You can't exactly count on tiring a beast to death with an illusion. With no means of attack, only the ability to save your own skin, you'd never rack up any points even if you made it into the trial grounds. Before I could say anything, another person walked over. It was that top student girl in the black-framed glasses, Lin Shui. Jiangyang, may I join you? Lin Shui pushed her glasses up, her tone calm. I raised an eyebrow. This girl was no pushover, incredibly fast, decisive in her strikes. Nobody wants you either? I asked bluntly. Lin Shui nodded. They look down on me for having no background. They're afraid I'll drag them down. And they freeze out the commoners. I swept a glance over those little cliques not far off. Sure enough, the way those people looked at the three of us carried undisguised scorn and rejection. That's just how cruel this world is. The further you go down the martial path, the more resources you need. To grow stronger, you either join the national military or you pledge yourself to one of the great clans. Fine. I gave an indifferent shrug. Since nobody else wants us, the three of us might as well make do together. This team, made up of 3 commoners, stood out like a sore thumb against everyone around us. Me, an F-rank ability, Rusty Tang Blade. Sure, I'd taken first in the tournament, but the Abyss isn't like the arena. You're allowed to use magic artifacts there. And which of these families' kids hadn't stocked up on powerful life-saving artifacts? Then there was Fong Yuan, B-rank illusion type, no attack power, pure support. And Lin Shui, B-rank speed type, who apart from running fast had pretty mediocre offense too. In everyone else's eyes, this was practically a team of the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, a total joke. Well, if it isn't our first-place champion. How'd you end up mixed in with these 2 pieces of trash? A snide, mocking voice drifted over. The one speaking was the champion of Arena 2, Li Ming, young master of Jiang City's Li family, who was usually close with Chen Hao. He walked over with 2 of his flunkies, his face full of ridicule. Jiangyang, don't think just because the Spirit Bureau's got your back you can strut around the trial grounds like you own the place. The trial grounds aren't the arena. Beasts don't have eyes. You'd best pray you don't end up dead in there. I looked at him like I was looking at an idiot. You been chewing on corpses or something? Your mouth reeks. You. Li Ming flew into a rage. Enough with the you. Hurry up and get lost. Quit being an eyesore. I waved my hand at him impatiently. Li Ming ground his teeth and let out a cold snort. We'll see about that. I hope your mouth's still this tough once you get inside the trial grounds. With that, he turned and walked off with his people. Fong Yuan watched their retreating backs with some worry. Brother Jiang, this Li Ming's a 7th stage martial artist, and the 2 guys with him are both 6th stage. They're strong. We'd better be careful once we're inside. I clapped him on the shoulder. What's there to be scared of? Just a bunch of paper tigers. Once we're inside, you 2 just follow my orders. Lin Shui pushed up her glasses and nodded. No objections from me. At 3 in the afternoon, a few of the military's buses rolled into the school. The instructor leading the group was a stern-faced, middle-aged man with the strength of a mid-stage martial general. He swept his gaze over the crowd, wasted no words, and boomed out in a voice like a great bell. Get on the bus. The bus drove for over 3 hours, finally arriving at the destination as dusk fell. It was an area enclosed by towering electric fences and thick alloy walls, the walls bristling with all sorts of heavy weaponry and defensive arrays. Everyone off the bus, collect your supplies and communicators, the instructor commanded loudly. The trial lasts 1 month. There are supply points inside where you can obtain resources. If you're in mortal danger, press the red button on your communicator and a rescue team will come get you. But the moment you press that button, your results are immediately void. Now, enter the trial grounds. The students filed through that massive alloy gate one by one, and behind the gate lay a spatial rift. After a wave of weightless dizziness, what greeted my eyes was a primeval forest. The moment we entered the forest, the light around us dimmed. Towering trees blotted out the sky, and a faint mist hung in the air. The other teams huddled together the instant they came in, picked their directions, and left quickly, all of them eager to find beasts and seize the advantage. Within a few minutes, only the three of us were left at the entrance. Brother Jiang, which way do we go? Fang Yuan looked around nervously, clutching a short alloy rod tightly in his hand. I glanced around, sensing the faint ripples of spirit particles in the air. No rush. I found a clean rock and sat down. Let's work out our tactics first. Lin Shui walked over to me and listened intently. I looked at the two of them. Fang Yuan, how large an area can your illusion affect? For a single target, I can affect a beast below 3rd tier for about a minute. If there are a lot of them, I can affect them for maybe 10 seconds or so, over a range of about 20 meters. I nodded, then turned to Lin Shui. What's the limit of your speed? Lin Shui pushed up her glasses. In a short burst, I can exceed the speed of a 7th-stage martial artist. Over long-distance pursuit, I can maintain the speed of a 5th-stage martial artist for 2 hours. I rubbed my chin. Good. The tactic's simple. Lin Shui, you're on luring duty. Draw all the beasts in the area to us. Fang Yuan, the moment the beasts enter your range, immediately cast a group illusion to mess with their sight and their senses. As for the killing, I patted the yes high at my waist. Leave that to me. The two of them froze when they heard this. Brother Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Fang Yuan swallowed hard. You want Lin Shui to lure the beasts, and then you kill them all by yourself? What if she pulls in a whole pack? Won't we all get wiped out? Lin Shui didn't say anything, but doubt showed in her eyes too. Luring wasn't the problem. With her speed, she was confident she could get away unharmed. The problem was, who kills them once they've been lured in? Sure, I'd shown the strength of a 2nd-stage martial master in the tournament, but against a whole swarm of beasts, one person's power only goes so far. Beasts have tough hides and thick flesh and don't fear death. Once you're surrounded, even a martial master would struggle to break free. What? You don't trust me? I stood up and stretched. Relax. As long as you two can lure them in, however many come, I'll kill however many come. There was absolute confidence in my tone. In truth, I was actually worried I wouldn't find enough beasts to farm soul points off of. The beasts in this primary level trial ground were only degenerated low-level voids. But hey, a fly's small, but it's still meat. All right, Brother Jiang, I believe you. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He didn't have any other choice anyway. He could only put his life in my hands. Worst case, they'd trap the beasts and all three of us would just run. Lin Shui nodded, no wasted words. I'll go lure them. You two get ready here. With that, her figure flickered and she vanished into the trees as a black blur. I found a big tree to lean against and closed my eyes to rest, while Fang Yuan gripped his short rod nervously, drenched in sweat, his eyes glued to the surroundings. About 10-odd minutes passed when a sudden rustling erupted from deep in the forest, followed by the ground beginning to tremble faintly. They're coming. Fang Yuan was so nervous his voice cracked. Lin Shui's figure came shooting out of the woods at absolute top speed. And right behind her, there they were, 4 or 5 massive black wolves. Holy crap, those are 2nd-tier beasts, Gale wolves. Fang Yuan was so scared his legs went weak. 5 2nd-tier Gale wolves, an entourage like that, even a team like Li Ming's, all high-tier martial artists, would give it a wide berth. Gale wolves weren't just fast. They were pack animals with terrifyingly seamless coordination. Brother Jiang, there's too many, let's run, Fang Yuan shouted. I opened my eyes, looked at the charging wolf pack, and my face lit up with excitement. Run? Why run? These are all lovely, shiny points. Fang Yuan, get ready to work. Lin Shui had already dashed right up to us. 15 meters out. Now, Fang Yuan. I gave the order. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, pressed his palms together, and his blood and energy erupted. Phantom maze. An invisible psychic wave spread outward from him. The few Gale wolves at the very front suddenly let out terrified howls. In their eyes, the 3 humans before them had abruptly transformed into terrifying monsters even bigger than themselves. Their once orderly charging formation ground to a halt. Some reared their heads and bared their fangs, while others actually looked ready to turn tail and flee. Oh no, we can't let these little cuties get away. I hadn't expected Fang Yuan's illusion to be this strong. Scaring the Gale wolves off entirely just wouldn't do. I slammed my feet down and launched Flash Step. My entire body vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only an afterimage behind. The next second, I'd already appeared right in the center of the wolf pack. SHK. The rusty blade of the Yes-Hai slid across a Gale wolf's neck as easily as slicing through tofu. The enormous wolf head shot skyward, blood spraying out in a fountain. Holy crap! Watching from behind, Fang Yuan's eyes went blank. My movements didn't pause for a heartbeat. I wove through the wolf pack, and with every swing of the blade, another Gale wolf dropped. No wasted motions, no flashy techniques, only the ultimate speed and absolute power. It was, quite simply, a one-sided slaughter. In under 10 seconds, before Fang Yuan's illusion had even ended, all 5 Gale wolves had been turned into corpses. Severed limbs littered the ground, and a heavy stench of blood filled the air. I shook the blood off the blade and slid the Yes-Hai back into its sheath. Done. I turned to look at the two of them, still standing there in a daze. What are you gawking at? Go dig out the crystal cores. Lin Shui was utterly stupefied. When luring them in, she deliberately picked out a few stragglers, precisely because she was afraid they wouldn't be able to handle it, so they'd at least have a chance to run. She never imagined I'd wipe them out single-handedly, and so effortlessly at that. And that speed I'd just shown, what kind of technique was that? It was actually faster than hers, so fast her eyes couldn't even keep up. Just who was the speed-type ability user here, anyway? Lin Shui stared blankly at the Gale wolf corpses strewn every which way across the ground, her mind struggling to catch up. Barely a minute ago, she'd been giving it everything she had to lure away those 5-second-tier beasts, her legs churning like spinning wheels of fire, already braced in her heart to trigger her life-saving technique and flee at any moment. These were 5-second-tier Gale wolves, more than enough to rip an early-stage martial artist to shreds in a matter of seconds. And the result? I'd just charged in, casual as anything, and with a rise and fall of the blade, this pack of ferocious beasts had been sliced clean in two like they were made of paper. Fang Yuan swallowed hard, nearly dropping the short alloy rod in his hand. He stammered his way closer, staring at that beaten-up blade in my grip. Brother Jiang, isn't this blade of yours all rusted? The edge looks like it couldn't even peel an apple. How'd it cut through those second-tier beasts faster than slicing tofu? Did you cast some kind of magic spell on it? I flicked the blood off Nozarashi and slid the blade back into its sheath with an almost casual motion. Quit yapping. Why are there always so many questions with you? Get moving and dig out those crystal cores. That's cold hard points right there. That finally snapped Fang Yuan out of his daze. He shoved his short club into his belt, pulled a dagger from his backpack, and scurried over to the Gale wolf carcasses to start carving out the cores. Lin Shui came back to her senses too and quietly walked over to help. The way she looked at me now had completely changed. Back at school, she knew I'd taken first place in the tournament, but deep down she'd figured I probably relied on some kind of special burst technique. Now she understood, once and for all, this wasn't some kid who'd pulled strings to get where he was. This was a walking, talking monster in human form. That speed, that strength, it was way beyond anything she thought a warrior was capable of. The two of them quickly dug out 5 blood-smeared second-tier crystal cores, rinsed them clean with water, and handed them to me. I took them without a second look and tossed them into my backpack, then glanced around at the dense forest. All right, stop standing around. Let's keep pushing deeper. Lin Shui, go bait some more monsters. Lin Shui paused, then pointed at the trees ahead. You want me to bait more? What tier this time? Any tier, as long as you can outrun them. I didn't even turn around as I walked forward. You can pull more this time. 10, 8, no problem. Those 5 just now were way too few. Lin Shui gritted her teeth, nodded, and in a flash her figure melted into a black blur that vanished into the trees. Fang Yuan hurried up beside me, lowering his voice, his face full of curiosity. Brother Yang, level with me. What kind of technique was that speed just now? I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. I'm a warrior too, my dynamic vision's not bad, but back there it was like you just teleported. You wouldn't get it even if I told you. It's my own secret art. I brushed him off and left it at that. Fang Yuan pursed his lips, a little dejected, but didn't dare press further. The two of us waited on the spot for less than 10 minutes before a low rumbling suddenly rolled out from deep in the forest. Holy crap, that's a big commotion. Fang Yuan gripped his short club nervously, his palms slick with sweat. Lin Shue's figure came shooting out of the trees, moving more than twice as fast as before. And right behind her, unmistakably, came more than a dozen boar beasts, each built like a little tank. Their bodies were covered in hard black scales, and two massive tusks curved out like a pair of scimitars. The ground trembled beneath their charge. Iron armor boars. They're all second-tier iron armor boars. These things have insane defense. Feng Yuan shouted in terror. But looking at that stampeding herd, my eyes lit up. I drew Nozarashi and strode straight toward them. Fatty, drop your illusions. Mess with their vision. Don't let a single one get away. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and clapped his hands together, his internal energy roaring into motion. An invisible wave of mental power spread out and settled over the boars charging in front. Their eyes went hazy, their steps stumbled, and two of them even slammed straight into each other. In that split-second opening, I pushed off my feet, flash step. Nozarashi came down hard, trailing a heavy whoosh of wind. Squelch. That iron armor boar, the one supposedly famous for its incredible defense, got cleaved clean in two from head through neck, blood spraying out like a fountain. What followed became a one-man show of pure violence. I wove back and forth through the herd, and every single swing of my blade sent one of those massive beasts crashing to the ground. The scale armor the iron armor boars were so proud of might as well have been thin sheets of paper against Nozarashi. It did nothing to stop me. Lin Shui and Feng Yuan stood a good 30 feet away, and their shock had long since faded into pure numbness. Their only job now was to wait until I'd finished killing, then walk over and become ruthless core-digging machines. Just as I cut down the last iron armor boar and flicked the blood off my blade, a 5-person squad suddenly stumbled out of the bushes not far away. All 5 looked filthy and beaten down, their combat suits torn to shreds, and 2 of them were visibly wounded. The guy leading them held a long sword with a badly nicked edge, and he stared over at us, gasping for breath. What the hell? This many iron armor boar carcasses. The lead guy's eyes went wide, practically bulging out of his skull. Their squad had just poured everything they had into killing 2 iron armor boars, setting traps, burning through all their abilities, nearly losing one of their own, and they'd barely managed it. And now here was an open clearing littered with more than a dozen boar carcasses. Worse, judging by the cuts, everyone had been killed with a single, clean strike. The guy looked over at the 3 of us, noticed that none of us were even winded, swallowed hard, and asked hesitantly, "Hey, did you guys kill all these?" I didn't even glance at him. I slung Nozarashi over my shoulder and called out to Feng Yuan. "Fatty, get to work. It's getting dark, and we still need to reach camp." Feng Yuan grunted in agreement and crouched down, deftly digging out cores. The 5-person squad watched him pull out a fistful of blood-soaked second-tier crystal cores, their eyes turning red with envy, mouths watering. But they didn't dare get any ideas. A team that could take out this many iron armor boars with such ease was clearly a hidden powerhouse. Provoke people like that out here in the deep wilderness, and you'd never even know what hit you. For the entire afternoon, a truly bizarre scene played out across the trial grounds. Every other team was cautiously scouting, hunting for lone beasts, terrified of running into a whole pack. Meanwhile, our team had Lin Shui running all over the place dragging monsters in, and once she'd hauled them over, I'd hack them all to pieces while Feng Yuan cheered from the sidelines and threw out illusions for crowd control. We treated this dangerous trial ground like it was our own backyard vegetable garden, chopping down whatever we walked past. By evening, the 3 of us finally arrived at the first supply camp in the trial grounds. The camp was set up on a wide, flat stretch of land, ringed with a high-voltage electric fence and protective formation arrays. A few military personnel handled supply exchanges and kept order. By the time we walked in, plenty of teams were already resting. Every one of them looked like hell, some bandaging wounds, others sitting on the ground gnawing on dry compression biscuits. The whole camp reeked of exhaustion and defeat. I walked up to the exchange counter and glanced up at the supply list posted on the wall. First-tier core, 2 packs of instant noodles. Second-tier core, 1 self-heating rice meal. 5 second-tier cores, deluxe barbecue combo. I rubbed my chin and turned to Feng Yuan, who was just unloading his backpack. "Fatty, how many second-tier cores did we dig up this afternoon?" Fong Yuan unzipped his pack and eyed the pile of glittering stones inside. Around 60 or so, give or take. That's not even counting the first-tier ones. I nodded and rapped my knuckles on the counter in front of the staff member. Give me 3 of the most expensive deluxe barbecue combos and a few bottles of ice-cold drinks, the carbonated kind. The staff member blinked, sure he'd misheard. It was only the first day of the trial, and everyone was scrambling to hoard points. Who in their right mind would trade away precious second-tier cores for food? But he didn't ask questions. He pulled 3 barbecue combos and a few bottled drinks from the cooler behind him. I paid 20 second-tier cores, then led Fong Yuan and Lin Shui to a clean, open patch of ground and sat down. Fong Yuan immediately got a fire going to grill the meat. Watching it sizzle and drip with fat, the aroma filling the air, he practically drooled onto the ground. Brother Yang, we're really eating this? That's 20 second-tier cores. That's 2,000 points. Isn't this a little extravagant? You think it's a waste? Then don't eat. I cracked open a chilled drink, tipped my head back, took a big gulp, and let out a burp. You need a full stomach to have energy to work. Now hurry up and eat. Once you're done, get some sleep. Tomorrow we've got more crops to harvest. The smell of grilled meat quickly spread through the whole camp on the evening breeze. The students around us, miserably chewing on dry biscuits and slurping instant noodles, caught a whiff of that aroma, and their stomachs betrayed them with loud growls. They turned to look our way, eyes glazed over. Li Ming had just dragged his weary body into camp with his 2 lackeys when the maddening scent of barbecue hit him. His luck today had been decent. He'd run into a wounded second-tier beast, and the 3 of them had ganged up on it, sweating buckets before finally putting it down. He'd actually felt pretty proud, planning to trade for some warm instant noodles at camp to celebrate and show off a little in front of the other teams. But the moment he looked up, he saw the 3 of us sitting around a small smokeless grill on top of a big rock, wolfing down skewers. The pork belly sizzled over the flames, grease dripping down the chunks of meat, with a few bottles of ice-cold cola beside us, still fogged with cold. Li Ming's face went dark as a storm cloud. He marched over to the exchange counter, took one look at the price list on the wall, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Deluxe barbecue combo, 5 second-tier cores each. Why don't you just rob people? Li Ming yelled at the staff member. The staff member rolled his eyes, having no patience for him. The prices are clearly marked. Take it or leave it. If you can't afford it, go trade for steam buns and instant noodles over there and stop blocking the line. Li Ming clenched his teeth, fingers gripping the single second-tier core in his pocket that hadn't even warmed up yet. He couldn't even afford half a barbecue combo. He turned to glare at me, jealousy crawling through him like hundreds of ants. These 3 washouts, the ones the whole school wrote off as trash. How could they possibly afford something this expensive? It had to be dumb luck. Blind squirrels finding nuts. They must have stumbled onto some prey another team had beaten half to death. The more Li Ming stewed on it, the angrier he got. He stormed over to me with his 2 lackeys in tow and opened his mouth in a snide, mocking tone. Well, if it isn't our school's number 1. What's this? Flashing around cores you scavenged, playing the big spender. Looks like you're eating well. I was chewing on a crispy, charred piece of pork belly. When I heard that, I lifted my head and shot him a glance. Who are you? Opening your mouth just to pollute the air. Did you actually see me scavenging any cores? Do I even need to? Li Ming sneered, his face full of contempt. A pathetic squad like yours, 1 F-rank dead weight, 1 illusion type with 0 offense, and 1 who can only run away. You think you could kill a second-tier beast? Don't make me laugh. Take my advice and spend more carefully. Otherwise, when the evaluation ends and you're dead last in points, you'll only embarrass yourselves. Fong Yuan swallowed the meat in his mouth, still holding a skewer of grilled chives, and stood up, refusing to take it. Li Ming, don't look down on people. The number of second-tier beasts Brother Yang killed today is more than you'll see in your entire life. Who the hell are you to come over here and lecture us? Anyone can talk big. One of Li Ming's lackeys chimed in, his face full of scorn. I could say I killed a 5th-tier beast today too. If you've got the guts, let's compete tomorrow and see who kills more. Quit flapping your lips. I couldn't be bothered with these clowns. I grabbed a skewer of grilled mushrooms, stuffed it in my mouth, and mumbled to Fong Yuan. Fatty, sit down and eat. Don't talk to idiots. Stupidity's contagious. Hurry up and eat before the meat gets cold. It's no good cold. Li Ming's face turned green with rage. His fists clenched so tight the knuckles cracked. But he took one look at the fully armed military guards around the camp and, in the end, didn't dare start anything. He could only let out a cold snort, then took his lackeys to the counter to trade for 3 bowls of the cheapest instant noodles. He crouched down in a corner, slurping his noodles while glaring daggers at us. In the entire camp, we were the only ones eating like kings, grease shining on our lips. Everyone else was miserably choking down instant noodles and rations. A few girls from other schools eyed the golden brown chicken wing skewer in Lin Shue's hand, drooling and elbowing each other, wanting to come over and strike up a conversation to beg for a bite. But one look at my "keep away from me" expression, and they couldn't work up the nerve. Once we were full, I walked straight over to the counter, waved my hand, and rented the 3 best single-person premium tents in the camp. These tents weren't just windproof and warm. They had soft air mattresses inside too. That cost another 6 second-tier cores. To save points, all the other teams were crammed several people to a beat-up military tent, and some even just threw a mat down on the bare ground, shivering through the cold. Early the next morning, at the crack of dawn, most of the teams in camp were already up and moving out. They wanted to seize every second to hunt beasts and rack up points, terrified of falling a single step behind. As Li Ming left, he made a point of detouring past our tents. He found them completely silent inside. He could even hear Fang Yuan's faint snoring. He sneered and boasted to his lackeys, "See that? A bunch of useless deadbeats who can't even be propped up. They actually think they're here on vacation. Once this month-long evaluation is over, let's see how they cry." It wasn't until the sun was high overhead, baking the tents until they were hot to the touch, that I finally crawled out, yawning and stretching. Fang Yuan and Lin Shui had already washed up and were sitting on rocks outside, waiting. "Brother Yang, you're finally awake. Where are we striking it rich today?" Fang Yuan asked, brimming with energy. After a good meal and a comfortable night's sleep, he felt like he was bursting with strength, itching to find some beasts to test his hands on. "We keep heading deeper." I rubbed my eyes and went to the water basin to splash my face. The beasts on the outskirts are too weak, too scattered, not even enough to fill a gap in my teeth. The 3 of us packed up and strolled out of camp at a leisurely pace. The deeper we pushed into the trial grounds, the more the surroundings visibly changed. The trees grew taller and thicker, their canopies so dense that sunlight could barely filter through. The light was dim and oppressive, and the air carried a faint tang of blood mixed with rotting leaves. "Lin Shui, go scout ahead. Be careful and don't run too far," I instructed. Lin Shui nodded and shot off as a black blur. Just a few minutes later, she came running back the way she'd gone, her expression grave and her breathing quick. "There's a pack of windwing wolves up ahead, maybe a dozen or so, all peak 2nd tier. The leader's got a different coat color, so it should be 3rd tier," Lin Shui reported rapidly on what she'd scouted. Fang Yuan nearly dropped the short club in his hand. "A dozen peak 2nd tiers? And a 3rd tier leader on top of that? Brother Yang, that's a tough one. The destructive power of a 3rd tier beast is no joke. How about we take a detour? Safety first, right?" But my eyes lit up. A 3rd tier beast. Now that was a big chunk of soul points. Detour my ass. We plow right through them. Without hesitation, I drew Nozarashi from my waist, its rusted blade practically trembling. "You two hang back. Find somewhere safe to hide and don't get too close and get in the way." With that, I strode straight toward the Windwing Wolves' territory. Before long, we entered a relatively open stretch of woodland. This pack of Windwing Wolves was more than a size bigger than yesterday's Gale Wolves, their fur an eerie shade of green, standing up like a coat of steel needles. The 3rd tier Windwing Wolf leading them was as big as a young calf, with a partial pair of wings already sprouting from its back. If it evolved to 4th tier, it would gain the ability to fly. Seeing a human casually swagger into their territory, the wolf pack immediately let out a chorus of low growls, baring their razor-sharp fangs, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. A few of the outer 2nd tier Windwing Wolves couldn't hold back. They opened their mouths and spat out several crescent-shaped green wind blades, sending them flying at me. I didn't dodge or flinch. I just swung Nozarashi. Clang, clang, clang. Several crisp metallic clashes rang out. Those wind blades, sharp enough to sever steel rebar, were shattered into scattered gusts by Nozarashi, dispersing into the air, not so much as grazing the hem of my clothes. Seeing this, a savage glint flashed in the third-tier leader's eyes, and it threw back its head and let out a long howl. On command, every Windwing wolf lunged at me from all directions, moving so fast they were nothing but streaks of green afterimages. The spiritual pressure inside me began surging wildly, pouring down my arm and into the blade. I gripped Nozarashi tight and pushed off with my feet. Flash step, my figure vanished from where I stood in an instant, leaving behind only a footprint stamped into a deep crater. The next second, I appeared like a phantom in the very center of the wolf pack. Squelch. One Windwing wolf hadn't even had time to react before I cleaved it in two from head through midsection. Warm blood and organs splattered across the ground, the thick stench of blood filling the air. My movements never faltered for an instant. Turn, swing, cut down. Every motion was clean and decisive, like a butcher chopping meat on a cutting board. This seemingly rusty, beat-up blade unleashed terrifying destructive power in my hands. When other teams ran into a second-tier beast, they needed several people working in seamless coordination. The front line soaking up damage, the back line unloading every technique and ability they had for what felt like forever, just to barely kill a single one. But me? I was pure, primal chopping. One strike, one kill, no dragging it out. In the heat of the fight, I began to appreciate more and more what made Nozarashi such a special blade. It had no special elemental attacks, nothing but physical destructive power distilled to its absolute purest form. But its capacity to absorb spiritual pressure was incredible. I found that when I poured my spiritual pressure into Nozarashi without holding anything back, the blade would become impossibly heavy, as if it weighed 1,000 tons, yet swinging it felt light as a feather, flowing perfectly to my will. It was an incredible sensation. As I kept swinging through the wolf pack, my control over my own spiritual pressure grew smoother and smoother. Before, I'd needed to deliberately concentrate to channel it. Now, the spiritual pressure flowed naturally, like an instinct, moving in rhythm with my breathing, the flex of my muscles, and the swing of my blade. No wonder that lunatic Kenpachi Zaraki became a captain wielding an Asachi that had never even achieved Shirkai. I marveled to myself. This blade was born for slaughter and battle. No flashy nonsense whatsoever, nothing but violence. Standing atop a rock, the third-tier Windwing wolf leader watched this human single-handedly massacre its pack, half of them dead in under a minute. It finally snapped. With a furious roar, it launched itself high off the rock, gaping maw open wide, and lunged for my throat. It moved incredibly fast, so fast it whipped up a green tornado in midair. Fong Yuan, hiding behind a big tree, cried out in terror. "Brother Yang, look out, above you." I didn't even turn my head. I gripped Nozarashi's hilt in a reverse hold, drove the power up from my waist, and spun a half-turn in place with the blade, using the momentum to swing hard, upward. Clang! The heavy back of Nozarashi's blade slammed into the third-tier Windwing wolf's jaw. The force was staggering. It shattered the massive beast's jawbone and sent its huge body flying backward, crashing hard into a tree so thick it would take two people to wrap their arms around it, gouging a deep dent into the trunk. The wolf leader crashed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood mixed with bone fragments, struggling to get back on its feet. But I didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. Chaining flash steps together, I closed the 30-plus feet in an instant and appeared right in front of it. I gripped the hilt tight with both hands and raised the blade high overhead. Go to hell. Nozarashi came crashing down with violent spiritual pressure, like a mountain falling from the sky. Squelch. The third-tier Windwing wolf's skull, supposedly hard enough to stop armor-piercing rounds, split apart under Nozarashi like an overripe watermelon, brains and blood spraying across the ground. The battle was over. The whole thing took less than 3 minutes. More than a dozen peak second-tier Windwing wolves, plus one third-tier leader, all wiped out. Not a single one escaped.